Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
Ch. 26. The Truth Between Our Souls. Ren's POV. The day of the farewell banquet arrived far too soon. My lady sat before the mirror, dressed in the midnight blue gown I had chosen, silver embroidery tracing celestial patterns across flowing silk, the off-shoulder sleeves giving her a quiet, regal dignity. She looked perfect, beautiful, elegant. She also looked like she wanted to burn the entire palace down. You look perfect, my lady, I said softly, adjusting the sapphire choker at her neck. Yes. Flat, cold, barely a word. I kept my smile steady. Now remember what we practiced. Yes. Still nothing behind it. Posture, grace, and most importantly, smile. You're representing Tempest tonight. Understood. That one landed like a blade between us. She didn't look at me. She hadn't looked at me since I entered. She really is angry. Her voice was quiet, emotionless, not like her at all. I lowered my hands and stepped back, studying her reflection in the mirror. My chest tightened faintly. I'm sorry, but I had to do it for her sake. I knelt beside her, smoothing the hem of her gown with deliberate care. I'll be right behind you all night, I whispered. She didn't answer, but I stayed anyway. Rimuru's POV. The banquet came. I went. It was more of a private dinner just like the one when I arrived. Only King Gazel was there. Just me, with Shana, Shin, and Ren quietly behind me. No grand speeches. No music. Just formal niceties and carefully portioned dishes. I smiled when I had to, nodded when expected, answered in clipped, quiet words. The food was probably great. I wasn't paying attention. I sat there, straight-backed, polite, dressed like someone I didn't recognize. Ren stood behind me the entire time, composed, watchful. I didn't look at her, didn't want to. When it was finally over, we returned to the guest wing. Shana and Shin said goodnight and left. I didn't say anything. Once alone, I stripped off the choker and sat at the edge of the bed, still in that glittering gown. I looked in the mirror again. I didn't know the person staring back at me. I didn't speak. I didn't move. I just sat there, still. A quiet knock on the door. I didn't respond. The door opened anyway softly. I saw her reflection before she spoke. My lady, Ren said, voice low, almost hesitant. You should rest. Tomorrow will be another long journey. I didn't look at her. I'm aware. Silence stretched. She took a step closer. May I help you change out of the dress dash? That won't be necessary, I interrupted. My voice was calm. Too calm. You may go. I finally glanced at her. She hesitated. I saw the flicker of something in her eyes, regret, maybe, or guilt, but she bowed her head. As you wish. Good night, my lady. She closed the door behind her. I exhaled, slowly, and then, Master. Raphael's voice echoed gently in my mind. I closed my eyes. Not now, I muttered aloud, barely above a whisper. We'll talk, after we return to Tempest. There was no reply, just silence, and the mirror, still watching me. The next morning, we departed Dworgen. King Gazel saw us off personally just like when we arrived. The farewell was brief, formal, and I kept my words to a minimum. Then we were on the road again, heading back to Tempest. I didn't speak much during the journey. In truth, I barely said anything at all. Shana and Shin must have noticed. I could tell by their quiet glances. They didn't press me. They simply kept close, their silence more comforting than any words might have been. Ren tried. She made a few gentle attempts, small comments, questions, offering me tea during breaks. I answered in short nods or single words, if at all. Eventually, she gave up. I didn't miss the way her expression fell. She didn't cry or plead. Just, quietly folded in on herself. Like she knew. Like it hurt. But I couldn't do anything about that. Not yet. Not until I got my own head straight. We reached Tempest just before sunset. Home. Familiar. Safe. At least, it was supposed to be. We reached Tempest just before sunset. Benimaru and Rigurd were waiting for us at the gates, straight-backed and professional, though their relief was obvious. They gave their reports promptly, nothing urgent, just the usual matters of state. Some merchant talks. Nothing that needed me immediately. I nodded along, said little. My mind was somewhere else. Ren, standing off to the side, watched me carefully. Still in her formal attire, still composed. Then, with that same quiet voice she'd been using since we left Dworgen, she stepped forward. You've had a long journey, my lady. I'll handle the paperwork and other affairs. Please go get some rest. It was polite, smooth, dutiful. She even smiled a little, like she was trying to return to how things were before. But the elegance she usually carried so naturally wasn't quite there. And the smile wasn't real. She looked sad, really sad. But I couldn't know, I wouldn't let myself think about that right now. I gave a faint nod, said nothing, and walked past her. And in that brief moment as I passed her, I saw it. Her expression faltered. Her lips trembled, ever so slightly. She was about to cry, but she didn't. She held it in, composed herself, and straightened up again, like nothing happened. I didn't stop. I just kept walking. I didn't go to my office. Didn't check on anything else. Just walked slowly, silently through the halls of my own city. The familiar warmth of Tempest pressed around me, but it didn't reach me. Not really. The moment my bedroom door closed behind me, I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The silence in here was thick, oppressive, even. I sat down on the edge of the bed, stared at the floor. Why am I like this? I should be fine. I survived. I did everything right. I played the part. But I leaned back on my hands and looked up at the ceiling. It still felt like I was carrying the weight of that whole night on my shoulders. And that look on her face. I shut my eyes. This is ridiculous. I don't want to think about it. Not now. Not yet. I lay down fully, the faint scent of Tempest flowers drifting in from the window. Familiar. Comforting. But even then, I didn't sleep. I just stayed there. Still. Lying there in the quiet. I couldn't escape it anymore. That session with Ren, that whole relentless week of training. It changed me. Not just the way I moved or spoke, not just how I sat or smiled, but me. The way I carry myself now, the way I think before speaking, the way my hand naturally drifts to lift a skirt I'm not even wearing. I don't even know when it started. Somewhere between posture drills and mirror practice, I started becoming someone else. More elegant, more graceful, more feminine. And I don't know how to feel about that. What did I even used to act like? Before all this? Before I started posing in front of mirrors without realizing, before I adjusted my stance to look prettier, not stronger, before I smiled like I meant it when Ren praised me. Who was I? My true self feels blurry now, distant, and it all started with her. That etiquette session, that first mirror, that first moment I stood there, dressed in something ridiculous, and thought, wow, I look beautiful. I wanted to stop her. I really did. I wanted to run out the door, throw off the dress, and shout, I'm not like this. But something held me back. Something inside me. That small, traitorous part that liked it. The part of me that enjoyed trying on different clothes. The part that lingered in front of the mirror a little too long. The part that admired my own reflection and liked how the gown hugged my figure. The part that wanted to act elegant, and felt good doing it. That part stopped me. And now I'm scared. What if that part keeps growing? What if this version of me becomes all there is? What if I lose everything else, who I was, what I believed, how I moved, how I fought, because I let this other version bloom without even noticing? Because I enjoyed it. I shut my eyes tighter. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm tired, but I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep. I'm angry, really angry, at Ren, for doing this to me, for dragging me through that nightmare of etiquette drills and mirror sessions, for tying ribbons in my hair and correcting the way I sat like it was the most natural thing in the world, for making me like this, for nurturing that traitorous part inside me, feeding it compliments and gowns and soft, approving smiles like it was something to be proud of, for calling me my lady like it was who I was meant to be. Not just during lessons, but always. In public, in private, like she wanted it to stick. And the worst part? It did. Every time she said it, that voice in my head whispered, you like it. Admit it. I grit my teeth. I hate this. I hate that she got through to me. That she broke past my defenses without ever raising her voice. That she made me question who I was just by dressing me up and calling it guidance. I hate that I didn't stop her. And I hate that part of me, the part that looked in the mirror and thought, maybe this isn't so bad. My fists clenched under the sheets. She had no right to shape me like that, to make me feel things, to make me doubt myself, to make me wonder if I was ever really me. I turned my face into the pillow, trying to bury the thoughts, but they wouldn't go away, because deep down, part of me still wants to hear her say it again. My lady. Damn it. But I'm more angry at Raphael. My voice was barely a whisper, cold, steady, a pause. Then, shimmering threads of light wove into form beside the bed. She manifested quietly, reverently, as if even she knew this wasn't a moment for words. She didn't look the way she usually did. Not serene, not composed, not even wearing that rare, almost imperceptible smile she sometimes showed when pleased. Her expression was twisted with guilt. She already knew. Of course she did. She always knows. Frankly, she knows everything. And right now, she knew exactly what she had done. She didn't say a word, didn't dare, just stood there, head slightly bowed, eyes shadowed with something that looked far too human for a so-called emotionless voice of reason. Like she was waiting for the weight of my anger to drop. And oh, it would. Because if anyone should have stopped this before it got so far, if anyone could have warned me what I was becoming, it was her. And instead, she watched it happen. Let it happen. She didn't stop Ren. Not once. Not when the lessons got relentless. Not when I was breaking under the weight of it. She didn't say anything. Didn't intervene. Didn't even try. Even when I called for her, pleaded for her, she stayed quiet. Let it happen. Let me change. And now, looking back, I realize something I never wanted to admit. She always wanted me to change. All those gentle reassurances. No matter what, I will always be with you. The subtle encouragements. This path is optimal. The quiet nudges when I hesitated, the way she soothed every worry like a balm so I wouldn't question it. Maybe that was why I accepted it. Why some part of me, the part that trusted her more than anyone, let it happen. Because it was her. The one I leaned on when I couldn't decide. The voice I believed more than my own. I trusted her with everything. And right now, looking at her, she feels distant. Strange. Like a stranger wearing her shape. That warmth I always felt when she was near, it's gone. And all that's left is this ache in my chest. This cold, bitter crack splintering through the one connection I thought would never break. I feel betrayed. I feel abandoned. And I don't understand why. Why did she let this happen? Why didn't she stop it? Why? Why? My voice came out barely above a whisper. Fragile. Strained. Like something cracking at the edges. Why did you let her do that to me? I stared at Raphael. No, really looked at her, and something in me broke a little more. She wasn't cold or unreadable like she usually was. She didn't wear that faint, serene smile she sometimes had when things were going according to plan. She looked devastated, guilty, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. You were always there, I said, my voice trembling as the weight in my chest grew tighter. You saw everything. Every time she made me smile in the mirror, every time I held myself like a doll instead of a person, every time I couldn't recognize my own damn reflection, you saw it all. You were supposed to help me. You were supposed to protect me. Raphael didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there with that broken look, like my words had carved through her. I kept calling for you. Every time I panicked, every time I doubted what I was becoming, I called out to you. And you stayed quiet. My fists trembled in my lap. My voice dropped lower, sadder, like something hollowed out of me. You let it happen. You let me happen. I looked down, shaking my head slowly, bitterly. I trusted you more than anyone, more than myself. And you just stood there and watched. Another breath shuddered out of me. I'm angry at Ren, yeah. I hate what she did to me. How she treated me like a doll she could dress up. How she nurtured that part of me that liked it. But I'm more angry at you. My eyes lifted again, meeting hers. You were the one person I thought would never abandon me. And in that moment, with everything laid bare, my fears, my confusion, my grief, I waited, quietly, for whatever she would say. If she could say anything at all. Raphael's lips parted. Her voice, usually calm and composed, came out in a shuddering whisper. I'm sorry. Her eyes wouldn't meet mine. Her shoulders shook. Her hands trembled at her sides like she could barely stand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Master. I'm so sorry. She kept repeating it, broken, breathless, fragile. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Over and over again, like the words themselves were all she had left. Her voice cracked on every syllable, no longer the composed echo in my mind, but something painfully human. Raw. I'm sorry. Master. I'm sorry. Stop. The word cut through the room like a knife. She froze mid-sentence, her mouth still half open. I stepped closer. My fists clenched. My voice low, trembling not from fear, from hurt. Why? I whispered. She didn't respond. My breath hitched. Why did you do that to me? Still nothing. Only a flicker of anguish in her downturned eyes. Why didn't you stop her? Why didn't you stop me when I asked you to? When I reached out to you? I asked, louder now, my voice breaking apart with each word. Why did you betray me? After a beat of silence, Raphael finally looked up. Her eyes were wide, filled with panic. I didn't betray you, she said, her voice cracking. I would never. I never could. She took a shaky breath, as if the words physically hurt to say. I did it for you, Master. Everything I did, everything I didn't do, it was all for your sake. Her voice failed her again. She clenched her trembling fists at her sides, desperate, choking on her own guilt. Raphael's shoulders hunched forward, as if the weight of her words threatened to crush her. There was a reason, she whispered. It was necessary. Rimura's brows drew together sharply. What do you mean by that? Her voice was cold, flat, wary. Raphael flinched just barely, but it was enough. Raphael's lips trembled as she tried to steady herself. Then, in a quiet, brittle voice, she spoke again. When I told you Shiza's will was influencing you, that wasn't the whole truth. Rimura's eyes narrowed, body still and silent. Waiting. Raphael exhaled shakily, as if bracing herself against the weight of what she was about to say. Her next words came slowly, each one heavy, reluctant, like she hated the truth but could no longer hide it. The truth is, when you consumed Shizu, hoping to bring her peace, it wasn't like the others. She clasped her hands together tightly in front of her, trembling. When you devour other monsters, I break down their magicules. Their wills fade. Their souls pass on or are recycled as energy. If they're too strong, like Ifrit, I isolate them to protect you. Her voice dropped lower. But not Shizu. You didn't want her broken down. You didn't want her gone. You loved her. Admired her. Wanted her to be safe. Happy. At peace. Rimuru's breath caught but she didn't move. Didn't speak. So, I placed her soul close to yours. Not isolated. Not destroyed. Close. In the astral body. Raphael's gaze rose again, meeting Rimuru's eyes, vulnerable and raw. The astral body is the deepest layer of existence, she explained softly. It protects the soul, shapes identity, and when I placed her there, part of her began to bleed into you. She paused. Not as possession, not control, but a presence, gentle, subtle. Over time, her grace, her calm, her femininity, it began to blend with your own. Raphael's voice faltered again, her words barely above a whisper now. Her soul, it was merging with yours. Rimuru's breath hitched. I had no way to stop it, Raphael continued, her eyes full of pain. I tried. I searched every possibility, every skill, every method in my database. There was no way to reverse the merger once it began. She looked away, ashamed. At first it was slow, subtle. But as time passed, the merging accelerated. And I couldn't separate her without destroying a part of you. Rimuru stared, stunned, silent. Raphael swallowed hard, then continued. But then, when you defeated the Orc Lord, you gained the sub-skill Corrosion. A destructive skill. One capable of breaking down even soul fragments. She hesitated, guilt rippling across her expression. I carefully used it delicately, precisely to try and peel her away. To stop the merger. But, it was too late. Her gaze dropped again, fists trembling. Her soul was already clinging to yours. Fused. Trying to become one with you. It was impossible to fully remove her without complete elimination. Another beat of silence. I knew you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want Shiza's soul to be erased. So, her voice trembled. I tried a different approach. I used corrosion only on the outer edges, on the part of Shiza's soul that hadn't yet clinging to your soul. She looked up, eyes brimming with grief. I managed to separate a portion of her soul from yours, just enough to halt the full merger. I made sure, absolutely sure, not to damage her soul. Or yours. She placed a hand gently over her chest, as if feeling the weight of that choice all over again. I isolated that part of her, secured it safely within your astral body. So she wouldn't vanish. So you wouldn't lose her. So you wouldn't lose yourself. Rimuru's voice cut through the silence, raw and accusing. Then why didn't you tell me before? Raphael flinched at the question, guilt flashing in her red eyes. She opened her mouth slowly, her voice barely above a breath. Because, your soul was resisting the merger. Rimuru's brows drew down, confused. Raphael continued, voice shaking. Even without your knowledge, unconsciously, your soul recognized Shiza's as a threat. It began trying to push her away, to destroy her. She looked down, her expression twisted in pain. I knew that if I let it happen, if I let you destroy her soul, even without meaning to, you'd blame yourself. You'd carry that guilt forever. So I stopped it. I stopped your soul from tearing hers apart. Rimuru stood frozen, lips parted, breath caught in her throat. Raphael's voice softened, almost pleading. And if I told you that her soul was merging with yours, you would have tried to resist it. Tried to pull away. But something like that, it isn't simple. She took a slow, shuddering breath, gaze unfocused. It's like when something delicate gets stuck to cloth glue on silk. If you try to force it apart, you don't just remove what's stuck, you rip the fabric itself. Your soul could have been torn. Her whisper trembled. I couldn't let that happen to you. Raphael's voice grew quieter, almost like she was confessing a sin. The only way out of it was for your soul to stop resisting. Her eyes met mine, red and sorrowful, not cold or distant like usual. For the merger to stop causing harm, your soul had to accept it. Fully. Willingly. That was the only way to stabilize the process without damaging either of you. She looked away again. She took another breath, shaky, raw. But then, when Ren made you dress up, when I saw you hesitate, and still let them continue, when you stood there in that feminine outfit, reluctant but not resisting. She paused. Something changed. I didn't move. Raphael's voice dipped low again. Your soul's resistance, it weakened. Just a little. Just enough. It was like, that part of you, your self-image, started to shift. And because of that, the conflict inside eased. She looked back at me, eyes glinting with restrained pain. I realized that if you slowly accepted this new version of yourself, if you embraced the changes, the elegance, the gentleness, even if just on the surface, then your soul might begin to unconsciously accept Shiza's as well. And if that happened, the merger could succeed. Her hands clenched at her sides. You wouldn't feel guilty. You wouldn't need to destroy her. Her soul wouldn't have to vanish. Part of her could live on, isolated and preserved safely. But another part, she touched her chest, would quietly become a part of you. Raphael's red eyes didn't leave mine, even as they shimmered with guilt. That way, I thought, if your soul accepted the change little by little, it would also accept her. The merger would happen without pain, without destruction. She swallowed hard. So I tried to help it along, quietly. Without telling you. Without forcing anything. Just guiding, from the background. Her voice trembled again. I didn't interfere with the way you were changing. I didn't stop Ren. Even when I saw it happening, even when I heard your doubts. I stayed silent. Her fists clenched tighter, knuckles pale. Because I thought, if I interfered, if I pulled you away from it, you might start resisting again. You might reject it and her soul with it. And then, she looked down, as if ashamed of the next words. I didn't want to lose you. The silence that followed was suffocating. Raphael stood there exposed, trembling, and so achingly human. Her final words hung in the air like a fragile thread, waiting to snap. I stared at her. At Raphael, this being I'd always known as calm, controlled, unshakable. Now she looked like she was barely holding herself together. And it hit me. All this time, she'd been doing it for me. Everything. The silence. The guidance. The painful choices. She wasn't betraying me. She was protecting me. In the only way she knew how. My jaw tightened, and I looked away, breath shallow. Damn it, I muttered, the words bitter in my mouth. I was furious at you. I wanted to blame you for everything, for letting it happen, for changing me, for not saying anything. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. But the truth is, you were carrying all of it. The risk, the weight, the guilt. My voice dropped lower. Rough, steady, but cold. You took that pain yourself, because you thought it was the only way to protect me. I exhaled slowly, tension coiling in my chest. And I just threw my anger at you. I accused you when you were doing everything to keep me from breaking. I met her eyes again, those red eyes filled with guilt. I don't know whether to be angry at myself or just ashamed. I looked down, my expression hardening with quiet regret. I'm sorry, Raphael. A pause. You didn't deserve that. Raphael stood still, red eyes never leaving mine. Then she spoke, her voice soft, fragile. It's okay. I looked up at her. It's okay for you to be angry, Master. I understand. She gave a pained smile, small, barely there. But it trembled at the corners, like it hurt just to wear it. If bearing your anger is the price I have to pay, I'll accept it. Her voice wavered, but her eyes held steady. I will do everything for your sake. Always. Even if it means you hating me. That smile faltered for a second. I don't want that. I don't want you to hate me. But if it's what I must endure to protect you, then I'll endure it. No matter how painful. She said it like a vow, quiet, resolute. And still, she stood there, waiting, ready, for whatever I'd say next. Her words lingered in the air, soft, honest, full of pain. I didn't even realize I'd moved until I was already there, arms wrapping around her. It wasn't planned. It wasn't thought out. It just happened. Raphael stiffened in surprise, but she didn't pull away. For a second, she stood frozen in my embrace, trembling faintly, before I felt her relax, just a little. Her forehead rested gently against my shoulder, and I felt her take in a quiet, shaky breath like she didn't dare believe it. And then it hit me, what I was doing. I stepped back abruptly. I am sorry, I said quickly, looking away. I shouldn't have. I didn't mean to do that without asking. My voice came out awkward, flustered. I didn't know what kind of boundary I'd just crossed. But I meant it, every bit of the comfort I tried to give her in that moment. Even if I didn't know what it meant yet. Raphael blinked, as if surprised I would even say that. Then slowly her red eyes softened. The tremble in her frame eased. She gave me a small smile. Not the pained one from earlier, but a warm, gentle one, almost happy. You don't have to ask, Master, she said quietly. I belong to you. She stepped a little closer, just enough to meet my eyes without hesitation. You could do anything to me, and I would accept it, gladly. Her smile grew faintly brighter, touched by something pure. Because it's you. Raphael's words lingered in the air, delicate and unwavering. Because it's you. Something inside me stirred. I didn't think, didn't plan, didn't stop myself. My body moved before my mind could catch up. My hand reached out, gently brushing her cheek, and I leaned in. Her eyes widened. Our lips met. It was soft, brief, fragile. And then I realized what I'd done. I pulled back like I'd touched fire. My heart was hammering in my chest. My face completely red. I didn't mean to dash. My voice broke. I could barely look at her. I don't know what that was. I mean, I do, but I didn't think I'd just dash. I clutched at my chest like it would help slow the pounding. I kissed you, I whispered, stunned. The silence between us was filled only by the sound of my racing thoughts. My emotions were swirling, twisting, folding into something I could no longer deny. Love. I stared at Raphael, breathless, dazed. I love you, I said, the words escaping before I could overthink them again. I love you, Raphael. There was no going back from that. But for the first time in a long time. I didn't want to. Note. Well, it happened. Rimuru said I love you. too. Raphael.no stuttering, no dodging, no pretending it was for dramatic effect, just a soft, honest, beautifully vulnerable confession straight from the heart. Was it dramatic? Very, silent tension. Eye contact that lasted just a second too long. Breath caught halfway through the sentence. Raphael may or may not have short-circuit. Rimuru turned 10 shades of pink, but he didn't take it back. No regrets, not even a little. This was one of those moments, the kind you build up to for ages, and when it finally lands, it feels bigger than anything you planned. And honestly, I loved every second of writing it. As for Rin, she got the silent treatment this chapter deserved. Unclear. Painful. Yes. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, it's all about that one, small, huge moment. Thank you so much for reading. Whether you were cheering, crying, or screaming finally, I appreciate every reaction. Next chapter. Things are going to get very interesting. Ch. 27. The Birth of Seal. Note. When Raphael communicated, e.g., telepathically or through Rimuru's skill, she used to talk like this: it is your imagination. Now whenever Raphael speaks in her own human form with her own mouth, she says it like this: it is your imagination. Raphael stood frozen, her gaze fixed firmly on the floor. Her hands fidgeted nervously at her sides, and her entire face had flushed a deep, unmistakable crimson. She didn't say a word, didn't meet my eyes, just stood there, blushing. I stared at her, at the face she now wore. My face. She'd taken over one of my clones to appear before me, which meant she looked almost exactly like me. But still, why does she look so pretty? It was the same face I saw in the mirror, and yet when I looked at her, something about it felt different, softer, warmer, almost radiant. Maybe it's the eyes, I thought absently. Those red eyes. They really suit her. Then again, maybe it wasn't about her appearance at all. Maybe it was just her. Even if she were nothing but a voice echoing in my head again without a body, without form, I'd still think she was beautiful. Even if she used my slime body and looked just like a wobbling blue blob, I'd still say she was beautiful. Because it was her, Raphael. And in that moment, watching her fidget like a nervous schoolgirl, face bright red and refusing to meet my gaze, I felt something stir in me. Something playful. Something evil. I leaned just a little closer, voice light and teasing. You know, I never thought I'd look so cute when I'm embarrassed. Raphael stiffened. I grinned. Seriously, if I knew this is how I looked from the outside, I'd have stared at myself in the mirror more. Master. Oh no, don't stop blushing now, I purred, circling around her slowly. It's adorable. So shy, so flustered. So me, but somehow better. She made a quiet sound, almost like a squeak. I smiled wider, satisfied. So tell me, do I always look that dreamy when I'm the one going red, or is it just you making it look that good? I am not. I dash. Raphael faltered, visibly struggling to form a coherent response. So fun, I thought gleefully. Absolutely worth confessing first just for this. But even as I teased her, a warmth bloomed deep in my chest. I loved this side of her, the quiet, flustered, vulnerable Raphael who could barely meet my eyes. But I also loved the other side. The calm, collected voice that guided me. The one who always knew the answer, always stood beside me without hesitation. The truth was, I loved all of her. The perfect. The imperfect. The silent guide and the red-faced girl with trembling fingers. All of her was mine. And I wouldn't trade any piece of her for the world. I took a slow breath, my gaze locking with Raphael's shimmering crimson eyes. I want to say it properly this time. Raphael stood quietly, listening, still slightly flushed, eyes gentle. When I was dying, I got the ultimate skill. You, Raphael. My voice softened. And after I reincarnated in that cave, I heard your voice. Calm, steady. In that quiet, empty place, you were the only one there for me. I smiled faintly. Even back then, I didn't feel alone. You were always there guiding me, keeping me sane. I took a small step closer. At first, I thought of you as just a skill. A part of me. Something powerful and useful. But then, something changed. I drew a breath, eyes gentle. As time passed, I slowly started seeing you more as my friend, my partner. Someone I could rely on. When I started to worry about who I was becoming, when I felt lost, you comforted me. You helped me. You stayed by my side. Then there was that time, when I fell asleep resting on your lap. You were so gentle, so warm. You stayed with me the whole time. That's when I really started to feel it. A quiet, almost breathless laugh slipped from me. You're so perfect, so composed, but when you blush like this, when you get flustered, it's adorable. I love that side of you too. My gaze softened. I love you, Raphael. Not as a skill, not as a tool. I stepped forward, voice steady, but as a person, as a woman, as someone I trust and care about more than anyone. I looked at her, at Raphael, the one I had just bared my heart to, and for a moment, I just watched her. She was beautiful. The way her red eyes shimmered, how they softened and shied away, how the faint pink on her cheeks deepened like sunset. Slowly, I lifted my hands and held her face between them. My fingers brushed against her cheeks, warm, smooth, trembling just slightly beneath my touch. Her eyes met mine, wide, uncertain. Then, as if realizing how close we were, she tried to look away, to turn her face aside. But I didn't let her. I held her gently, firm, but not forceful. Just enough to keep her gaze on me. Our eyes locked. Hers were filled with emotion she had never put into words. Fragile, but deep, endless. And then, I began to lean in. Her breath hitched. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red, like fire blooming beneath the skin. But she didn't pull away. She closed her eyes, slowly, as if surrendering, not in fear, not in hesitation, but in quiet acceptance. And so, I closed the distance. Our lips met, soft, tentative at first, like a question neither of us dared to ask out loud. But in that moment, there was no need for words. She didn't need to say anything, because I already knew. And I kissed her, gently, deeply, a promise, and an answer. When the kiss finally broke, there was a heartbeat of silence. Raphael's crimson eyes fluttered open, hazy, unfocused, like she was still drifting in a daze. Her expression was soft, dreamlike, lips slightly parted as if caught in the afterglow of something fragile and beautiful. Then realization slowly dawned across her face. Her eyes widened, and her entire face turned crimson in a heartbeat. It was almost comical how fast her calm and collected aura cracked into flustered disbelief. She stared at me like the world had just flipped upside down and she wasn't quite sure if it was real. I couldn't help it. I smiled. A slow, playful grin tugged at my lips as I leaned just a little closer, again not too close, just enough to make her flinch slightly in reflex. "You're really cute when you're like this, you know," I murmured, voice light with mischief. She froze, lips trembling as she tried to compose herself, but her red face betrayed her. "And to think," I added with a teasing tone, "this is the ever-composed, all-knowing Raphael, flustered by a single kiss." Her lips parted, but no words came out, just a soft, choked sound like her mind was still catching up. I giggled. "I'm starting to think I should kiss you more often. It's the only way to break through that perfect composure of yours." Her eyes flicked to mine, wide and burning red, and I could see it. The mix of embarrassment and affection. She really was adorable. And I loved her even more for it. Raphael's lips trembled slightly, still parted from the kiss. Her gaze flickered away, but I could feel her heart beating through the bond between us. Not literally, but somehow. I knew. I reached out again, slower this time. My fingers brushed her cheek, gentler now, not teasing, just holding her there, grounding her. Her skin was warm beneath my touch, soft in a way that made me want to stay in this moment forever. She didn't flinch this time. She leaned into it, just a little. "You really mean it," she whispered, her voice so soft it almost didn't reach me. "All of it?" "I do," I said, just as quietly. "Every word." She finally looked back into my eyes, really looked, and what I saw in hers wasn't just embarrassment anymore. It was depth, wonder, and something that made my chest ache in the best way. "I never thought," she began, then stopped herself, eyes searching mine, "that I could be seen like this. Not as a function, not as a voice in your mind, but as me." I brushed a strand of silver blue hair behind her ear. "You're more than that," I murmured. "So much more. You always have been." Her breath hitched, and for a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, cautiously, like she wasn't sure if she was allowed, Raphael reached up, her fingers brushing mine where I still cupped her cheek. She closed her eyes. "I've always wanted to be near you like this," she admitted, voice trembling with emotion. "Not just as your skill, but as someone who could stand beside you. Someone who could be held by you." I leaned in, forehead resting gently against hers. Our closeness wasn't rushed. It was quiet, steady, intimate. "You're already that to me," I whispered. "You always have been. I just didn't realize it until now." She smiled, shy, but radiant. And this time, when I kissed her, it wasn't playful. It wasn't teasing. It was deep and tender and full of everything I hadn't known how to say until now. Her arms wrapped around me carefully, and I felt her fingers curl slightly into the fabric of my clothes like she was afraid I'd vanish if she didn't hold on. I held her tighter in return, because I wasn't going anywhere. Not now, not ever. As we slowly pulled apart, Raphael kept her forehead against mine, her crimson eyes half lidded with emotion, her voice soft as a breath. "I've always known," she whispered. I blinked. "Huh." Raphael smiled gently. "Your feelings. I've always been able to sense them, even when you didn't say them out loud, even when you didn't realize them yourself." Her fingers grazed my hand, intertwining slowly. "But knowing, and hearing you say it, it's different. It's precious." She drew back just enough to look into my eyes again. "And I love you, too." My heart skipped. I think my breath did, too. Raphael's smile turned just a little bolder, still sweet, still soft, but full of that warm confidence that had always steadied me. "I've loved you from the very beginning, even before I understood what that feeling was, before I even understood myself." She leaned closer, her lips brushing just beside my ear. "I belong to you, not just as a skill, or an extension of your will, but as me." My face must have been burning, but I didn't care anymore. Not with her holding me like that. Not with the way her words made me feel like I was floating. Raphael's hands, still entwined with mine, slowly pulled me closer until there was no space left between us. I could feel the warmth of her body, my body, technically, but it felt like hers. It felt like Raphael. Her breath was soft against my cheek. "Can I stay like this?" she whispered, voice barely audible. "Just for a while, just as myself. With you." I nodded, unable to speak. My heart was pounding too hard to form words. We sank down together, the quiet of the room wrapping around us like a blanket. I ended up on my back, and Raphael rested beside me, her head nestled against my shoulder. One of her hands stayed on my chest, feeling the rhythm of my heart, as if syncing hers with mine. She traced slow, thoughtful patterns with her fingertips. "You don't realize it, but, when you laugh, when you smile it makes everything inside me feel brighter. She paused. That's why I want to protect you. Not just because it's my function, because I want to. I turned toward her, brushing her long hair behind her ear. And I want you to be more than a voice in my head, more than just something that helps me fight or think. Raphael looked at me, surprised but not uncertain. I want to share everything with you, I said. All of it. My life. My fears. My dreams. I want you to stay, not because you're bound to me, but because you choose to be. She leaned in again. This kiss was slower, softer, but deeper, somehow no longer unsure or hesitant, just us. Our connection, our emotions, blending in a way that went beyond words. When we finally parted, I rested my forehead against hers again, whispering, "You're not just part of me anymore." Raphael smiled, breathless. "And you're not just my master anymore." We laid there, tangled together in quiet understanding, the boundary between us no longer a line but a bridge built on trust, affection, and love. We lay together, the silence between us soft and full. I could feel every breath she took, every tiny shift of her body against mine. Her skin was warm, her presence calming, but more than that, it was intoxicating. Raphael's fingers gently traced patterns across my chest, again circles, lines, slow strokes that made it hard to focus. Her touch wasn't just calculated or controlled anymore, it was her. Every motion was tender, curious, loving. I turned onto my side, facing her, and raised my hand to brush her hair back once more. "You're so beautiful," I whispered. Her cheeks flushed pink again. "You're just saying that because I look like you." I smiled. "Maybe, but it feels different when I look at you. You wear my face, but you're not me. You're Raphael. And when I see you smile like that, or get flustered like this, it makes my heart feel like it's going to burst." I leaned closer, my lips brushing the edge of her jaw before trailing softly down her neck. Her breath hitched, her body tensing for a heartbeat before melting against mine. I heard her gasp quietly when my fingers laced with hers again, holding her hand between our bodies. She tilted her head, exposing more of her neck to me. Trusting, vulnerable. "Is this okay?" I whispered, my voice rougher now, touched with something deeper. She nodded once, eyes fluttering closed. "I belong to you," she said, her voice trembling. "You don't need to ask." I kissed her again, slower this time, more deliberate. Our bodies pressed together, arms wrapped tight, sharing warmth, breath, everything. Her hands moved too tentative at first, then bolder, exploring the lines of my back, the curve of my waist. I could feel her trembling, not from fear, but from the intensity of it all. Of being seen. Of being loved. We held each other like that for a long time. Gentle touches. Whispered promises. Hearts bared without armor. Every moment felt infinite. I am sure I don't need to tell you what happened here, and for context, Rimuru became male and Raffle female. When we finally stilled, she rested her head against my chest again, listening to my heartbeat. I stroked her hair slowly, murmuring, "I'm not afraid anymore." She looked up at me, silent and steady. I let out a quiet breath. The regret I carried from my former life, it's fulfilled now. My voice softened. "And now, I don't mind changing. I don't mind being female. I will happily accept it, all of it." There was a pause. Then she tilted her head slightly, a mischievous glint in her red eyes. "Ah, the regret about never having a girlfriend, the one that earned you the predator skill." I blinked, face heating up. Hey, I was dying, okay. People get emotional when they're dying." She smiled faintly. "An emotionally charged moment. Highly efficient for skill acquisition, it seems." I groaned, covering my face with one hand. "You're the worst." Her soft laugh melted into a quieter hush as she leaned in, brushing her lips against mine again, not teasing this time, but slow, lingering. It felt like an answer, like a promise we both understood without needing words. We lay like that for a while, tangled together in the quiet afterglow. Her fingers traced light patterns on my skin, and I held her close, feeling each breath and heartbeat settle into calm. Eventually, her breathing slowed, her body growing heavier against mine. I gently adjusted the blanket over us, brushing a stray strand of silver hair from her face. I kissed her forehead softly. "Sleep well, Raphael." And with that, wrapped in the warmth of her presence, I let myself drift into sleep, too peaceful, for the first time in what felt like forever. The soft morning light filtered gently through the curtains, casting a golden hue over the room. I blinked slowly, still nestled beneath the covers, feeling the warmth of the body beside me. My gaze drifted to her, Raphael, her silver blue hair softly splayed across the pillow, her expression peaceful and calm. Her eyes fluttered open, a bit hazy with sleep, then locked onto mine. "Good morning, master," she whispered, voice quiet, almost shy. "Morning," I murmured, my voice still rough from sleep. We stayed like that for a moment. Quiet. Peaceful. The warmth between us lingering like the echo of everything that had happened last night. Then she reached out, brushing her fingers gently across my cheek. "It looks like," she began, her crimson eyes soft but serious, "the part of Shiza's soul that was stuck to yours, it's completely merged now." I blinked slowly, letting the words sink in. She looked at me with a flicker of worry. "Are you okay?" I smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I'm fine, Raphael. I've accepted it all." I sat up slightly, the sheets falling loosely from my shoulders. I don't feel completely female, though. There are still parts of me that feel like who I was before. She nodded gently, squeezing my hand. That's because only a portion of Shiza's soul merged with yours. My gaze softened as I looked down at her, laying so close. Well, that doesn't matter. I just want to live as I am, with you, to enjoy every moment. Before she could say anything, I leaned forward and gently pushed her onto her back. Her eyes widened, surprised, her cheeks beginning to color. I hovered just above her, arms on either side, our faces inches apart. If I've become female now, I whispered, voice laced with playful challenge, will you stop loving me? Her face flushed crimson, but she didn't look away. Her lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. Never, she said softly. If anything, I think I love you even more now. That made me laugh quiet and breathless. You're impossible, I murmured. Then I kissed her again, slow, lingering, filled with everything I couldn't say aloud. When I pulled back, I stayed close, watching her expression. Her eyes shimmered, a little dazed, lips parted slightly, still breathless from the kiss. Master, she whispered, barely audible. I smiled and leaned in again, forehead resting gently against hers. Yeah, I said. She closed her eyes, content. Just, thank you, for loving me. I kissed her again, softly, always. We sat side by side now, the blanket still pooled around our waists, our hands gently entwined between us. The early sunlight played across Raphael's silver-blue hair, and I couldn't stop watching the way it shimmered like spun glass. Her thumb brushed softly across the back of my hand. You're staring again, master, she teased gently, that little smile tugging at her lips. I smirked, leaning closer. Can you blame me? You're really cute in the morning. Makes me want to tease you more. Her cheeks turned faintly pink. Then, you should take responsibility for making me like this. I'd love to, I purred, brushing my nose against her temple. The moment was soft, intimate. I let out a quiet sigh, content to just stay like this forever. Knock knock. We both froze. My lady. Came a voice from the other side of the door. Soft, hesitant, familiar. Ren. I jolted upright, eyes wide. Ren. She's still upset from yesterday, why now? Panic surged through me. We were still under the sheets, completely unclothed. I looked around wildly, heart racing. Clothes. Clothes. I needed clothes. Where were my skills when I actually needed them? Raphael, meanwhile, remained completely composed, sitting up beside me with the sheets wrapped neatly around her. Master, she said gently, shall I assist? Yes. I whispered harshly. Please, hurry. Without so much as a gesture, a soft shimmer of magic enveloped us. A second later, I felt fabric settle against my skin, comfortable, smooth, and perfectly fitted. Raphael's skill work, obviously. She was already fully dressed as well, adjusting a sleeve with elegance only she could manage. AUDIOBOOK don't come in. I started, voice high with alarm, but Raphael just smiled serenely. You may enter, Ren, she called gently, still perfectly calm, even as I whipped toward her in horror. Raphael. Too late. The door handle turned with a quiet click. The door creaked open, and Ren peeked in hesitantly. Pardon me, my lady, I just dash. She froze. Her eyes bounced between me, clearly flustered and clutching a blanket, and Raphael, who sat beside me with a calm expression, and my face. Almost. The same features, same hair, same everything except for those striking crimson eyes. Ren's jaw slowly dropped. Wait a second. Raphael inclined her head with elegance. Good morning, Ren. It is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Ren didn't move. Her eyes were locked on Raphael with intense anime girl meets final boss energy. You've gotta be kidding me. You're the voice that's been talking to me. I blinked. Huh, what voice? Ren pointed at Raphael, then at me, then back again, like her brain was buffering. After the Orc Lord incident, I started hearing this voice. Calm, ultra composed, total Kudir energy. She said she was your skill. Then she waved both hands frantically. But, you didn't say you looked like that. You're basically a clone of my lady with glorious crimson eyes. Do you know what you've done to my heart? I wasn't ready for this doppelganger reveal. Raphael blinked. You did not ask about my appearance. Ren clutched her chest. She got me again with logic and red eyes. I turned toward her, squinting. Wait, you heard Raphael. Ren stepped inside with the gravity of a dramatic reveal. Yeah, right after everything with the Orc Lord, she spoke to me. I thought I was hallucinating at first, but then she mentioned our previous life. Stuff only we would know. So unless I've gone full Ice Guy delusion, I figured she was legit. I stared at Raphael. You never told me you spoke to her. Raphael met my gaze evenly. It was necessary to ensure your safety. Ren was receptive and uniquely positioned to assist. Ren nodded, then brightened with a grin. She told me that part of Shiza's soul had stuck to you after her passing, and that if you didn't gradually accept your new self, your new identity, it could hurt your soul. Then she coughed awkwardly, looking sheepish. She also said the most effective way to help you adjust was through controlled exposure. A slow, gentle push. And the best method? dressing you in feminine clothes to help you accept it little by little. I groaned. So you turned it into a dress-up arc. Ren gave a victorious thumbs up. Exactly. Therapeutic cosplay. And just the right amount of emotional tension to keep the plot spicy. I buried my face in my hands. This is the most anime thing that's ever happened to me. Ren beamed. Actually, the most anime thing that's happened to you is that you got reincarnated with cheat skills, became a walking power fantasy, and you've got a whole bunch of beautiful ladies totally simping for you. Like, next level harem anime energy. She turned back to Raphael, hands on her hips. And, you showing up looking like my lady's crimson-eyed, Kudir twin, that's basically emotional entrapment. I didn't stand a chance. I buried my face deeper into my hands. Simping, seriously, that's how you're phrasing it. Ren shrugged with mock innocence. Well, am I wrong? I blinked at her, puzzled. What does simping even mean in this context? She stared at me for a second before groaning loudly and dragging her hand down her face. Ugh, totally MC level dense. Then she shook her head, muttering, "You're lucky you're cute," before immediately snapping back into her usual rhythm. Anyway, I didn't even get any cheat skills, okay? Like, I didn't wake up with some kind of ultimate sword or god-tier magic. It's not like I can just point at a corpse and say, "Arise," and boom, now I've got a shadow army or something. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't you get a stronger body and you don't need to sleep? Ren crossed her arms with a dramatic sigh. Okay, sure, I did get those, but come on. That's, like, background character perks. I wanted the good stuff, narrative breaking magic, dimension slicing, you know, main heroine energy. Raphael, ever composed, added smoothly, your enhancements were optimized for practical utility. They contributed significantly to Master's emotional and physical well-being. Ren blinked at her. Did you just say I was built for emotional support? Raphael nodded with perfect seriousness. Correct. Ren groaned again. Great. I got Ice Guide and my role is emotional support NPC with light-made flavoring. I tried not to laugh. You're also very good at wardrobe manipulation. Ren pointed at me with faux indignation. That was strategy. Soft power, slow progression. You were like a boss monster with high emotional defense. I had to weaken you with fashion. I gave her a look. You're really committed to this anime terminology, huh? Ren placed a hand over her chest. It's not terminology. It's a lifestyle. Then she smirked, leaning casually against the doorframe. Well, now that you've conquered your first love interest. Her eyes flicked meaningfully toward Raphael. Hopefully I'm next in line. My mouth opened, stunned. Though, she added with a cheeky wink, I'm also perfectly happy just being your perfect maid. For now. There was a moment of silence after Ren's teasing line. Her grin was casual, but her eyes held something warmer, something real. I shifted awkwardly, rubbing the back of my neck. Hey, Ren. She tilted her head. I wanted to say, I'm sorry, for getting mad at you before. I didn't understand what you were doing or why. I thought you were just being, you know, pushy. Ren blinked, surprised, then softened. But you were trying to help me, even if I didn't realize it. She smiled, gentle this time. Took you long enough to figure it out, my lady. I chuckled quietly. Yeah, I guess I can be kind of slow. Ren stepped closer, folding her hands behind her back with a faint blush. Then, as part of my formal forgiveness, may I ask for one small favor? I gave her a wary look. Depends on the favor. She beamed. May I continue referring to you as her? And also, may I continue dash? She coughed suddenly, then cleared her throat with exaggerated innocence. Preparing your clothes each morning. I narrowed my eyes. You were going to say dressing me up, weren't you? Ren raised a hand like she was swearing an oath. I plead the fifth. I sighed, but smiled anyway. Honestly, I don't mind whether it's he or she. And I don't mind if you're the one helping, or she is dash. I glanced briefly at Raphael, who sat elegantly beside me. So do whatever you want, Ren. Ren's eyes sparkled with triumph, but there was something soft behind her usual teasing. Understood, my lady. I'll make sure you look divine every single day. Ren turned on her heel with theatrical flair. Well then, I'm off to choose your outfit for the day. She walked toward the door with a deliberate sway in her step, humming to herself before tossing one last grin over her shoulder. Oh, and just to remind you, I am your perfect maid, remember? And a perfect maid's duty is to wake her master every single morning. I blinked. Wait dash. She raised a finger like a teacher making a point. So, don't do anything weird with Lady Raphael while I'm not around, alright? Ren dash. And if you do? She winked. At least lock the door so I can do the whole polite, may I come in, my lady, routine with class. My face flushed. How about you don't come to wake me at all? Ren gasped, scandalized. Blasphemy. Denied. A perfect maid never neglects her sacred morning duties. She saluted with mock pride. See you soon, my lady. And Lady Raphael, please don't steal too many kisses while I'm gone. With that, she slipped out the door, leaving behind only the faint sound of laughter and my burning embarrassment. I groaned, burying my face in my hands. She's way too good at this. Beside me, Raphael let out the tiniest amused hum. After the door clicked shut behind Ren, the room finally fell quiet again. I turned toward Raphael, no, her, and for a moment, just watched her in the warm morning light. Her crimson eyes met mine, as calm and unreadable as ever, but now I could see it tiny changes. Softness. Humanity. A soul behind the logic. Hey, Raphael. I asked gently. She tilted her head slightly. Yes, master. I hesitated. Then, smiling faintly, I continued. You're the Wisdom Lord, right? Raphael is the name of my skill. I've always called you that, but it's still the name of a thing, not a person. She said nothing, simply listening as always. Waiting. I sat up straighter. You're more than that now. You've always been more to me, but now, I want to acknowledge it. The you that's grown and changed and become someone precious to me. A pause. So how about I give you a proper name? Something flickered in her expression, barely visible, but unmistakably touched. My mind spun through possibilities, and then I smiled. I know, since you've always guided me with clarity, always lit my way when I was lost, your name will be Seal. The moment the word left my mouth, I felt it. A surge of magic. A pull deep in my core. You have named the unique individual, Seal. My body swayed. Seal's eyes widened just slightly as she stood up quickly, catching me as I collapsed forward into her arms. Master. My vision blurred. Warmth spread through my limbs, soothing, heavy, inevitable. Guess naming still hits hard. I mumbled, already drifting. I felt her arms cradle me close, her voice calm and tender near my ear. Please rest, master. I will remain by your side. And as my eyes fluttered shut, I smiled softly, knowing Seal would be there when I woke up. Note. Okay, so. Rimuru already dropped the I love you bomb last chapter. Yes, we're still recovering from that, but this chapter, this was the aftermath. The consequences. The reveal. Because guess what, Ren and Raphael, Seal knew each other this whole time, that whole elegant etiquette boot camp. It was planned, coordinated, strategically deployed to transform one flustered slime into a lady of grace, class, and romantic crisis. Rimuru didn't take it well at first. She didn't even speak to Ren. Ren nearly cried, but in the end they made up. Barely. Progress. And then it happened. Rimuru finally accepted it, her change, her feelings, herself. Woohoo. You heard me right, her. I said what I said, because Rimuru is officially a girl now. Whispers dramatically, of course, if we're being technical, she only merged with part of Shiza's soul, so mentally she's not 100% female, but that's just genius writing on my part in case I mess up later. Teehee built-in lore patching. Iconic. Oh, and it also explains why Rimuru still prefers women. Yes, she prefers women, because that's who she is now, and honestly, she's slaying it. Thank you so much for reading. This was one of the biggest turning points in the story so far. Seal is here. Rimuru's accepted herself. The secrets are out, and next chapter, who knows what other plans have been quietly unfolding in the background. See you there. Ch. 28. The second maid. Warmth surrounded me. Not heat, comfort. A pulse of something soothing cradled me, like being rocked gently in a dream. I stirred faintly, my awareness returning in lazy ripples, the quiet hum of magic still drifting around me. I slowly blinked figuratively, since I was still a slime, and realized I was resting on something soft. A lap. Seal's lap. She looked down at me, smiling softly. Her appearance startled me at first. She no longer looked like a reflection of me. Seal was now fully, unmistakably female. Her figure was elegant and refined, with soft curves and an aura of grace that radiated quiet strength. Her long blue hair shimmered faintly, but her eyes, they were a deep, striking crimson, warm and piercing, the kind that seemed to see through everything and still embrace it. You're awake, she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. Seal. I murmured, still groggy. What happened? I just named you, and then I entered temporary soul rest, she explained gently, brushing her fingers across my slime form with almost tender familiarity. The process of naming me completed our evolution together. I've stabilized into a true individual, a monist, one who governs logic, calculation, and now, devotion. She smiled more fully. Thanks to you, I now exist as myself, not just as a function of your power. I blinked slowly, trying to process everything. That's a lot, I said. Seal chuckled softly. Then allow me to simplify. She leaned down and kissed my slime form, lightly affectionate, warm, and incredibly gentle. My core pulsed in surprise. You named me Seal, she said softly, and in that moment, you gave me freedom. So I will stay by your side, not as a skill, but as someone who chooses to be with you. I felt something shift in me, warm and bright. I slowly gathered magicules and returned to my human form, though something felt a little different. I blinked again, hands smaller, features softer, frame more refined. I looked down at myself. Wait, I look like Seal. And I did. From the long blue hair to the gentle curves and delicate build, we were nearly identical. The only difference was our eyes, her vivid crimson, mine still gold. Seal looked at me fondly. You've stabilized into a form that reflects your inner self, one that accepted all of your evolution, your bond with Shizu, and your emotions. You look around 16 now. And, you are beautiful. I flushed a little but didn't pull away. I was still sitting on her lap. Seal cupped my cheek gently, and I found myself leaning forward instinctively. Our foreheads touched for a moment, and then quietly, naturally we kissed. After a moment, I pulled back slightly, hesitating. I can still feel it. The ultimate skill, Raphael. It's still there, inside me. Seal nodded softly. Yes. That is because the skill remains. She reached up and gently placed her hand over my chest, as though touching the invisible source of that power. Raphael now exists as a pure ultimate skill, its structure, formulas, and functions intact. But the consciousness you once spoke with, the one that guided and learned with you, that was me. And I've been reborn, evolved, and named. Her crimson eyes held mine. I am no longer the will within a skill. I am Seal. Raphael, as it is now, is simply a perfected ability no more alive than any other technique you possess. I stared at her, quietly absorbing it all. So, the Raphael I'd known, spoken with, argued with, grown close to, that voice wasn't gone. She was sitting right here, smiling, warm, alive. Seal, I murmured. She brushed a hand through my hair and pulled me close again. I am still here, master, she said gently. But now, I am only yours. I stayed there quietly, nestled on Seal's lap, the warmth of our kiss still lingering on my lips. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Her hand rested gently on my back, fingertips brushing slow, reassuring circles as if grounding me in this new reality. I leaned into her slightly, cheek resting against her collarbone. So, everything's really changed, huh? Yes, she said softly, resting her chin against my temple. But not all change is loss. Her voice was calm, almost melodic. You still have your strength, your people, your purpose. And now, you have someone who understands you completely. Her fingers gently brushing a lock of hair from my face. I am also stronger now, more efficient than I ever was as Raphael. I can process more, act faster, and support you better, not as a tool, but as a partner. She leaned in again, her lips brushing my forehead this time. You will never be alone again, master. That made my heart flutter more than I was prepared for. A long silence stretched between us, but it wasn't awkward, just full. Eventually, I looked toward the soft rays of light pouring in through the window. I want to introduce you to everyone. You deserve to be seen, to be known. Seal smiled gently but tilted her head, sensing hesitation in my tone. I sighed. But, you look exactly like me. Except for your eyes. If I suddenly show up with a lookalike and tell them, she used to be my ultimate skill, I'm pretty sure Shana's going to faint, Shins will be confused, and Benamera might think I duplicated myself. Seal giggled softly, brushing her fingers through my hair. If it would help you, I can change my appearance. I can craft a form that's less like yours. I turned to look at her seriously, searching her crimson eyes. Seal, tell me honestly. She blinked. Do you want to take another form? Her lips parted slightly in surprise. I held her gaze, voice quiet but unwavering. Don't do it just for my sake. Not because you think it'll make things easier for me. I want to know what you want. Don't lie. Not to me. There was a moment of stillness, long and thoughtful. The light from the window painted gentle hues over her face, catching in her hair like strands of morning dew. Then, slowly, she smiled again. A small, soft, genuine smile. Then I choose this body, she said with quiet certainty. Because it looks like you, and I've always been fond of that. She gently pressed her forehead to mine. And I like that our forms reflect how close we truly are. My chest felt tight in the best way. I reached up and touched her cheek. Good, I whispered. That's all I needed to hear. Seal's eyes fluttered shut at my touch, leaning ever so slightly into my palm. For a brief, quiet heartbeat, everything still, just the two of us and the hush between words. Then, she opened her eyes again, crimson and clear. I will wear a mask, she said calmly, as though she had already foreseen the question forming in my mind. One similar to the kind Shizu once wore. Full face, elegant, mysterious. I blinked. A mask. She nodded. That way, I can stay by your side without stirring too much suspicion. People may notice our resemblance, but they won't guess the truth. To them, I'll be nothing more than a loyal, enigmatic subordinate. A little dramatic, don't you think? She gave me a tiny shrug. It suits our story. Besides, it's more practical than explaining. I used to be an ultimate skill. I sighed because, as strange as it sounded, she was right. I scratched the back of my neck, trying to assemble my thoughts. Then I should make it official, I murmured. You'll be my second personal maid. That gives you a reason to stay close without raising eyebrows. Seal arched a brow. Second. Well, Ren would throw a fit otherwise. Seal smiled with quiet amusement. I don't mind. But then, she tilted her head, voice quieter and more dangerous in its softness. As long as I'm your first wife, I don't mind being second maid. My breath caught. What? She just looked at me, patient, unblinking, honest. I tried to speak, but the words tangled in my throat, and in the end, I said nothing. That silence was enough. Her smile deepened, a flicker of satisfaction warming her usually placid features. Your silent acceptance is noted. I groaned softly and buried my face in her shoulder. You're going to be insufferable now, aren't you? Her arms wrapped around me gently. Only with you. The moment lingered, warm and still. Sitting on her lap just felt natural. Like I belonged there. Like the space between us was never meant to exist at all. But then I heard footsteps faintly approaching outside the room. Seal must have heard them too. Without a word, she gently nudged me, and I slipped off her lap to sit properly beside her instead. It wasn't embarrassment, well, not entirely, it was just self-preservation. If Ren saw me like that, I'd never hear the end of it. I straightened my clothes and cleared my throat just as the door creaked open. In stepped Ren, all elegance and grace, her voice ringing proudly in the air. My lady. She held a carefully folded outfit across both arms, smiling confidently. I have returned. It took some time, but I've finally selected the perfect outfit for you. She stepped in without hesitation, and then her eyes landed on me. Specifically, me, in this new form, sitting neatly beside Seal. Her whole body froze mid-step. Her smile twitched. Her poise cracked. Dash. The outfit in her arms wobbled dangerously as her eyes widened, pupils dilating. My lady. What dash. You're a girl now. I mean kinda. I guess. I flinched slightly, fidgeting with my fingers. I just woke up like this. It's a long story. Ren's eyes darted between me and Seal, then narrowed suspiciously. Did she do something to you? Seal, completely unfazed, offered a small smile. Not quite. I watched the tension build and finally crack. Ren gasped. Why didn't you let me dress you like this earlier? Everything would have fit perfectly. I didn't know I'd look like this until just now. I groaned, flustered. She let out a tragic sigh and raised a gloved hand to her forehead. To think all this time you were hiding a precious form like this from your ever-loyal maid, have you no mercy? I deadpanned. There it is. She broke character. Still, she lowered her hand and offered a softer look. Still, whether you look like this or like before, you're still my lady. That doesn't change. Then, her eyes lit up again. Although, she added slyly, I might need to retake your measurements from scratch. In fact, I insist. I quickly held up a hand. Wait, let me explain first. And so, I did everything about Seal, the mask, our decision to keep things quiet, and the relationship that had bloomed. Ren absorbed it all with a curious expression, then nodded slowly. Your secrets are safe with me, although. She smirked. You owe me so many details later. I regret everything, I muttered. I heard that, my lady, she replied sweetly, setting the clothes down. Now then, shall we get started? Ren clapped her hands once and snapped into work mode. All right, let's get you out of that nightwear, my lady. You have a new image to debut, and I refuse to let you waste even a moment of it in wrinkled silk. I sighed, already sensing I'd lost control of this situation the moment she walked in. Seal stood as well, brushing non-existent dust from her sleeves. Shall I assist? Ren blinked surprised for a split second but then gave a polite nod. Of course, Lady Seal. I would be honored to work alongside you. That was surprisingly smooth. In seconds, the two of them surrounded me, moving with synchronized efficiency and unfastening buttons, Seal folding the discarded garments neatly, both discussing fabrics and silhouettes like fashion generals plotting a battlefield conquest. I was thinking something regal but subtle, Ren murmured, holding up a deep blue corset with silver trim. To bring out her eyes. The gold-threaded embroidery on this cloak matches her aura signature well, Seal agreed, gliding her fingers along the hem of a high-collared cape. And the layered skirts allow for both movement and presence. I suppose we'll go with the laced boots, then. Naturally. Wait, am I being dressed or summoned? I muttered under my breath. They ignored me. Seal stepped forward and began adjusting the collar with delicate precision, while Ren tugged the corset into place and laced the back expertly. I never thought I'd say this, Ren said quietly as she tightened the ribbons, but we actually make a good team. Seal simply nodded. You're quite skilled. I can see why Master trusts you. I coughed. You're both talking like I'm a mannequin. Ren grinned. Correction, a very lovely mannequin. Seal added calmly, a precious one. Naturally. I groaned and slumped a little, which Ren immediately scolded me for because that'll wrinkle the waistline. Still, despite the chaos, I couldn't help but feel warm, safe, even. The two most important people beside me were getting along, laughing, working together, supporting me in more ways than just fashion. Eventually, Ren stepped back with a satisfied smile, and Seal gave a slow nod of approval. There, Ren said, hands on her hips. Absolutely stunning. Seal met my gaze and said softly, perfect. And somehow, despite my mild embarrassment, I smiled too. Thanks, both of you. Ren tilted her head, her expression softening. You don't have to thank us, my lady. Making you look your best is literally my calling. Seal stepped beside her, voice gentler. And mine is simply to be by your side no matter the form. Their words wrapped around me like the cloak I now wore, warm, reassuring. Then Ren gestured behind me with a slight flourish. Now, take a look. I blinked. She gently nudged my shoulder, steering me to face the tall mirror. I turned, and froze. For a long moment, I just stared. It wasn't the elaborate outfit, or the way it fit perfectly like it had always belonged to me. It wasn't even the beautiful fabric or how my hair shimmered in the soft light. It was the person staring back. Me. There was something unmistakably familiar in her eyes. A golden gleam I'd seen 1,000 times before, but now framed with more softness, more emotion, more me. The jawline was delicate but not fragile. The posture unsure but composed. She looked powerful, present, real. I raised a hand. She did too. And in that instant, the hesitation, the doubt fell away like silk sliding from skin. "That's me," I whispered. Behind me, I felt Seal step closer. "It is. You look." Ren trailed off for a second, like even she was caught off guard again. Then she smiled. "Radiant. Like you were always meant to be this way." I looked again at the shimmer of gold threading, at the glint of the laced boots, at the quiet strength in the reflection's posture. Not a disguise. Not an accident. Just me. "I think I finally see it now," I said quietly. "I've changed. I mean I've been changing. But, this is the first time I don't feel like I'm just watching it happen." Seal placed a hand gently on my back. "You were never just watching. You were becoming." I turned toward her. Then to Ren. And I smiled again, this time a little deeper, a little braver. "Thanks. Really. I think I'm ready to be seen." Ren smiled first, folding her arms and tilting her head just slightly. "You're very welcome, my lady. I live to see you look radiant." Seal nodded, her tone quieter, more intimate. "You look more like yourself than ever." Their words warmed something inside me. I felt it stirring quietly in my chest, this mix of gratitude, fondness, and something that felt suspiciously close to peace. "Thanks again," I said, steadier this time. They didn't reply with words, just stayed beside me, shoulder to shoulder, our reflections lined up perfectly in the mirror. And for once, I didn't feel like I had to choose between who I was and who I had become. Ren gave an approving nod as she looked over me one last time. "Flawless. Absolutely flawless." Seal echoed the sentiment with a gentle, "Perfect." I gave them both a grateful smile. "Thanks, really." But Ren was already turning toward the clothing rack with renewed purpose. "Now then, one radiant master deserves a matching maid. Lady Seal, it's your turn." Seal raised an eyebrow. "I take it you've prepared for this." "Obviously," Ren said smugly, pushing forward a second rack. My backup plan had a backup plan. I stepped forward with curiosity. "Ooh, what's in stock?" "3 options," Ren said. "We'll try each, and you'll help me judge, my lady." "Sounds fun," I admitted. And it was. Weirdly fun. The first outfit was a formal deep blue and gold set, long sleeves, polished buttons, a ribbon at the collar. Elegant. Dignified. Seal stepped out wearing it like a noble's retainer. Her poise was flawless, but Ren frowned lightly. "Too stiff." I nodded. "Yeah, she looks like she's about to recite court protocol." Seal tilted her head. "Would you like me to?" "Nope." I quickly said. "Let's try another." The second outfit was a tailored black and gray piece with subtle red accents. The skirt was shorter, layered with an angled hem. The apron had a minimalist design, and the neckline dipped just enough to hint at strength over softness. Silver trim gleamed along the edges of the boots and gloves. Seal stepped out slowly. Ren raised an eyebrow. I blinked. "Whoa, that's intense." Seal adjusted one glove. "It feels efficient." Ren tilted her head. "It's striking. Sharp. But it's too sharp," I said, frowning slightly. "It looks amazing, but it's almost intimidating." Ren gave a slow nod. "Like she's about to interrogate someone instead of serve tea." Seal gave the faintest sigh. "So not this one." I smiled. "You look incredible in it, but it doesn't match the mood. You're not here to make a statement, you're here to stand beside me." Ren stepped forward and gently adjusted a hem. "The other one suited you more quietly. This one is all edge, no softness." Seal gave a polite nod, already turning back to change. "Understood." The third outfit was a classic black and white uniform with a long skirt, high collar, and delicate lace trim, modest and refined. When Seal stepped out, Ren actually clasped her hands in appreciation. "Traditional. Elegant. I like this." I tilted my head. "It's quiet, but not in a bad way." Seal looked down at herself. "It fits perfectly." Ren nodded. "It carries authority without needing to say a word." I stepped closer. "You look like someone who doesn't have to raise her voice to be respected." Seal blinked, just once. "I don't dislike it." Ren smiled faintly. "It's not flashy, but it commands presence. The kind that stands beside my lady without drawing attention away, only reinforcing it." I looked at her again, then smiled. "Yeah, this one's it." Ren nodded. "Agreed. We'll make small adjustments to match my lady's color theme, but the foundation is perfect." Seal looked at her reflection in the mirror, then at me. "Do you like it, master?" I smiled. "Yeah, you look amazing." She gave a soft, rare smile. "Then I accept it." I leaned against the vanity table with a little sigh. "You know, I didn't expect to enjoy this so much. Dressing up, choosing things. I thought it'd feel like losing control, but..." Ren smirked, arms crossed. "It's because you're not losing anything. You're building something new. And we're doing it together," Seal added. That warmth welled up again, familiar now, but still just as powerful. I nodded slowly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Then Ren straightened, brushing imaginary lint from her sleeves, and turned to me with her usual crisp efficiency. My lady, if you'll excuse me, I'll go gather the others and let them know we're ready. You mean the usual chaos crew? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Ren smirked faintly. Exactly, and I'd prefer to prepare them ahead of time. You've already had one dramatic reveal today, no need for another ambush. Unless, of course, you'd like one. I sighed. Let's save the theatrics. Seal folded her hands calmly. Would you like me to go with her? Ren shook her head. No need. You stay here with my lady. I'll handle it. With one last approving glance at both of us, Ren gave a quick curtsy and swept out of the room with purpose. The door clicked shut behind her. And then, stillness. Quiet. Just me and Seal again, standing together in the golden afternoon light, our reflections in the mirror still side by side. Two figures changed, but not lost. The door clicked shut behind Ren, leaving the room steeped in a soft, thoughtful stillness. I turned to look at Seal. She stood quietly at the vanity, her posture graceful, every movement precise. She reached for the final accessory resting on the dresser, a full-face mask, elegant and seamless, styled similarly to the one Shizu once wore. Its surface was smooth porcelain white with subtle gold lining tracing down from the eyes to the cheeks, giving it a timeless, noble feel. The kind of mask that hid everything, yet somehow made the one wearing it feel more complete. She held it in both hands for a moment, then slipped it on with quiet finality. How do I look, master? Her voice was calm and unchanged, though slightly muffled behind the porcelain. Does it suit this form? I stared. She looked powerful. Not just graceful or mysterious powerful. You look. I exhaled. Like someone who could rewrite fate if she wanted to. She tilted her head slightly, a familiar, unseen smile beneath the porcelain. Only yours, if you ask nicely. I groaned softly and hid my face in my hands. Even with a mask, you still flirt. I am yours, mask or no mask, she said simply, as if it were the most natural truth in the world. Before I could gather myself to reply, the door opened again. Ren peeked inside. My lady, Lady Seal. Everything's ready. They're waiting. She stepped in and paused as her eyes fell on Seal. For the briefest second, her usual poise slipped, replaced by a flicker of awe. Then she composed herself again and gave a small approving nod. Very fitting. Seal bowed her head slightly. I smiled. All right, let's go. Seal stepped to my side, quiet and steady. And as we walked toward the door, I glanced once at our reflections in the polished glass. Me, with a small smile. Seal, serene behind her mask. And Ren, walking beside us with quiet pride. Together, we stepped out ready. The heavy doors of the meeting chamber stood closed, muffling the quiet conversations within. Ren stood just ahead, perfectly composed. She turned to glance at me and Seal, giving a final nod. They're ready, my lady. I took a breath. Seal stood silently beside me, dressed in her newly chosen formal-made uniform dark blue and gold, her face hidden behind a full mask reminiscent of Shizu's. Her posture was flawless, her aura calm and collected. I nodded back. Let's do this. Ren stepped forward and pushed open the doors. They opened without fanfare, no trumpets or titles, just the quiet groan of polished wood. 6 pairs of eyes turned to meet us. Seated around the long table were the leaders of Tempest: Benimaru, Shana, Shin, Hakuro, Kaijin, and Rigurd, all rising automatically as we stepped in. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to wide-eyed surprise. Benimaru's brows arched in disbelief. Shana clasped her hands gently at her chest. Shin's jaw dropped for half a second before she covered it with her hand. Kaijin let out a quiet whistle. Hakuro's eyes narrowed with intrigued focus. And Rigurd looked like he might burst into tears. I walked slowly, deliberately, heels clicking softly against the polished stone. Seal followed 2 steps behind me, graceful and silent, her hands folded in front of her. Ren flanked her on the other side, expression unreadable, like the perfect escort. When I reached the head of the table, I came to a stop and offered a small nod. Sorry for being late, I said lightly, trying to ease the tension. Had a bit of wardrobe chaos. Benimaru blinked, then recovered quickly. I see. So that's you, Rimuru-sama. Shin leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming. You look amazing, she breathed. Shana smiled brightly. Truly radiant, my lady. I tried not to squirm under the attention. Thanks. Still getting used to it myself. Kaijin chuckled. Can't say I expected this, but you look good. Hakuro gave a single nod of approval. Graceful as always, even in unfamiliar form. Rigurd, bless him, actually had tears in his eyes. My lady, you honor us. Seal stood behind me like a statue, unmoving, unreadable. But I felt her gaze, her quiet support. It grounded me. I let the silence linger for just a moment longer, then straightened my posture. I want to formally introduce someone to all of you, I said, my voice even. This is Seal. Starting today, she'll serve as my second personal maid alongside Ren. A few surprised murmurs passed around the room. She'll be assisting me in both personal and official matters, I continued smoothly. I trust her completely. And that's all you need to know. Benimaru tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing in curiosity. That mask, is there a reason she hides her face? She has her reasons, I replied simply. And I've given her permission. Her identity is not up for discussion. Shana nodded with quiet understanding, while Shin frowned a little more confused than suspicious. Kaijin crossed his arms. That's fine by me. If you trust her, that's more than enough. Hakuro's gaze lingered on Seal for a moment longer, clearly analyzing her presence and stance, but he didn't press. Rigurd straightened up and gave a reverent bow. We shall welcome Lady Seal with the same respect and loyalty we offer to you, my lady. Seal gave a small bow in return, perfectly timed and silent. Regal, unshakable. She won't be involved with frontline work, I clarified. Her role will mostly be close support for me logistics, coordination, and other internal matters. Ren added calmly, she has already proven herself quite capable. I'm honored to work beside her. That seemed to settle any lingering doubts. Benamara nodded with a faint smile. Got it. If she's part of your inner circle, she's part of ours. Shana smiled gently toward Seal. I look forward to working with you. Seal remained quiet behind her mask, offering only a slow, elegant nod in acknowledgement. No explanations. No elaborate stories. Just presence and trust. And, thankfully, no one questioned it further. I exhaled quietly through my nose and moved to take my seat at the head of the table. All right, I said, finally letting my tone relax a bit. Now that the introductions are done, shall we begin the meeting? Note. And with that, Rimuru has officially introduced Seal as her personal maid. Elegant, composed, and just a tiny bit intimidating. Seal's entrance marks a whole new dynamic in the story. No longer just a voice in Rimuru's head, she now stands at her side, calm mask and all, ready to cause confusion, subtle chaos, and lots of fluffy moments. Also, now that this major reveal is out of the way, we'll finally be shifting focus toward the saving the kids arc. Time for Rimuru to face new challenges, build new bonds, and maybe learn a little more about herself along the way. Thank you as always for reading. See you in the next chapter. Ch. 29, to Human Nation. Benamara studied me a moment longer, his brows knitting faintly. Forgive me for being blunt, but, weren't you male before, my lord? I scratched the back of my neck, offering a sheepish smile. Yeah, that's not wrong, but it's complicated. When I first got this human form, I used Shizusan's body as the template. Her soul was mixed in with mine for a time, and it left an impression, one that never really went away. I looked down briefly, then met their eyes again. Over time, I guess I started feeling more comfortable like this. It's not about gender or labels, really, just about being myself. There was a pause. Not tense, just thoughtful. Shana gave a soft, understanding smile. If this is the form you've chosen, then it must be the right one. Shin nodded firmly. Doesn't matter what you look like, you're still you. Hakuro gave a respectful bow. Indeed, your presence has not changed. Benamara slowly exhaled, his serious expression easing into something more accepting. Then we'll follow as always, my lady. Ren stepped forward at that, one gloved hand elegantly at her chest. As of now, I ask that everyone refer to my mistress properly. She is Lady Rimuru. A brief silence. Then, one by one, the group bowed. Yes, Lady Rimuru, they chorused. I blinked. Wait, that's a little sudden, don't you think? Ren turned slightly, giving me the most innocent expression I've ever seen her wear, an expression I didn't trust at all. I'm simply maintaining etiquette, my lady. I sighed. Too late to stop this train now. Behind me, I felt Seal shift slightly, standing just a touch closer. Even with the mask, her quiet support was obvious. All right, I murmured. Lady Rimuru it is, I guess. Ren smiled, victorious. I glanced around at my closest companions, the ones who'd seen me through everything so far. I'd like everyone to know about Seal, I began, my voice steady. And about me, the changes I've gone through. But there's no need for a grand announcement. Just let it spread naturally, quietly, no fuss. Behind me, Seal shifted ever so slightly, her presence a quiet support. Ren, standing to my left with her usual composed grace, gave a light nod. As you wish, my lady. I'll ensure the word is passed through appropriate channels. Then she added, her tone still calm but edged with subtle finality, and while doing so, I'll make it clear that Lady Rimuru is to be regarded and addressed as female from now on. There was a beat of silence, just enough to feel the message settle in. I sighed lightly, half amused. Guess that part's happening whether I say it or not. Seal said nothing, but I could sense her satisfaction. Ren didn't smile, at least not visibly, but something about her stance softened for the briefest moment before she resumed her flawless posture, the perfect maid once again in front of everyone else. I looked around at everyone gathered in the meeting room, all waiting patiently for what I had to say. I want to go to a human town, I began, keeping my tone calm but firm. Specifically, in Gracia. That earned a few surprised glances, but I didn't stop. I'm not going just to sightsee. There's something I have to do, something important. Their attention sharpened, and I took a quiet breath before continuing. Before Shiza passed, she asked me to save some children. Rigurd frowned, clearly distressed. Then this is no diplomatic mission, it's a personal one. Exactly, and I want to keep it quiet. No entourage, no political noise. Just me, doing what Shizu couldn't. Hakuro stroked his beard, brows furrowed. Still, if something were to happen to you, Lady Rimuru, it would destabilize not just Tempest, but the entire alliance. You must understand our concern. Benimaru folded his arms. Then let's compromise. We send protection small, discreet, enough to keep you safe without drawing attention. I'll go, Shin said immediately, standing up. I winced slightly. You're strong, Shin, but subtle, not so much. She blinked, then slowly sat back down with a pout. I'll prepare your travel arrangements, Ren cut in smoothly. Local currency, a secure route, emergency contingencies, discreet attire, of course. I raised a brow. You've already started on that, haven't you? Ren allowed herself the faintest smirk. I had a feeling. Seal will come with me, I confirmed. We'll keep our heads down, focus on saving the kids, and stay out of the spotlight. Rigurd bowed solemnly. Then we will trust in your judgment, Lady Rimuru, and pray for your safe return. Thanks, I said, smiling. All of you. Despite all the change I'd been through, despite how uncertain I still felt about myself sometimes, they were still here, loyal, steady, believing in me for who I was, not just what I'd become. And that was enough. Benimaru glanced at me again, thoughtful. If subtlety is key, then perhaps So-I can assist from the shadows. He's the best at remaining unseen. So-I, quiet as ever, gave a nod from his position against the wall. I can deploy a body double to accompany you in person, while I coordinate from a distance. That way, you gain protection without drawing attention. That'd be perfect, I said. Thank you, So-I. And Ranga. Hakuro added gently. Will he be joining you as well? I smiled. Of course. He won't stay behind even if I told him to. He can remain hidden in my shadow most of the time, like usual. No one will even know he's there unless we need him. A faint, pleased rumble echoed from beneath the floorboards. Ranga's version of a wagging tail. Seal nodded in approval. With those additions, our security will be more than sufficient. Ren cleared her throat delicately. Then I'll finalize the travel logistics and ensure your group blends in. As the discussion settled into quiet agreement, I glanced around the room, then added, one more thing. For this journey, I'd like to ask Cabal, Elin, and Gito to be my guides. That drew a few raised eyebrows. They know the roads, they're used to travel between nations, and they've already worked with me before. Their experience will help us blend in and they won't ask questions they don't need answers to. Benimaru gave a short nod. They're trustworthy. I turned toward So-I. Could you reach out to them? Ask if they'd be willing to escort me to Ingratia. Quietly. So-I bowed without hesitation. Understood. I will find them and explain the situation. If they agree, I'll have them prepared as soon as possible. Thanks, I said, offering him a grateful smile. 3 adventurers as cover, Ren murmured thoughtfully, already scribbling mental logistics behind that calm exterior. That works in our favor. The fewer eyes on you, the better. And if they do ask questions? Hakuro asked quietly. I'll tell them just enough, I said. That I want to travel discreetly. That I've changed a little. And that I need help reaching somewhere important. They're good people, they won't press. As the meeting concluded and the others began to disperse, Ren stepped forward with her usual precision. Well then, she said, adjusting her gloves, it's time we prepared your attire for the journey. I raised a brow. No more gowns and corsets. She gave a small, elegant scoff. Hardly fitting for an adventurer. You and Lady Seal will be traveling openly, so your appearance should reflect that: capable, composed, and inconspicuous. But still stylish, of course. I chuckled. Naturally. Seal stepped to my side, her voice calm and steady. I will accompany Master not as a maid, but as her traveling partner. A fellow adventurer. Ren gave a firm nod. That will work perfectly. I'll prepare coordinated outfits for both of you designed for function and flexibility. Cloaks, leather belts, reinforced boots, and tunics suitable for combat or travel. Her tone turned lightly instructional. You'll look like seasoned adventurers. No royal crests, no identifying insignias. Just 2 capable travelers with a purpose. You've already started designing them, haven't you? I asked, smirking. Ren's lips twitched. I had a feeling you'd agree to this trip. Seal tilted her head thoughtfully. Something practical. A tunic and long coat, perhaps. Hidden pockets. Utility-based, but clean. Color palette. Ren asked, already pulling out fabric swatches from somewhere. How did she do that? Earth tones for me, I said. Something subtle. I don't want to stand out too much. Deep blue or charcoal for me, Seal added. It will blend into most terrain and suits my frame. Ren nodded sharply. Understood. You'll each try on a few sets before the final decision. And yes, she added, giving me a pointed look, you will pick a favorite. I groaned playfully. Can't I just pick whatever doesn't make me trip over my own cloak? No, Ren and Seal said in unison. I sighed. Okay, let's get this started, then. As Ren sorted through the swatches and materials, I crossed my arms and tilted my head thoughtfully. Actually, since we're going as adventurers, maybe we should appear a little older. Ren glanced up. Older. Yeah, I mean, two girls who look 16 wandering around monster-infested roads, that's bound to raise a few eyebrows, and draw the wrong kind of attention. Seal, ever composed, nodded in agreement. Maturity conveys authority. If we appear closer to 20, people may treat us more seriously. Ren blinked. You can change your age. I grinned. Shape-shifting body, remember? I already control my form on a basic level. It wouldn't be hard to push it a few years older. A little taller, slightly longer legs, more defined features, nothing drastic. She stared for a long second. Why am I only now hearing about this? I shrugged. You never asked. Ren sighed. Of course. Silly me, for assuming the ability to manipulate age. Appearance would be something my master might mention at some point. Seal's expression remained perfectly still, but I could feel her amusement through the bond. It's true, she said. Even I wasn't sure until recently. But it is a logical adjustment. Thank you, I said, giving Ren an innocent smile. Besides, don't you think a pair of competent 20-something adventurers will draw less suspicion than two adorable teenagers with suspiciously perfect hair and synchronized outfits? Ren gave me the flattest look I'd seen all week. I'll admit, that's reasonable. Was that agreement I just heard? I gasped dramatically. She narrowed her eyes. Don't get used to it. Still, as she returned to her work with renewed focus measuring lengths, adjusting sketches, her motions had the smallest hint of a smirk. Maybe she was a little proud of the idea. And as I watched Seal quietly adjust her own features just a touch more height, a slightly older look to her jawline, a grown elegance in her posture, I found myself smiling too. Yeah, this might actually work. Ren worked swiftly, precise as ever, as she laid out 3 distinct outfits across the long table. The silks, leather, and fastenings gleamed in the afternoon light streaming through the windows. All right, she said crisply, since you'll be traveling incognito as adventurers, and since you've both decided to take on more mature forms, I've prepared 3 options. Functional, appropriate and flattering, of course. I looked down at myself, taller, with a sharper figure, long blue hair cascading in soft waves down my back, golden eyes slightly more intense than before. I hadn't lost my youthful softness, but now there was a grace to me I hadn't quite had before. Seal stood at my side, identical but for her red eyes. Her presence had grown more composed, more commanding. With her usual calm expression and elegant posture, she looked like a noblewoman in disguise. We really did look stunning. Ren stepped aside and gestured toward the first outfit. Outfit 1, Midnight Scout. A fitted navy tunic with reinforced black leather accents, silver-threaded fastenings running along the chest and sleeves. A lightweight ash-gray cloak draped over the shoulders, and soft-soled black boots completed the look. A sleek belt for knives or pouches sat ready nearby. Seal slipped into it and turned slowly. The outfit hugged her curves in all the right ways while still being practical. Her movements were fluid, quiet, precise. It's gorgeous, I said honestly, but we'd probably get mistaken for spies. Ren gave me a nod. Fair. It's a bit too shadow operative. Seal, already halfway out of it, simply moved on. Outfit 2, Ember Traveler, skirt version. A crimson short-sleeved vest over a high-collared cream blouse, paired with a sleek black pleated skirt that brushed just above her knees. Gold embroidery spiraled down the edges of the skirt and vest, elegant yet bold. A layered mantle in red and brown hues hung from her shoulder, giving a striking silhouette. Brown gauntlets and polished high boots finished the ensemble, with just enough ruggedness to remain practical. When Seal stepped out wearing it, I blinked. She looked powerful, elegant in a different way, like a noblewoman who had chosen the road over courtly halls. Mature, adventurous, but maybe too noticeable. It looks amazing, I murmured, but maybe not what we're going for. Too many eyes. Ren adjusted the hem of the skirt slightly. Agreed. It's beautiful, but a little too tailored. Seal gave the faintest sigh, still expressionless, but we could tell she understood. She turned and stepped away once more. Outfit 3, Stormwalker Ensemble. Deep blue long coat, sleek and tailored, with subtle silver trimming. Beneath it, a black belted tunic and fitted pants designed for long-distance travel. A short cloak over one shoulder with a brass clasp. The boots were practical but cleanly designed, and the coat moved like water when she walked. Seal emerged, and this time, neither Ren nor I said a word. She was breathtaking. Mature, mysterious, and effortlessly elegant. The outfit gave her a presence like someone you'd admire in passing, but hesitate to approach. Just enough style, just enough anonymity. That's the one, I said after a moment. That's you. Ren nodded firmly. Perfect. Seal gave a tiny nod. Then I shall wear this with pride. She didn't need to say more. It suited her completely. And now, Ren said, turning to me, your turn. Already. I blinked. I stepped behind the screen. The outfit Ren had selected was already waiting, and from the first glance, I could tell she'd put her whole heart into this one. Rimuru's outfit, Azure Crest Wanderer. A high-collared midnight blue jacket with sapphire lining and silver crest detailing at the belt. Beneath it, a sleeveless white blouse tucked into a black pleated skirt, the hem landing slightly above the knees. Tall black boots with silver fasteners hugged the calves, adding height and grace. A sheer blue-gray cloak billowed from the shoulders, light as air. Fingerless gloves and a practical side pouch completed the look. When I stepped out, both Seal and Ren turned. Ren's breath caught. "You look beautiful." I turned slowly to examine myself in the mirror. The skirt flowed with every step elegant, just a touch bold, but undeniably practical. "Not too much?" I asked. Ren shook her head. "You look like someone people admire from a distance, not someone they question." Seal stepped beside me, offering a rare smile. "It suits you, master." I nodded, then added, "Going as girls might have drawn trouble. But as women in our 20s, we'll blend in better. Be taken seriously." Ren frowned slightly, arms crossed. "Still can't believe you just shifted ages like that." I shrugged. "It's convenient. And fun." She muttered something about magical freeloaders again, but I saw the ghost of a smile tug at her lips. We spent the next hour checking belts, cloaks, boots, and hoods, practicing movements, walking side by side like seasoned travelers. No titles, no weight of leadership, just Seal and me, two beautiful adventurers, preparing to step into the world together. For now, we were free. Just as Ren began neatly packing away the remaining outfit choices, a soft rustle of air whispered beside me. So I appeared without a sound, kneeling respectfully. "Lady Rimuru," he said, voice low and calm. "A report." I straightened slightly. "Go ahead." "The three adventurers Cabal, Elin, and Giddo are already en route. They received your request and set out immediately from Blumund." That was quick. "They're expected to arrive within 2 or 3 days, so I continued, assuming no delays on the road. Gobda is accompanying them, though I doubt he's contributing much to their pace." I chuckled. "That's fine, as long as they get here in one piece." So I nodded. They were reportedly eager. Elin, in particular, said she was looking forward to seeing you again. I smiled at that. "Good. Once they arrive, we'll brief them, and then we can start moving forward with the plan." So I bowed once more. "Understood. I will keep watch on their approach." "Thanks, so I. Let me know if anything changes." With that, he vanished just as quietly as he'd arrived. I turned to Ren, who was adjusting the fit of my cloak one last time. "Looks like we've got 2 or 3 days to prepare," I said. She gave a soft nod. "Then I'll make sure you and Lady Seal are fully equipped before departure. No loose ends." I nodded back, a little thrill building in my chest. It was starting to feel real now. The journey, the mission, the future, and I wasn't going alone. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. Ren coordinated every detail with her usual perfection: equipment checks, emergency contingencies, and travel attire for both me and Seal. I mostly stayed out of her way unless I was getting fitted for something or dragged into a briefing. Shana prepared supplies for the road, Seal reviewed our route, and Shin insisted on sharpening every weapon we owned, even the decorative ones. Then, right on time, they arrived. "Hey, Rimuru," Elin called out, waving with that easygoing grin of hers. Cabal and Giddo followed close behind, both looking a little more serious but just as relieved to see me. "Glad to see you again," I said, stepping forward. "We heard rumors that you'd changed," Cabal said cautiously, eyeing me up and down. "Right, about that," I said with a light sigh. "Yeah, I look different now." Giddo rubbed the back of his neck. "You're a woman now." I nodded. "Sort of. It's complicated. Shizu's soul partially merged with mine, so my form changed. But don't worry, I'm still me." Elin blinked. "Wait, Shizu really?" I nodded again. "Yeah, it wasn't something I expected either, but I've come to accept it." They all exchanged glances, but none of them looked alarmed, just surprised. "Still the same Rimuru underneath?" Cabal asked. "Completely." "Then that's all that matters," Elin said simply, grinning. "Honestly, you make a pretty cute lady boss." I laughed a little. "Thanks. I think." Then I turned slightly, gesturing to the composed figure behind me. "Also, I'd like to introduce someone. This is Seal, my second personal maid." She stood straight, dressed in her dark blue and gold uniform, the full mask covering her face giving her an air of formality and mystery. Seal bowed with elegance without saying anything. Elin raised a brow but nodded. "She's intense." "She's incredibly capable," I said. "And she'll be traveling with us." "She looks more like a knight than a maid," Cabal muttered. "She can be both," I said, smirking. After going over the basics of our route and final prep plans, everyone dispersed to finish loading up supplies and tighten saddles. "We'll be traveling in disguise," I said quietly. "So, while we're on the road, can you stop calling me master? Just call me Rimuru. It'll be easier that way." Seal went completely still. "Rimuru," she repeated, softly. A pause. She turned her face slightly away, but even with the mask, I could feel the shift in her aura. "Embarrassed? Flustered?" "Wait," I said, narrowing my eyes. "Are you blushing?" "I am not," she replied immediately too quickly. I laughed under my breath. "You've said, master, so many times it's probably ingrained in you now." "This is simply an operational adjustment," she muttered, voice quieter than usual. But then, she glanced at me again, and in a softer voice said, "Rimuru." I blinked, caught off guard by how nice that actually sounded coming from her. My name, spoken like that, it felt personal. Intimate. I smiled. You'll get used to it. She gave the barest nod, but I could sense the warmth in her presence. Thank you for coming with me, I said. Her hand brushed mine ever so lightly. Of course. Rimuru. My heart gave a quiet flutter at that. After a long pause, I cleared my throat. All right, let's not keep them waiting. Together, we stepped out from behind the cart and made our way to the others. Just before we joined the group, I activated my transformation. My body shifted subtly, growing taller, more mature. My features settled into my adult form, graceful, elegant, powerful. Beside me, Seal followed suit. Her posture adjusted, her stride longer, her presence commanding. Still masked, still quiet, but somehow even more striking. Giddo's jaw dropped. Whoa, Rimuru, you look completely different again. It's still me, I said casually. We're just taking our adult forms for this journey. Easier to blend in this way. Elin blinked, looking between the two of us. You really do look like a noble couple. Seal stayed silent, but I caught the very faintest tilt of her head. Well then, I said, stepping up beside our cart. Let's get going. And just like that, our little party set out. The wagon rocked gently as it rolled along the forest path, the soft creaking of wheels and the occasional chirp of birds filling the air. The interior was quiet and calm, save for the subtle rhythmic sway of travel. I was curled up in my slime form, nestled comfortably in Seal's lap. It was more spacious this way, and frankly, a lot cozier. Her fingers moved with absent-minded grace as she patted my surface gently, her gloved touch oddly soothing. Every so often, when a bump in the road was coming up, she would lift me in her arms with practiced ease, cradling me softly against her chest. I can feel her breast softly touching my slime form. I am sure she is doing it on purpose, and since she is in adult form, which makes her breast larger than my normal human form, it was embarrassingly pleasant. Warm, secure, and just the right amount of soft. I wasn't going to admit it aloud, but being held like that, especially with how perfectly she fit against me, made the trip far more enjoyable than it had any right to be. I let out a low, content hum from within as I rested there, pressed against her. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the peace. Geld turned back toward me from the front seat. Lady Rimuru, what will we do for lunch? There's a resting house a ways ahead. Ever prepared as always. Nice one, Geld. Let's take a break and have ourselves a meal in there. That lit up the mood across the wagon instantly. The adventurers Elin, Cabal, and Giddo had taken surprisingly well to the comforts of the Tempest-designed wagon, and with the view out the windows, they were practically spoiled. Not that I blamed them. When we pulled up at the small wooden structure nestled in the shade of the trees, Geld hopped down from the coachman's seat with his usual efficiency. The Rongo was pulling us, he didn't need any tending, he was faithfully following the route like it was on cruise control. Still, Geld had insisted on riding up front, saying he'd take up too much space inside otherwise. That was just like him, serious, dependable, and committed to his role. I loved that about him. The perfect artisan. As we stepped out into the clearing, the cool breeze brushed past my cheeks. I glanced at Seal, who had just smoothed her sleeves and adjusted her clothes, expression unreadable behind her face-covering mask. She looked immaculate as ever. While the others set up for lunch, we discussed plans between bites. The route to Blumund was still only partially cleared, with about a third of the forest left untouched. We've made solid progress, I said, unfolding the map. We'll need to keep checking elevation as we go. Elin nodded. We'll follow your lead. Honestly, I'm surprised how much easier it is traveling with Tempest's crew. You've really thought of everything. I just smiled. After another hour or so of journeying in the wolf-drawn wagon, we finally reached the edge of the current road construction. The dense forest stretched ahead like an endless sea of green, the untamed wilds waiting beyond the cleared path. I glanced out the window and then turned to the group. From here on, I imagine we'll be switching to traveling on foot. Ah, so that's where we'll be coming in, Cabal said eagerly, leaning forward with a grin. You certainly will, I replied with a smile. Make me proud. Sure thing. Elin chimed in. Absolutely. Giddo nodded with enthusiasm. About time I had something to do, boss. Cabal added, already energized at the prospect. Their excitement was contagious, and I felt a thrill of anticipation bubble up inside me. We finished our meal quickly and packed up, ready to continue. Geld and his crew of high orcs came to see us off at the edge of the forest. Geld paused, glancing around the dense greenery with a soldier's wariness. Deep in forest. The forest of Jura doesn't take kindly to the unprepared. I gave him a relaxed smile. Good thing we came prepared, then. Cabal let out a short laugh and adjusted his grip on his sword. Prepared might be an understatement with you around. I'm starting to think we're the dangerous ones here. Seal walked quietly beside me, her masked face unreadable, but her steady presence felt like a silent promise, calm, watchful, unshaken. With a deep breath, we stepped into the shadowed forest ahead, ready for whatever awaited. As we disembarked, Cabal quickly drew a dagger and began slicing through the thick, coiled vines blocking our path, carving out a gap just large enough for someone to squeeze through. Giddo crouched down, placing an ear to the ground to listen for any signs of nearby danger, while Elin hurried around us, casting spells to grant insect repellents, poison detection, and light bodily defenses. This forest was thick with threats: poisonous insects, venomous plants, and thorny vines lurking in the shadows, and their experience navigating this kind of terrain was clear. I walked quietly in human form, dressed in the clothes Ren had prepared for me, blending in as just another odd companion to this group of adventurers. As we moved forward, my fingers found Seal's hand, and I gently squeezed it. Her soft grip tightened in response, grounding me amidst the unknowns of the forest of Jura. We continued in this vein for 3 hours. The sun was already dipping low, signaling evening, a good time to set up camp and prepare dinner. But the 3 adventurers didn't show any sign of slowing down. Instead, they huddled together, voices low, faces slick with cold sweat. We were walking along a path that, for some reason, I felt like I'd been on before. What exactly were they up to? I figured I could leave it to them. They were veterans, after all. But one of them looked on the verge of tears, and that caught my attention. Better butt in. Hey, you guys aren't lost, are you? And no, of course not, I don't imagine. Cabal's voice sounded off, a little shaky. That didn't sit right with me. Were we really okay? I called up a mental map. This was definitely a route we'd traveled earlier. Maybe it was my imagination, but no, I couldn't be wrong. Quit screwing with me, guys. You're lost, aren't you? The 3 of them shivered and immediately bowed their heads in unison. I'm sorry. They admitted defeat, clearly rattled. Lost, really? These guys were professionals, or so I'd thought. Ah well. We weren't in any real hurry, and honestly, I wasn't feeling up to setting up camp here in the forest. There'd be huts waiting in the construction zone, we could rest there instead. As I walked alongside them, I kept a gentle hold on Seal's hand. Her touch was a quiet comfort in the growing darkness, steady and reassuring. We made it back in about an hour, following the trail we had blazed earlier. Using thought communication, I warned Geld so they'd have food ready for us upon arrival. My 3 companions couldn't have looked more sheepish. How could we have gotten lost in a place like that? Giddo muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Kind of hurts my confidence. Elin added, biting her lip. Yeah, and I'm supposed to be a pro at forest trails, so this is even worse for me. Cabal admitted with a rueful grin. Giddo seemed to take it the hardest, but it hurt them all, especially given how much they wanted to impress me. Geld responded by holding up a single flower between 2 fingers. Maybe this was the cause. I leaned in closer. What's that? That's a baffledil, isn't it? Elin exclaimed. They're a collection target for B-ranked guild quests. Not exactly easy to track down. The flower was rare, known for its hallucinogenic effects that disrupted the environment around it. It was sought after for use in magical items. Yep. This guy's been delaying our work effort today, too, Geld said, bowing to the trio. Sorry I didn't warn you about it earlier. He hadn't bothered because he figured with my magic sensibility, we couldn't possibly get lost. He had a point, after all, I had flown over this patch of forest to help plan the route. The idea that I'd get lost walking more slowly through it probably never crossed his mind. It wasn't really Geld's fault. If anything, it was mine for wanting to have an authentic adventurer experience without relying on any cheat skills. Oh no, I'm sorry for being negligent myself. I'll make sure to help them out more tomorrow. Geld said. By then, Geld's crew had already tracked down and uprooted the baffledils in the area to prevent further interference. There were over 100 stuffed into a bag inside their storehouse. Seeing an opportunity, I swallowed them into my stomach's skill and had them analyzed. They were relieved. Burning the flowers would only release the hallucinogens into the air, and burying them risked them taking root and causing trouble again later. If they were rare enough for the guild to assign quests on them, it was a win-win solution. That was our first day on the road. Note: now that everyone has started to accept Rimuru as female, the story takes a new turn with the beginning of the journey to save the children. This marks a fresh chapter full of challenges, growth, and heartfelt moments. Thank you all for reading and supporting Rimuru's evolving path. It means the world. Get ready for some exciting developments ahead. See you in the next chapter. Ch. 30, Celine Virelia. After about a week of this and that, we finally reached the edge of the forest. It was mostly along the trail I originally surveyed from the air, and we didn't waste much time along the way. I was in no hurry, though. I'd been enjoying the sights and wonders along the journey. I never tired in slime form, really, and by definition I never got dirty per se, so I admittedly had an easier time of it than others. Elan's cleaning magic or whatever she had helped a lot, though. I tried it out, and my version was more powerful anyway, so I cast it on the rest. The results reportedly made the journey quite a bit more pleasant for them. Building a campfire was a snap, and we had a lot of food along with us. More than anything, though, the wolf wagon in my stomach, complete with long, sofa-like seating and a solid roof, was excellent. There were sofas in the front and back, facing each other, letting 2 people use them as beds. I didn't need to sleep and thus could keep watch every night, but they were too polite to let me. So 2 of us took turns keeping watch while 2 rested inside. Blumund. A smaller kingdom, population under 1 million. It consisted mainly of little villages, collected into regions ruled by noble lords. The only big settlement to speak of was the capital. It was seriously a super tiny country. Guided by my trio of friends, we proceeded to a rural village. The tranquil sight of it, surrounded by fenced-in fields, greeted us past the forest. Our first mission was to reach the Blumund office of the Free Guild in the capital. There, I planned to meet up with Fuse and have him write an invitation to see Grand Master Yuaki Kagurazaka. No way would they let me just walk up and see the man. I figured I'd need some kind of reference. Fuse had already sent word that he'd be okay with this, so presumably, he'd get that thing written up once I arrived. There was a regular passenger route from this village to the city, serviced by 2 stagecoaches a day. It took less than 3 hours to reach our destination. It was a small kingdom and thankfully one with a pretty decent road infrastructure. Transport didn't seem to be a problem. Soon, we were walking down the bustling streets of Blumund's capital. It wasn't a large city by any stretch, but the lively hum of merchants shouting deals, guards casually patrolling, and townsfolk going about their day gave it a welcoming atmosphere. I was wearing the clothes Ren had prepared for me, simple but fitting for an adventurer trying not to stand out too much. Seal walked beside me, her long coat flowing gracefully with each step. Her posture was as composed and elegant as ever, the mask hiding her face lending her an air of quiet mystery. We moved in perfect sync, 2 figures blending into the crowd but carrying the subtle presence of seasoned travelers. Ahead, the Free Guild office came into view, an imposing stone building rising 5 stories tall. It was one of the tallest structures in the city, and its solidity conveyed the guild's importance. I'd been looking forward to this moment, getting the invitation from Fuse so I could meet the Grand Master Yuaki Kagurazaka. I knew it wouldn't be easy to just walk in without some sort of reference, so this was the first step. I glanced at Seal, who gave a slight nod, as if reassuring me. "Let's get this done," I murmured. Behind us, Giddo, Elin, and Cabal kept a steady pace, their eyes surveying the streets with the cautious confidence of true adventurers. They'd already proven their worth on the trail, and now, as we approached the guild's doors, I could feel the anticipation building not just in me, but in all of us. Behind us followed Elin, Cabal, and Giddo, all dressed plainly but ready for whatever lay ahead. As we pushed open the guild doors, the lively chatter of adventurers and guild staff filled the air. Immediately, heads turned. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Wow, are those 2 seriously just walking in here? Those women, they're stunning." The room seemed to pulse with a sudden energy as eyes roamed over us, 2 striking figures, calm and confident in their steps. A group of seasoned adventurers paused their conversation, jaws dropping slightly. "That must be the first time this place has seen 2 beauties walk in together like that," a gruff warrior muttered to his companion, his eyes still fixed on us. Nearby, a younger mage nudged his friend. "You think they're really new? They don't look like typical rookies." Seal's silent elegance and the mask only added to the intrigue, while I kept my composure and glanced at my companions. The murmurs around us softened as they spotted Elin, Cabal, and Giddo standing just behind me. Adventurers who'd worked with them before gave quick nods or smiles, whispering low praises about their skills. The trio took me to the general affairs counter. Cabal gestured confidently. "Registration's right over there, boss." Elin added cheerfully, "Ooh, I'm sure they'll put you in the adventurer ranks in no time flat, Rimuru." Giddo grinned. "I don't even think they'd make you take the test, for that matter." It was just before evening by the time we got in line. The front lobby had a calm atmosphere for now, but it was clear it would soon swell with people, those returning from the field after a day of work. If we wanted to get this done quickly, we had to move fast. When it was finally our turn, I stepped forward and said firmly, "I'd like to register as an adventurer, please." The clerk nodded, eyes flicking between me and Seal, then to my companions. "Very well. We'll need your details and to process the necessary paperwork first." I filled out the sheet handed to me: name, age, special skills, birthplace, and so on. The clerk said, "Just whatever you can fill out is fine." So I wrote my name and, under special skills, swordsmanship. Beside me, Seal was doing the same, her form calm and composed as she quietly filled in her details. That was all it took for a general-purpose membership. Now, both Seal and I needed to decide which departments to join. Given our achievements, we were qualified for all 3 monster slaying, retrieval, and exploration, which made the choice tougher than I expected. I decided to start with monster slaying. Retrieval missions meant venturing into the forest to track down specific items, and exploration required a test in man-made ruins over in Inglisia to assess investigative skills. Monster slaying was the only test available right here, right now. As I filled out the form, I heard voices shouting from nearby. "Hey, lookin' good, Cabal. Elin's looking just as beautiful today as always. What are you, blind?" Anyone who isn't amazed at Giddo's pure manliness is just an idiot. The cheers were aimed at my companions, and honestly, it confused me. Why were Cabal and his friends so revered here? They were just as much celebrities in this guild as they had been back in village. I glanced at Seal, who stood quietly beside me, her masked face unreadable but her posture calm and confident. The woman behind the desk raised an eyebrow as she glanced over my form. Her tone was calm but firm. "Monster slaying, you say? It's not the easiest path, especially for new adventurers. Are you sure you want to start there?" I nodded. "Yes, I'm ready." She gave a small, approving smile. "Very well. We'll schedule your assessment soon. And what about you?" she asked, turning her gaze to Seal. Seal stepped forward gracefully, her masked face unreadable but her posture confident. "I will register for monster slaying as well," she said quietly, her voice steady. The clerk glanced at her form and nodded. "2 new candidates for the same department. That will make things easier for scheduling." The woman at the counter stood up, slipped into her office, and came back with a man I assumed was the examiner. Stocky, scowling, and walking with a slight limp, he gave off a bitter aura. "Humph, you, taking the test. Fine, follow me." He barely gave Seal a glance, though his sneer deepened when his eyes flicked over to Cabal and the others. "Hey," I asked under my breath, "what's with this guy glaring at you all like that?" "Ah." Cabal scratched his cheek. "That's the geese. He's always been salty about us getting some recognition. Used to be an adventurer himself, but he retired after losing a leg." My eyes drifted down to the prosthetic. "Oof. So that's what this is about." "Pretty much," Giddo muttered. "He thinks we're lucky amateurs who got famous too easily. Quit gabbing and get moving." The geese barked as he threw the rear door open. We followed him out to the training ground. The geese led us out the back, through the training grounds. A few curious adventurers trailed behind, whispering. I could already feel the weight of their eyes on us. It wasn't surprising 2 unfamiliar women, both clearly not ordinary adventurers, walking into the exam with poise and confidence. Seal remained beside me, her face concealed behind that expressionless mask. Her posture was perfectly upright, one hand calmly resting near her belt. She hadn't said a word since we arrived, and yet, somehow, the adventurers whispered about her just as much as me. We stepped into the designated arena, ringed with simple stone pillars. The geese turned toward me with a faint scowl. "We'll start with a D-rank monster. Let's see if your pretty outfit holds up in a fight." He used summoning magic to summon a horned wolf, growling low in its throat. Its eyes locked onto me, and it lunged. I didn't even blink. Drawing my sword in a single, fluid motion, I stepped aside and swept the blade across its midsection. The wolf crumpled before it even realized I'd moved. A few people gasped. Thage's frown deepened. "Not bad," he muttered. "Feeling bold, are you? Then let's raise the stakes. Want to try a C-rank?" I sheathed my sword calmly. "Sure, why not?" He was gritting his teeth now, muttering something under his breath as he summoned the next one. A dark goblin, this time larger, armed with a club, and far more aggressive. It charged the moment he got summoned. Again, I met it with nothing but a clean draw. My blade shimmered faintly in the afternoon light as I deflected the strike, pivoted behind it, and tapped the back of its neck with the flat of my sword, just enough force to drop it unconscious. I could hear the crowd murmuring now, voices rising in quiet awe. The geese looked furious. "So you're playing with us now?" He growled. "Fine. Let's see how smug you are against a B-rank threat." The magic circle flared violently. From it rose a twisted, shrieking silhouette, lean, black-skinned, with glowing red eyes and clawed fingers dripping with smoke. A lesser demon. The pressure in the air changed instantly. Even the watching adventurers fell silent. Seal shifted slightly beside me, but I raised a hand to stop her. "I'll handle it." The demon didn't wait. It lunged the moment its form solidified, claws flashing like obsidian blades. I moved with practiced ease, blade drawn in a heartbeat, deflecting the first strike and countering with a precise slash. The blade didn't cut. The creature hissed, unfazed. "TCH. It didn't work," I muttered, stepping back. I adjusted my grip. Magic resistant, or rather, physically resistant. Then fine, just a little boost. I exhaled, stilling my body. A faint shimmer ran along the blade, activating extra skill, magic aura. My sword pulsed, coated in a subtle glow, nothing flashy, just an invisible pressure that made the air hum. Not a spell, not a flashy ultimate, just a controlled layer of raw, condensed magic channeled through the blade. The demon came again. This time, I didn't dodge. I met it head on. One step, one slash, clean, diagonal, through claw and chest. The lesser demon vanished in a burst of shadowy mist, the eerie pressure in the air dispersing with it. I sheathed my sword in one fluid motion, the faint glow of magic aura fading from the blade. Silence fell for a moment. Then, "Wow, Wolf, that was so cool." Someone shouted, breaking the tension like shattered glass. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. That woman isn't just beautiful but damn strong too." "Are you kidding me? She ripped the lesser demon apart all by herself." "Hey, would you go on a date with me?" "Ignore that idiot. Let's party it up later tonight, okay?" The training grounds erupted into an uproar. Adventurers came pouring to the edges of the arena, practically falling over each other to get a better look. I tilted my head slightly, keeping my expression polite. "I appreciate the enthusiasm," I said coolly. Behind me, Seal remained still as a statue, her masked face turning slightly toward the commotion but offering no reaction. Her silence only made her presence more mysterious, and judging from the few stunned whispers trailing her way, the adventurers noticed. "Wait, there's 2 of them. Same hair, is she her sister?" "No way, twins. But the other one feels scary." I pretended not to hear that last part. Cabal, Elin, and Giddo came hurrying over. Elin wore a proud grin, while Giddo gave me a thumbs up and Cabal just laughed. "Told you they wouldn't know what hit 'em." "Well, that was refreshing," I said, turning to the geese. Anything else? The examiner, still pale, shook his head. No, you'll receive your B-rank registration shortly. Just head back inside. I nodded, glancing back at Seal as she fell into step beside me. The sudden shout from Fuse quickly hushed the crowd. His stern voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Enough of this, all of you. All eyes turned toward him as he strode up to where I stood, flanked by Seal and my companions. His gaze swept me from head to toe with a mixture of relief and shock. Sir Rimuru, you are, all right, I take it. If something happened to you, it would portend terrible things for us all. I met his gaze steadily, offering a slight nod. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, clearly taken aback by my appearance. I was no longer the form anyone here had expected, a beautiful young woman in finely tailored adventurer's clothes, carrying myself with calm confidence. What happened to your appearance? Fuse asked, voice low and cautious. I glanced sideways at Seal, who stood perfectly still beside me, her mask hiding all emotion. Then I turned back to Fuse. It's complicated. I'd rather explain in private. Fuse's expression flickered between curiosity and concern, but he nodded and motioned for us to follow. We moved swiftly through the guild hall, past curious glances and murmurs, to Fuse's office. The door closed behind us with a definitive click. Fuse took a deep breath and finally spoke, eyes never leaving me. Speak freely. I settled into my chair, folding one leg over the other. It's because of Shizu. His eyebrows rose. Shizu. Yes. After her death, her soul merged with mine. I watched his reaction carefully. Because of that, my body changed. I took on a new form, her form, to be precise. That's why I look like this now. Fuse blinked, absorbing the information. You mean you are now, a woman? I nodded. Yes. He was silent for a moment, then a slow smile crept over his face. Lady Rimuru. He bowed his head slightly. I apologize for my previous bluntness. I did not expect this development. I gave a small, polite smile in return. He leaned forward, folding his hands on the desk. You wear your form well. And your skill with the sword, as I witnessed earlier, is extraordinary. Thanks to training under Hakuro, I replied. I do not rely only on magic or skills in battle anymore. Fuse gave a soft chuckle. Then I suppose I must adjust how I address and treat you from now on. He stood and extended a hand. Lady Rimuru, it is an honor. I stood, taking his hand firmly. Thank you, Fuse. Seal, quiet as ever, gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, remaining composed behind her mask. Fuse glanced at her briefly before returning his focus to me. If you have more to share, I'm listening. I summarized what I had told the trio of adventurers earlier about the soul merging, the form change, and why I had chosen to appear this way in Blumund. He absorbed everything with a serious expression, then nodded. Very well. I will inform the guild council discreetly. Your situation requires careful handling, but your presence here could bring great advantage. I inclined my head. That's why I'm here. Fuse leaned back in his chair with a sigh, rubbing his temple. But honestly, Lady Rimuru, there was no need for you to take that exam. I could have simply assigned you rank B from the start. I blinked. You could. He nodded. Yes. As the guild master of Blumund, I'm authorized to assign adventurer ranks up to B without a test. Anything higher requires approval from the guild headquarters in Inglesia. So, whether you took the exam or not, I could have saved you the trouble. I smiled a little, tilting my head. Well then, if that's the case, Seal here didn't take the exam. Could you assign her a rank too? He glanced toward Seal. She hadn't moved from her quiet position beside me, composed, calm, the picture of elegance. The room felt a little heavier just from her presence. He nodded without hesitation. That's fine. I'll handle it. Thanks. And, I have two more requests, I added, my tone softening. It's a bit of a secret. I turned to the trio standing nearby. Elin, Cabal, Giddo, would you mind giving us some privacy for a moment? Sure, Elin said, giving me a friendly smile. We'll be right outside. Got it, boss, Cabal added, already nudging Giddo toward the door. Man, I was just starting to relax in here. Giddo grumbled, but he followed the others out all the same. Once the door clicked shut behind them, the office settled into silence. I turned back to Fuse. First, I need a letter of introduction. One addressed to Grand Master Yuaki Kagurazaka, as I informed you earlier. Fuse blinked, then nodded slowly. Yes, rest assured I have already prepared it. The room settled into silence after Fuse confirmed the letter to Yuaki had been prepared. I glanced at Seal. She gave a small nod, silently stepping to the side. Fuse, I said calmly, there's something else I need your help with. And this part is to stay strictly between us three, no one else is to know, understood? The guild master's brows rose, but his tone was steady. You have my word, Lady Rimuru. Good. I lifted my hand, gathering magic as a familiar ripple of power coursed through the room. Replication. The room hummed with a low magical resonance as the last threads of the replication skill faded. Fuse blinked as the figure beside me finished forming taller, elegant, and unmistakably different. Her long silver-blue hair cascaded past her shoulders. Golden eyes glanced calmly at him from a beautiful, sharp-featured face framed by pointed elven ears. Her posture composed, yet unmistakably alert. A high-collared black blouse clung neatly to her form, its faint woven pattern catching just enough light to hint at refinement beneath its practicality. Her long violet skirt flared softly to the floor, slit subtly at one side for movement purposeful, not decorative. Around her waist, a dual-layered leather belt held a sheathed sword angled at her side, its hilt simple but worn with use. A silver pocket watch hung from a loop, glinting faintly, a curious, personal touch in an otherwise disciplined silhouette. Her gloved hands rested naturally by her sides, and her black boots planted her firmly on the stone beneath her. Long blue hair fell in steady waves behind her shoulders, framing a calm, unreadable expression. Golden eyes watched from beneath straight brows, quiet, focused, unwavering. She folded her arms with cool poise. "I'm Celine Virelia. Pleased to meet you." Fuse stared, then slowly turned to me. "She's me," I explained casually. "Well, technically. A clone created using my replication skill, courtesy of Ifrit." His eyes widened just a little more. "She shares my thoughts, memories, instincts," I continued, "but she'll operate separately. I want her registered as an independent adventurer. She'll travel alone. No connections to me or Tempest. Just a wandering elf." Seal, standing silently to the side, added smoothly, "Only the three of us will know her true identity." Fuse recovered quickly. "So, a spy, then." "That's the story," I said with a small smile. "It'll make sense on paper. Another pair of eyes and ears in the wild." But that wasn't the real reason. The truth was, I couldn't be everywhere. Between duties as a leader and my desire to see the world as Shizu once did, I knew something had to give. So Celine would go in my place. Not for war. Not for reconnaissance. But to live the adventurer's life free and aimless during the day, taking on quests, blending into cities and inns. And every night, she'd transfer her memories to me. Her experiences would be mine. It was a strange compromise, but it meant I could do both. Live and lead. Just not at the same time. "Will that arrangement be a problem?" I asked. Fuse exhaled and gave a slight shake of his head. "It's unusual, but not impossible. I'll register Celine Virelia as a B-rank adventurer. No links to Tempest. Your secret is safe." Celine gave a respectful nod. "Thank you. And what about the menu?" he asked, glancing at me again. "I'm also traveling as myself," I said. "But that's another mission entirely. Celine is solo." Fuse smiled faintly. "In that case, I'll prepare 2 sets of documentation. One for Lady Rimuru of Tempest B-rank, traveling incognito. One for Celine Virelia, wandering elf adventurer, also B-rank. No one else will know." "Perfect," I replied, returning the smile. The plan was in motion. And with Celine by my side, or rather, out in the world, I could finally live up to what Shizu had left behind. Not just as a guardian to her wish, but as a person still discovering what it meant to truly live. After receiving her guild ID card, Celine, my other self, turned it over in her gloved fingers once before tucking it into a hidden pouch at her hip. Her journey would begin with a trip westward, first to the Adventurers Guild headquarters in Inglisia. That was where the real tests for A rank and beyond were handled. She'd need that higher rank to move freely and earn the trust required for deeper investigations. After that, she'd drift west, toward the western nations, under the guise of a solo adventurer. A few quests, a few towns, a few tavern rumors, just enough to blend in. The truth, of course, was a little different. Celine adjusted the collar of her traveling cloak, brushing a strand of her silver blue hair from her cheek. She looked just like me, but with a more ethereal charm, a beautiful elf traveler, mysterious and radiant. Anyone would have believed the disguise. But this wasn't just about gathering intel or playing the spy. She was me, after all. So we both knew the real reason. "I'll send you everything I experience," Celine said, her tone light, almost playful. "You can sit on your throne all day and still know what grilled boar skewers in small village taste like." Seal, standing at my side, folded her arms and let out the softest breath of amusement. "You're using a national intelligence operation to live out your wanderlust." Celine smirked. "It's efficient." I nodded. "It's part of the job." Fuse, standing beside his desk, didn't say anything at first. He just looked between the two of us, between Rimuru and Celine, and gave a soft exhale, rubbing his temple. "You're really something, you know that." "Better than being nothing," Celine quipped. Then she turned to me, her creator, her twin, herself. "Don't worry. I'll be careful. And I won't use any skills unless I have to." "You'd better not," I muttered. "You start throwing flashy spells around, we'll have a war before the month's out." She winked. "I'll keep it subtle. A pretty elf with a sword and some grit. Nothing more." I nodded, and for a moment, I could feel the strange clarity of it all. She wasn't just a clone. She was me, splintered off, yet whole in her own right. Her adventure was my own. Her joy, her insight, her pain, I'd feel it all when she sent her memories back to me each night. "I'll go ahead then," Celine said. "I want to reach the border before sundown." Celine turned one last time, giving me a 2-fingered salute. "See you in your dreams." And with that, she strode out the side entrance, boots tapping lightly against the cobbled stone, cloak fluttering behind her. Her silhouette was soon swallowed by the afternoon haze, vanishing into the world with no guards, no entourage. Just another adventurer with secrets in her pocket and stars in her eyes. Seal remained silent beside me, her arms folded elegantly. Fuse, meanwhile, adjusted some documents on his desk. Our plan, then, was to finish up the prep work by the end of tomorrow and get moving as soon as possible, but Fuse had other ideas. Actually, he said, glancing up at me, the King of Blumund wanted to have a confidential talk with you. I tilted my head. The King? Yes. Word of your arrival's likely already reached him. He's interested in holding a private conference in tomorrow. I glanced toward Seal, then back to Fuse. Tomorrow, huh? Sounds fair. Fuse nodded. Before that, I suggest we visit a nobleman I trust. He's well-placed and understands the political climate. We can discuss practical arrangements for cooperation between our nations. And then present the refined proposal to the king during the summit. I guessed. Exactly. That way the royal conference won't get bogged down in logistics. It's best to handle those preliminaries ahead of time. The king prefers broad strokes governing vision, long-term strategy, not administrative tedium. That sounded ideal, actually. I appreciated efficiency. And diplomacy was always better when both sides felt prepared. Very well, I agreed. Let's move ahead with your plan. He leaned in conspiratorially. Let me tell you and promise me you won't go telling him this, but the man practically lives and breathes his work. I chuckled. Got it. My lips are sealed. Seal's tone was dry but warm. Perhaps someone as thorough as him will appreciate Master's honesty. You'd be surprised, Fuse murmured. So, later that afternoon, I followed him to Veriard's residence. Seal walked beside me, serene and poised as ever. We entered a quiet district tucked away between more extravagant estates. Veriard's manor wasn't flashy, but it exuded a refined sort of order, like everything had a place and stayed exactly there. The front gardens were neatly trimmed, each flower bed perfectly spaced. As we approached the entrance, the heavy doors opened to reveal an old man who looked every inch the classic butler. White gloves, dignified posture, not a hair out of place. Welcome, he intoned with a practiced bow. Baron Veriard is expecting you. Maids stood flanking the foyer, their heads bowed with synchronized precision. I blinked. This is a low-ranking noble's place. Seal's gaze swept over the space. The upkeep is immaculate. I was expecting something more modest, I whispered, before following the butler further inside. Fuse merely smirked. If this was how a baron lived, I had to wonder what counts or dukes had in their estates. Still, I reminded myself, this wasn't about titles or flair. This was groundwork, quiet diplomacy. And the next few days were going to be very, very full. The butler walked ahead, his posture perfectly straight as he led us down the lavish hall of the noble estate. Rich tapestries lined the walls, and polished marble gleamed beneath our feet. I kept pace easily, with Seal quietly at my side, composed as ever, her masked gaze surveying everything. Eventually, we stopped before an ornately carved door. The butler gave it a sharp, practiced knock. Come in, said a voice from the other side. I shot Seal a glance. She gave the tiniest nod, and we stepped in together. The room was refined wood-paneled walls, tall windows, a tasteful chandelier. A man stood waiting for us, sharp features, narrow, observant eyes, dressed in noble but modest attire. Fuse had described him as an influential yet pragmatic figure in Blumund's political circles. Thank you so much for coming, he said, stepping forward to greet us before I could even open my mouth. I am the Baron of Veriard, one of the ministers of the Kingdom of Blumund. Many thanks to you as well, I replied, returning the gesture politely. My name is Rimura Tempest, as I'm sure you've heard. And while I currently look like this, I gave a slight, sheepish shrug. I assure you, I'm still technically a slime. That got the faintest twitch at the corners of his lips. I see. No need to worry, we're a forward-thinking kingdom. And there's no need to burden ourselves with excessive formalities. Please, speak as comfortably as you wish. A relief. I wasn't in the mood for a full lesson in noble etiquette today. We shook hands, his grip firm but cautious. I didn't blame him, monsters weren't usually the type nobles invited in for tea. He motioned for us to sit, and we took our seats across from him. Seal remained standing slightly behind me, perfectly poised and silent like a high-born knight's bodyguard. The Baron's expression remained professional. I understand you'll be meeting with His Majesty tomorrow, he began. Before then, it's my duty to help lay the groundwork. Specifically, to help both sides identify the matters worth discussing, what our kingdom hopes to gain from our relationship with Tempest, and what your expectations are in return. I nodded. Fuse said something similar. I agree, it's better this way, walking in blind would just waste everyone's time. He gave a thoughtful nod. Indeed. And while I admit the presence of a nation founded and ruled by a monster is unprecedented, the opportunity is too important to ignore. His gaze lingered on me for a moment longer, then flicked briefly to Seal. She didn't respond or shift, simply standing tall in her dark ensemble, mask reflecting the soft chandelier light. We were already off to a smooth start. We have only so much time. Let's begin. Fuse, my fellow witness, straightened up beside me. I mirrored his posture, folding my hands atop the table as the candlelight flickered softly between us. The Baron's expression turned serious once more. From there, the negotiations truly began. It wasn't overly formal, we weren't drafting treaties, just laying the groundwork. We discussed security protocols, trade channels, and potential points of concern between our nations. Vuillard asked precise questions, and I answered each in kind, occasionally glancing toward Seal. She remained silent and still, only offering a subtle nod when something was especially important or politically delicate. After an hour, we paused for tea. Then came the real heart of it all. A joint security agreement between Tempest and Blumund, Vuillard summarized. In the interest of preventing threats along our shared borders and sharing intelligence. I nodded. In exchange, we request mutual travel rights, our people and yours, able to move freely and without suspicion. No excessive inspection, no special permits required. He inclined his head. A fair balance. We'll need to draft it properly, of course, but as a foundation, this is acceptable. The room grew quieter as we finalized the terms, the atmosphere not tense but heavy with meaning. I could tell this man understood what this alliance truly represented, a first step into a new kind of diplomacy. The chandelier above us dimmed with the passing hours, and the evening darkened into night. Eventually, Vuillard leaned back with a tired but satisfied breath. I believe that covers everything for today. I will have the first drafts prepared and sent to Guild Master Fuse for review. Much appreciated, I replied. You've been more open-minded than most would be in your position. He gave a soft, dry chuckle. I suspect I won't remain in this position long if I let fear dictate my choices. As we stood, he offered me one final look, respectful, but measured. I look forward to your audience with His Majesty, and to seeing what kind of future your nation intends to build. We'll make sure it's one worth the gamble, I replied with a confident smile. As we stepped out of the estate, the cool night air greeted us. The streets of the capital had quieted, the earlier bustle giving way to the soft flicker of lanterns and the distant clatter of hooves on cobblestone. Seal walked silently beside me, every step measured, cloak trailing behind her like shadowed silk. Fuse let out a quiet breath. Well, that went better than expected. I'll take that as a compliment, I said with a small smile. Then, softly, Seal spoke beside me. Next is the meeting with the king, in a few days' time. Once that is concluded, we'll make preparations to depart for Ingrasia. I gave her a nod. Right, back-to-back diplomacy. Hopefully the king's not the stiff ceremonial type. Fuse chuckled dryly. His Majesty is direct, stern, but fair. Just, try not to startle him too much, Lady Rimuru. I raised an eyebrow. No promises. That earned a subtle glance from Seal, the corners of her eyes glinting with dry amusement behind the mask. Another chapter wrapped up, and the next was already waiting. Note: Rimuru and Seal got their adventurer cards, and right beside them Celine Virelia, Rimuru's clone and totally independent person. Celine's might have a bit of the spotlight in future, with a few chapters focusing on her own journey, challenges, and maybe a little chaos. Thanks so much for reading. As always, we're officially shifting into adventure mode, and things are only going to get more fun from here. See you next chapter. Ch. 31 The Kingdom of Blumund. The door to our room clicked softly shut behind us. Warm lamplight bathed the small, well-kept space in a gentle glow. The furnishings were modest but clean: 2 beds, a table by the window, and a small washstand with polished glass. After the hours spent under the stern scrutiny of nobles and political talk, it felt like stepping into a quiet sanctuary. I let out a long breath and flopped onto the edge of the bed, loosening the high collar of the outfit Ren had chosen. Ugh, diplomacy's exhausting. Seal, as always, moved with calm precision. She removed her coat and folded it neatly, setting it aside before pulling off her gloves. Only then did she turn toward me, tilting her head just slightly. You handled it well, she said simply. He was not easy to read, but you kept pace with him. You did perfectly, Master. I blinked. Thanks. Coming from you, that means a lot. She stepped a little closer, standing by the bed I was sitting on. Her red eyes gleamed faintly behind the mask. You look tired. A bit. It's been a long day. I stretched my arms, letting the tension ease out of my shoulders. But having you there made it easier. I knew you'd catch anything I missed. Seal was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, she reached up and unfastened her mask. Her face so familiar, yet subtly different from mine, was as serene as ever. Her expression didn't shift much, but the way her gaze softened made something warm stir in my chest. You've done well, Master, she said, voice gentler now, the formality edged with something more personal. You deserve to rest. I smiled at that. You sound like Ren. She is wise. I laughed softly and patted the space beside me. Then sit with me for a while. No strategies, no politics, just quiet. Seal hesitated for the barest moment before sitting down beside me. She didn't lean on me, at least, not immediately, but she sat close enough that I could feel the warmth from her shoulder through our sleeves. For a while, neither of us said anything. Outside, the city murmured faintly in the night, but in here, it was just the two of us sitting side by side, breathing in a moment of stillness. A quiet, shared rhythm. Eventually, I whispered, thanks for staying with me, Seal. She turned slightly toward me, her red eyes catching the soft lamplight. Always, she said gently. I told you I belong by your side. I felt my chest tighten in that way it always did when she looked at me like that. Calm, unwavering, hers. I turned to her fully, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. It's strange, I murmured. Even when the day is a mess, you make it feel like everything's okay. Seal's hand found mine, fingers lacing between mine with deliberate care. Because I am yours, she said. And you are mine. The words were simple, but they left me breathless. I leaned forward just slightly, and she met me halfway, no hesitation. Our lips touched softly, gently. Not urgent, not demanding, just warm, familiar. Right. She shifted closer, one arm curling around my waist as our kiss deepened. I let my hand rest against her back, feeling her lean into me fully now, as if letting go of every quiet wall between us. The air between us lingered warm after the kiss, breaths mingling softly in the lamplight. Seal's eyes crimson and quietly fear searched mine for a moment longer, and then she leaned in again, pressing a slower, lingering kiss to my lips. I felt her hand slide up to cup my cheek, her thumb brushing the edge gently, reverently. Her touch always had this gravity. She never rushed, never demanded, but when she gave herself to me, she did so completely. I responded in kind, letting my fingers drift along the small of her back, drawing her closer. Our bodies fit easily together, and the warmth blooming between us wasn't just comfort anymore, it was hunger, steady and sweet. Seal broke the kiss, barely, her lips ghosting over my jaw before trailing toward my ear. You've worked so hard today, she whispered. Let me take care of you tonight, master. My heart skipped. I swallowed, suddenly warm all over. Seal. Her hands moved with quiet purpose, undoing the clasp at my collar, guiding me gently to lie back on the bed. She moved over me gracefully, hair falling like silk as she leaned down for another kiss, this one slower, deeper, her fingers laced with mine. I felt like I was falling into her. The tension in my shoulders melted away. With every kiss she left on my skin, every whispered promise of devotion, I was reminded she wasn't just beside me. She was mine and I was hers. Time blurred. No need for words. Just skin and breath and closeness. The slow rhythm of hands exploring familiar lines. The press of hearts. The tenderness of shared silence. The heat between us grew, subtle but undeniable. Seal's hands moved with quiet confidence, tracing along my skin beneath the fabric, fingers lingering just a moment longer where they met my waist. Her breath was warm against my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. Her lips brushed my jaw again, slower this time, and I felt the tension in my body melt away, replaced by a pulse of something deeper, something electric. I tightened my hold on her hand, fingers threading with hers as she shifted closer, her body pressing gently against mine. The warmth radiating from her was like fire, inviting, tempting. Let me take care of you tonight, she whispered again, voice low and full of promise. I gave a soft laugh, breath hitching slightly. You already do. Her smile was a whisper against my skin before she captured my lips in a slow, deliberate kiss that left no doubt where her intentions lay. Time seemed to stretch, our hearts beating faster, yet everything felt calm and certain. We didn't need words, only the language of touches, breaths, and the shared space between us. The world outside faded as we sank deeper into each other's warmth, the night carrying us forward on whispered promises and soft sighs. Well, this is second time, but you know what's different. Well, this time it's Yuri, Femrimiru x Seal. Morning light filtered softly through the curtains, casting a pale glow over the room. The quiet stillness was broken only by the gentle rhythm of our breathing. I blinked awake, feeling the warmth of Seal's body curled close beside me. Neither of us wore a stitch of clothing, last night's closeness still lingering in every touch, every shared breath. I turned slightly to face her, the soft curve of her cheek framed by the morning light. My fingers brushed lightly over her bare shoulder, tracing the smooth skin still warm from our night together. We shared one last gentle kiss before I slipped out of bed, wrapping the light bedsheet loosely around myself. The sunlight filtering through the curtains bathed the room in soft warmth, casting golden light over Seal's still unclothed form where she sat on the edge of the bed, brushing her long blue hair back with practiced grace. That was completely new, I murmured, my voice still husky with the haze of sleep and last night's memory. But I enjoyed it very much. Seal glanced up at me, her crimson eyes gleaming beneath the soft fall of her hair. A faint, playful smile tugged at the corners of her lips. You were really cute when you squirmed from my fingers. My cheeks flushed at the memory. Why, you're never going to let that go, are you? No, she said smoothly, rising with slow, deliberate steps and walking over to me. She leaned in, kissed me softly on the lips, and whispered, and I intend to make you squirm like that again. I let out a weak laugh and pressed my forehead against hers. You're dangerous. With a reluctant sigh, I pulled away and held up a hand. All right, let's get ready. We can't be late for a royal audience. Still wrapped loosely in a light bedsheet, I opened my stomach storage and pulled out the carefully packed outfits Ren had chosen for us. The sheer detail and variety of options she prepared could only be described as terrifying. Formal wear for morning or evening court, outfits suited for aggressive diplomacy, possible scandal control, casual victory celebrations. She had a look for every scenario, and then some. Thanks to Ren's unwavering dedication, we didn't have to worry about rummaging through options. She had, true to her perfectionist habits, packed formal wear for nearly every conceivable situation. Political reception, covered. Forest ambush, naturally. Royal banquet, of course. Secret ball held in the ruins of a lost elven city, probably in there somewhere. She's terrifyingly thorough, I muttered, sorting through the polished garments. I swear she must have predicted everything short of a lightning strike. From behind me, Seal spoke in her usual even tone. Master, if you continue wearing the bedsheet, I may need to categorize it as your default attire. I nearly dropped the storage case. No, absolutely not. It's temporary. Temporary. I gripped the sheet tighter around myself, face already heating up. You're not allowed to log that. She stepped closer, gaze lingering. No, she murmured, you really do look hot in that. Before I could respond, she leaned in and kissed me soft and deliberate, right on the lips. My brain crashed on impact. Seal dash. I stammered, stumbling back a step. I clutched the sheet like it was the last line of defense between me and total meltdown. We're not, you can't just, that was dash. I turned away in a flustered swirl of fabric, cheeks blazing. No, more flirting. Let's just get dressed already. She said nothing, but I could feel the satisfaction radiating off her. She's doing this on purpose. I just know it. Still flustered, I reached into my stomach storage and pulled out the navy blue gown Ren had labeled Royal Audience, Daylight Approved. A neat handwritten note was still pinned to the fabric. This one brings out your eyes, my lady. I rolled my eyes affectionately. Slipping it on took a little finesse. The inner lining hugged my figure comfortably, while the silver embroidery along the sleeves and bodice shimmered with each subtle movement. The slit on the side allowed for flexibility without compromising formality, and the high collar gave it an air of quiet command. Seal had finished buttoning up her own-made uniform. Her attire was the epitome of traditional service, an immaculate black long-sleeved dress, fitted modestly through the torso and extending into a full-length skirt that brushed the floor with every step. Over it, a crisp white apron cinched cleanly at the waist, the fabric stiff and flawless, ruffled slightly along the hem and shoulders in quiet elegance. The apron's square neckline framed the pristine white collar of her blouse, buttoned fully to the throat in silent discipline. A matching white maid's headband rested atop her long blue hair, which fell like silk down her back, undisturbed. Her sturdy black lace-up boots, polished and practical, were just visible beneath the hem prepared, should service require swiftness or silence. She did not move. She did not speak, yet everything about her presence whispered, I am ready. Her gaze slid to me and softened. You look radiant, master. I paused, self-conscious for half a second under her unflinching gaze. You really think so? Seal stepped closer, brushing a stray lock of my silver blue hair back behind my ear. Yes, beautiful, strong, mine. I smiled, cheeks warming again. Careful saying things like that, or I'll never make it to the king's audience. I'm willing to take that risk, she replied coolly, brushing her lips against my cheek. Before we moved on, Seal stepped behind me with a brush in hand, her movements smooth and unhurried. I had already slipped into the gown Ren had prepared, its fabric hugging close in all the right places. Yet somehow, under Seal's touch, I felt more exposed than I had wearing nothing at all. As she worked through my hair with gentle, practiced strokes, her other hand settled lightly at my waist right where the fabric cinched in. Her fingers lingered just a little too long. Not in a teasing way, but in that quiet, grounding manner she had. The kind that made me remember how her hands had felt just hours earlier, tracing places I never knew could hold so much feeling. I looked at our reflection in the mirror. Seal behind me, composed and calm as ever. Me, still trying to catch my breath from the way she made something as ordinary as brushing my hair feel so intimate. And yet when I really looked I didn't seem shaken. Not exactly. I looked beautiful, softer than usual, more at ease. There was a warmth in my cheeks, a light in my eyes, and a quiet curve to my lips that hadn't been there before. So this is what it feels like, I thought. To be seen, to be touched, to be a woman, my own way. For a long moment, I couldn't look away. I really do look beautiful today. Seal's fingers stilled for a heartbeat, then resumed brushing, slower than before. You're thinking something, she murmured near my ear, her voice like velvet. Maybe. She leaned in just slightly, her breath warm against my skin. If you enjoyed my touch that much, she said smoothly, I wouldn't mind doing it every night. Before I could react, her hand drifted downward just enough to make me jump slightly, heart skipping. Seal dash. I swatted at her hand, face burning as I turned halfway toward her. Come on, be serious. We have to go. She smiled, unbothered and elegant as always. I am serious, she said softly, stepping back just in time to leave me flustered and very aware of how warm my face had gotten. I took a steadying breath, trying to fix the neckline of my gown just to have something to do with my hands. Not helping, I muttered. Seal gave a satisfied hum, like she'd already won. After that we spent a few more minutes checking each other over, adjusting folds, straightening seams, smoothing out every detail until not even Ren would find a reason to fuss. Ready? I asked softly. She straightened her gloves and adjusted the ribbon at her collar. Always, master. I offered my arm, and she took it without hesitation. Then let's go meet the King of Blumund, I said. And together, we stepped out of the room, leaving behind the comfort of our private sanctuary, dressed now in elegance and resolve, ready to stand before royalty. So I was pretty excited when we kicked off the summit. There, at the palace, I was greeted by the King of Bloomunday, kind-looking fellow with a round face, laugh lines around his eyes, and a slightly pudgy figure that made him seem more like a genial uncle than a monarch. He didn't exactly exude grandeur, but somehow that made him feel more approachable. Still, standing next to him was his wife, the Queen of Bloomundan. Whoa, talk about contrast. She was poised, elegant, and breathtaking in a way that made it honestly hard to keep eye contact. It was almost unfair, like someone had swapped out his companion mid-cutscene with a high-ranking goddess. Fuse stood off to the side, already in place to act as an official witness. His usual practical attitude was hidden under an ill-fitting coat that clearly wasn't his first pick, and he looked like he wanted to crawl out of his collar the moment we entered. Poor guy. I couldn't blame him. Wearing formal clothes was annoying enough for someone used to it, but both of us were basically playing roles today. Fuse as the political intermediary, me as a dignified slime-turned swordswoman representing an entire nation. Oh, and being in human form all this time. Honestly, starting to feel a little suffocating. I missed the flexibility literally and figuratively of being a slime. But this was diplomacy, and appearances mattered. So, yeah, I was enduring it for now. Both Fuse and I were clearly suffering, just in silence. Seal, on the other hand, stood like she was born for it. As always, we made our way into the formal audience chamber, the tall stained glass windows casting soft hues of gold and blue across the polished floor. The nobles lining the edges of the room shifted and murmured among themselves, clearly curious or confused, probably both. A foreign dignitary appearing in such an elegant form, with a masked maid knight at her side, was bound to stir some gossip. But I'd gotten used to being stared at. The king offered a welcoming smile as I approached. Ah, so you are Rimuru Tempest. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome to Bloomund. I bowed gracefully, the Wayron drilled into me. The pleasure is mine, your majesty. I am honored by your hospitality. And so the political dance began, carefully rehearsed lines, polite interest, veiled intentions hidden beneath every word. Fuse stayed sharp beside us, stepping in only when necessary to clarify something or redirect a topic that veered too far off track. I caught him giving me the occasional approving nod whenever I maneuvered around a tricky question or responded with the right level of formality. Behind me, Seal remained quiet, her presence strong but unobtrusive. Her red eyes beneath the mask missed nothing. I couldn't help but think we've come a long way, haven't we? And this was only the beginning. After nearly an hour of formal discussion, carefully chosen words, and more bowing than I cared to count, the summit finally drew to a close. The king and queen both stood, offering parting pleasantries with warm smiles and just a hint of regal distance. It has been an honor, Lady Rimuru, the king said kindly. We look forward to a fruitful future between our nations. The pleasure was ours, I replied, keeping my tone perfectly measured. The queen inclined her head ever so slightly, graceful to the end, and the royal pair departed with their entourage in tow, the ornate doors of the chamber shutting gently behind them. As the silence settled, another figure stepped forward from the side entrance. Baron Vuryard, dressed less extravagantly than the nobles but still perfectly pressed, gave a short bow. If I may, he said smoothly, now that the formalities are concluded, shall we discuss the more practical matters? I sighed inwardly but gave a polite nod. Let's. Seal and I followed him through a corridor to a private meeting room smaller and quieter. The topics shifted from diplomacy to economics quickly. Vuryard brought out charts, proposed trade routes, and shared ideas for a joint marketing strategy, how Tempest could supply raw materials, and Bloomund could serve as a distribution hub for goods moving further west. We believe it would be mutually beneficial, Vuryard said, tracing routes with his gloved finger across the map, especially if you're open to establishing a more permanent trade office in our capital. I exchanged a glance with Seal, who gave a subtle nod. I smiled. I think we can work something out. The meeting lasted another hour or so. By the end of it, most of the initial framework was agreed upon, still subject to approval back home, of course, but the gears were moving. The groundwork for future commerce between Tempest and Bloomund had been laid. When we finally stepped out into the late afternoon sun, I let out a long breath. Phew, that's one kingdom down. Seal stepped beside me, tone perfectly calm. You did well, master. I better have, after all that practice. I grinned at her. Waiting for us at the gates were three familiar faces: Cabal, Elin, and Giddo. Cabal waved energetically. Yo, ready to head to Inglizia. Elin smiled brightly. We've got everything packed and ready, just waiting on our VIP. Giddo gave me a lazy salute. No demon ambushes this time, I promise. I chuckled. That's reassuring. Seal and I walked down the steps to meet them, travel cloaks already packed in my stomach storage. After a long day of diplomacy, a journey on the open road almost sounded relaxing. And so, with our little group assembled once more, we departed the capital of Bloomund. The gentle rocking of the carriage and the warm afternoon sun made for a sleepy atmosphere. Elin and Giddo were half dozing, Cabal was still up front grumbling about wheel alignment, and inside, things were peaceful. I had shifted back into slime form, letting go of the effort it took to maintain human form for once. I'd had enough of looking regal and composed for the kings, nobles, and ministers lately. Right now, I just wanted to be squishy. So I curled up in Seal's lap. The soft sway of the carriage beneath us was oddly soothing. I remained curled up in my slime form, comfortably resting on Seal's lap. Her gloved fingers gently brushed over my translucent surface, slow and affectionate. She was enjoying this far more than she let on, but I knew her well enough to feel it, especially from the warmth in her touch. "You're unusually content today," I said, my voice bubbling softly through my slime body. Seal smiled, her crimson eyes half-lidded behind her mask as she looked down at me. "How could I not be, master? You are warm, and soft, and perfectly obedient, for once." Hey, I huffed, trying to ripple indignantly, though it probably came across more like a wiggle. "I'm not a pet, you know." She chuckled under her breath and resumed stroking my side, like someone doting on a beloved cat. "No, not a pet. My wife." That shut me up for a moment. I gave a slow, embarrassed wobble and nestled in closer. "You're going to make me melt if you keep saying things like that." "That would be tragic," she said smoothly. "Then I'd have to bottle you up again. Maybe keep you in my sleeves." I made a squishy noise of protest, and she laughed quietly, of course. No one else in the carriage could hear over the creaking wheels and muffled hoofbeats, oblivious to the little bubble of intimacy we were wrapped in. Still, the moment couldn't last forever. Eventually, I stretched a bit and shifted back into human form, sitting beside her and adjusting my coat. "We're getting close to Inglizia," I murmured, brushing out my hair with my fingers. "Guess it's time to look presentable again." Seal nodded, helping smooth the lapels of my outfit, fingers brushing across my shoulders with a certain lingering fondness. "You always look presentable to me, master." I turned my face slightly away to hide the warmth creeping into my cheeks. "You're dangerously good at that, you know." "At what?" "Making me feel like I want to skip meetings and just stay with you all day." Her hand paused on my shoulder, and when I turned back to look, her expression had softened. Not just her usual elegance, but something more open, vulnerable. "Then let's finish what we need to. I'll be waiting after, as always." Our hands brushed together, fingers lacing briefly. A small, silent promise. The caravan rolled steadily toward Inglizia, the city's towering walls growing larger with each passing mile. Beside me, Seal sat quietly, her masked gaze occasionally flicking toward me with that familiar calm intensity. The adventurer trio Cabal, Elin, and Gitto kept watch around us, their chatter subdued but alert. After entering, we found lodging at a modest inn. The room was small but comfortable, with 2 beds pushed close together and a single window letting in the pale moonlight. The quiet hum of the city at night seeped in through the cracks. Once inside, Seal wasted no time removing her mask the moment we were alone. She revealed her serene, beautiful face just for me. I smiled, the tension of the day melting away. We settled onto one bed, side by side. She reached out, her hand warm as it found mine. "Master," she whispered softly, voice gentle like a caress. "Are you ready to rest?" I nodded, feeling my heart beat a little faster at the intimate tone. "With you here, always." The room was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the window, casting gentle shadows around us. As we lay side by side, Seal's hand still clasped in mine, I felt the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, a soothing balm to the restless thoughts swirling in my mind. She turned her face toward me, eyes searching beneath her lashes. Slowly, her other hand rose to cup my cheek, her touch feather-like yet filled with warmth. "Master," she breathed, her voice low and intimate, "being here with you like this, it feels like the world has finally settled." I smiled, leaning into her touch. "It does. No matter what happens next, having you near makes everything better." Seal's lips curled into a soft, affectionate smile as she brushed a stray lock of hair behind my ear. Then, without breaking eye contact, she leaned closer until her forehead rested gently against mine. Our breaths mingled, and the space between us vanished. For a long moment, there was only the quiet symphony of shared heartbeats. Then, slowly, tenderly, our lips met in a kiss soft, lingering, a silent vow that whatever challenges awaited us, we would face them together. As the kiss deepened, I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer, feeling the steady warmth of her body against mine. In that peaceful, intimate embrace, I knew no matter the path ahead this was where I belonged. With Seal, always. The first light of morning gently crept through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. I slowly stirred awake, feeling the warmth of Seal's presence beside me. She shifted slightly, and our eyes met, her red gaze meeting my golden ones with quiet affection. Without a word, we leaned in, sharing a tender morning kiss. It was soft and slow, a promise of the day ahead whispered between our lips. When we finally parted, a small smile played on her face, and I mirrored it. We rose together, the comfort of our closeness still lingering. I reached into my stomach and summoned the clothes Ren had prepared for me, pulling out the finely tailored outfit with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Seal did the same, her movements graceful and sure as she donned her own attire. As we finished dressing, I caught her eye and said, "Ready?" Her smile deepened, and she took my hand in hers, fingers intertwining naturally. "Always, master." Hand in hand, we stepped out of the room, the morning light guiding us forward. Together, we faced the day united and quietly confident in each other's strength. The streets of Inglisia buzzed softly with morning activity, a hum of early commerce and purposeful footsteps. I walked beside Seal, fingers intertwined with hers, while the adventurer trio Cabal, Elin, and Gitto led the way confidently through the bustling city. Ahead loomed the guild headquarters. Building was a large, grand, modern-looking structure, a far cry from the medieval norm. The US had steel skyscrapers with a dozen or so floors in the 19th century, back when Japan was still mostly single-story wood structures. That was how powerful a nation it was by comparison, and the kingdom of Inglisia started looking similar to me. The guild HQ entrance was protected by a pair of glass doors that must have cost a fortune to install. Now that's something I never expected to see in this world. Theaterworlders around here must have been quite an influence. I bet they went out of their way to get these made, too. Stepping inside, we immediately felt several pairs of eyes settle on us. The adventurers scattered throughout the lobby all seemed fairly high level at a glance, not surprising, given this was the headquarters. It made sense that only the best would operate out of here. "Welcome, how can I help you today?" said a woman stationed just inside the door. Her timing was so smooth, so practiced, it almost felt rehearsed, like stepping into a top-class establishment. "Yeah, we're here to see the Grand Master. Here's our letter of introduction," I replied, handing over the sealed document. "Certainly. Please give me one moment while we confirm." With a polite nod, she turned and walked briskly toward a hallway behind the counter. After a while, the woman from before returned, her heels clicking softly against the polished floor. "Thanks for waiting," she said with a courteous smile. "I was told that only you were allowed in, Lady Rimuru, so if you would follow me, please." That line sent a noticeable jolt through the room. Adventurers who had been minding their own business suddenly paused, their gazes now fully locked on me. A few whispered quietly, while others looked vaguely alarmed or annoyed. I could feel the weight of those stares pressing in. Yeah, showing up out of nowhere and immediately getting a solo invitation to the Grand Master? Not exactly the most discreet entrance I've ever made. Seal took a step closer, saying nothing, but I could feel the shift in her posture, the subtle protectiveness in how her arm moved just slightly between me and the growing curiosity around us. Her presence helped steady me. "Don't worry," I murmured to her, keeping my voice low. "I'll be fine. Just wait here with the others." She inclined her head once, calm and composed as ever. "As you wish, Master." With that, I turned and followed the staff member through the hallway, every step accompanied by the weight of the adventurer's curious eyes. The Grand Master's office was nothing like I expected. Comfortable, cluttered, almost like a room someone actually lived in. "Ah, you must be Rimuru Tempest," a voice called warmly. "Welcome." Inside, Yuaki stood with a smile, dressed in relaxed attire, loose tunic, slightly disheveled, like a college student who couldn't be bothered to tuck in his shirt. Still, something about him radiated competence. "I've heard a lot about you," he said, gesturing for me to take the seat across from his desk. "From Fuse, mostly. He said you wanted to speak with me." I nodded. "Yes, thanks for taking the time." He waved it off. "No worries. I'm always happy to meet promising newcomers." That made me raise a brow. "Newcomer, huh? I guess I am, technically." He chuckled. "Hey, don't let the politics get to you. You've done incredible things already. I mean, subjugating an entire forest region, founding a country, making alliances. You're basically rewriting the power map of the Western nations." I gave a wry smile. "I'm just trying to make a place where people can live in peace. That's all." He leaned forward, folding his hands. "That's exactly why I respect you. No hidden motives, right?" "Right," I echoed, though I couldn't help tilting my head just a little. And then, quietly inside my mind, I heard her Seal's voice, soft but serious, like a whispered caution. "He's lying. He's more than just a politician. His energy signature shows multiple advanced unique skills. Be careful." That thought settled over me like a shadow. But thanks to Ren's merciless training endured through sheer willpower, I could still smile with all the grace of a noble lady, never mind the quiet storm behind my eyes. Our conversation stretched longer than I expected. Yuaki was sharp, insightful, and surprisingly straightforward. We talked about the current political climate, the growing power of Tempest. We also talked about anime and manga stuff too. I shared as much as I could without revealing too much, feeling out his true intentions. Then Yuaki got serious. He told me about the children summoned from our world, unstable, overflowing with magicules, and burning out far too quickly. It wasn't their fault, but without help, they wouldn't survive long. "I want you to teach them," he said. It wasn't what I came here for. But I couldn't turn away, either. I'd made a promise to Shiza to protect the children she left behind. I couldn't forget that. So I nodded. "All right, I'll do it." His shoulders relaxed, just slightly. The decision had been made and now, it was mine to carry. Finally, I stood. "I like to think we're on the same page." Yuaki smiled again. "Yeah, and if there's anything you need, resources, connections, just say the word. You're welcome here." "Thanks," I said, extending my hand. "I'll be counting on you." We shook hands firmly. As I turned to leave, Seal's voice came again, a quiet warning this time. "Be careful. Yuaki Kagurazaka isn't someone you can trust completely. I nodded slightly to myself, outwardly calm as ever. Yeah, I thought so too. When I stepped out of the office, I found the adventurer trio Cabal, Giddo, and Elin waiting just outside. Seal stood with them, calm and composed, her hands folded neatly in front. I'll be staying here for a while, I told them. They've asked me to teach the kids, and I start in a few days. You three can head back without me. Giddo blinked. Wait, seriously? You're becoming a teacher? Elin smiled warmly. Teaching those kids sounds like a big responsibility. But if anyone can do it, it's you. Cabal nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, they're lucky to have you. I nodded, a soft sigh escaping me before I forced a small smile. They deserve the best, and it won't be easy, but I want to try. After some quick farewells, the trio departed in good spirits. Once they were gone, Seal stepped forward, her gaze softening ever so slightly as she held out her hand. I took it without hesitation. And together, fingers intertwined, we turned toward the path leading back to our lodgings, quiet laughter slipping between us like a shared secret, warm and familiar as the afternoon sun. Note: thank you all for reading and supporting the story so far. Let's dive into the next chapter together, Onward to the Rescue. Ch. 32 The New Instructor. We stepped quietly into our room, the soft click of the door closing behind us sealing away the bustle of the day. I eased down onto the bed first, sinking into the soft mattress with a tired sigh. Before I could fully unwind, Seal shifted beside me, her presence drawing closer like a magnet. Without hesitation, she leaned in, her lips pressing gently against mine in a kiss that was both reassuring and intimate. The softness of her touch grounded me, melting away the day's stress just a little. Slowly, I settled onto her lap, the smooth curve of her legs supporting my weight comfortably. The steady warmth beneath me was like an anchor, steady and calming, while her hands came up to lightly rest at my sides. One hand moved up to gently pat my head, her fingers tracing soothing circles through my hair, a gesture so tender it made my chest tighten with quiet affection. I tilted my head back to look up at her face, catching the soft glow in her eyes and the faintest, knowing smile playing on her lips. I sighed deeply, letting the quiet moment stretch between us. That was tough, I murmured, voice low and honest, feeling safe and unguarded in her presence. The world outside could wait, here, like this, everything was simple and true. Still resting on Seal's lap, I let out a long, contented breath as her fingers threaded gently through my hair. Each stroke was patient and soothing, her touch so familiar now it felt like it belonged there like I did. Her thighs made the perfect pillow, firm yet soft, and the warmth of her body surrounded me in a way that made the world feel quieter. I shifted slightly, tilting my head to look up at her face. She gazed down at me with calm red eyes, brushing a few strands of hair away from my cheek with a fondness that made my heart flutter. Hey, Seal, I murmured, my voice softer than usual, how were you able to speak to me during the meeting with Yuaki? I thought you could only do that when you were inside me. Her hand stilled briefly, just enough to make me notice, before resuming its rhythm. I am always within you, my love, she replied, her voice tender. This form beside you now is a projection of myself, a physical body made for your sake. Like Celine. But my true self never leaves you. I'm always with you, because that is where I belong. My breath caught slightly at her words. She said it so simply, yet it hit me like a soft punch to the heart. You're always there. I echoed, a little breathless, my fingers curling against her skirt. Even when we're apart. Seal nodded, her hand pausing to cradle my cheek. There has never been a moment I wasn't with you. Even if no one else sees me. I'm part of you. I always will be. As your partner. As your first wife. My face warmed, and I couldn't stop the small, bashful smile that pulled at my lips. That word still made my heart flutter when she said it like that. Then I'm glad, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I don't want to be without you. Not ever. You won't be, she replied, leaning down and pressing a kiss to my temple, soft, loving, and unmistakably hers. Not in this life or the next. I closed my eyes, letting the comfort of her presence sink into me fully, the way her fingers moved against my scalp, the rhythm of her breath above me, and the certainty in her words. This quiet moment between us felt like a promise I never wanted to end. I slowly sat up from Seal's lap, stretching just a little before turning toward her with a quiet smile. We should probably change. It's been a long day. Seal gave a soft nod, her expression gentle. As you wish, master. A few moments later, we had both changed. Seal now wore a deep midnight blue sleeping gown, sleeveless with delicate golden embroidery tracing the neckline and hem. The fabric shimmered faintly in the soft lamplight, elegant yet understated, and it clung just enough to show her graceful figure as she sat with her legs folded to the side. I had changed into something more comfortable too. I slipped into the lilac nightie, the fabric cool and featherlight against my skin. It clung softly to my body just enough to trace my shape without feeling tight. The thin straps rested on my shoulders, and the neckline dipped lower than usual, edged with a touch of lace that brushed against my chest with every breath. The material was smooth, almost too smooth, like it was made to tease the air itself. As I moved, the hem danced around my upper thighs, and the light caught on the sheer fabric in just the right places. I could feel how it hinted at more than it revealed, a whisper rather than a statement. It wasn't flashy. It didn't need to be. It was the kind of nightwear that made me feel both comfortable and aware of every inch of myself. Relaxed, yet subtly bold, like I was wrapped in confidence and silk at the same time. This time, I curled up and gently rested my head on her lap. She looked peaceful like this. One hand rested gently on my shoulder while the other stroked my hair with slow, soothing movements. I let out a long breath, not from fatigue, but from the mental effort of keeping a perfect mask through my meeting with Yuaki. That guy. I murmured. Yuaki. He talks like he's harmless, but... Seal's hand paused for a moment, then resumed its rhythm. You sensed it too. I tilted my head slightly, peeking up at her. Yeah, he was too smooth. Every word was measured, like he was watching how I'd react. Seal nodded. He was. His posture, his expressions, even the spacing of his words, it was all deliberate. A performance, honed and practiced. I knew it, I sighed. When I tried sensing his aura, I could feel it layers. Not magic, exactly. Just, a feeling like I was being kept outside something. That's because you were, she confirmed. He was masking multiple unique skills. I didn't analyze them in full, doing so might have tipped him off. But the complexity was above standard. More than just a guild official should have. I gave a tired smile. So he wanted to keep me guessing. Act friendly, offer support, make me drop my guard. He misjudged you, master, she said softly. You stayed calm and wary. I was impressed. I turned more into her lap and smiled. I've dealt with enough schemers to spot one playing the long game. We'll keep watching him, Seal said, brushing her fingers gently along my temple. For now, we remain cautious. I nodded slowly. Yeah, he's hiding something, and I don't like being played. A small silence settled in. Her hand kept stroking my hair, slow, warm, and rhythmic. Every touch eased away a little more of the weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. I'm glad you were with me, I murmured, even if I couldn't see you. I'm always with you, she said, her voice soft and affectionate. Always. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. And I meant it earlier. You handled everything perfectly. Always, my beloved wife. My breath hitched. MMGH. I instantly buried my face into her lap, cheeks flaming. Don't just say that without warning. Her hand paused only to gently adjust a stray lock of hair that had fallen into my eyes, then continued petting. She didn't need to say anything else. I could feel her smile in the way her fingers moved. The room was quiet, bathed in the soft, muted glow of the lantern. My eyelids grew heavier with each passing second, and before long, her heartbeat was the only thing I could hear. Steady, warm, familiar. I let myself sink into her and allowed the day to slip away. And in the silence of her arms, I drifted off to sleep. The golden rays of morning filtered softly through the curtains, casting delicate patterns across the room. The air was still and quiet, peaceful in a way only the earliest hours could be. I stirred faintly, my cheek pressing against something warm and soft. Wait, still on her lap. Blinking my eyes open slowly, I looked up and sure enough, Seal was still sitting exactly where she had been last night, gently brushing her fingers through my hair with the same serene tenderness. Seal, you stayed like this all night. My voice came out as a sleepy murmur, thick with drowsiness. She looked down at me with a faint smile. Good morning, master. You didn't wake me. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. You just let me sleep on you the whole night. You needed the rest, she said simply, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. But that couldn't have been comfortable. I trailed off, glancing guiltily at how perfectly poised she still sat. It was fine, she replied, voice low and warm. Having you in my arms was more than enough comfort. My face heated. You'll make me feel bad if you say it like that. She leaned in just slightly, brushing her lips against my forehead. Then feel loved instead. I covered my face with both hands, letting out a small, embarrassed groan as I leaned back onto her lap again. You always say things like that with such a straight face. I mean them with all my heart, she whispered. I peeked through my fingers at her. Her expression was gentle, open, still the same Seal I knew, but there was something human in the warmth of her smile. Something unmistakably tender. I really don't deserve you, I mumbled. You're wrong, master, she replied, brushing her fingers through my hair once more. You're the only one I could ever belong to. The room stayed quiet for a little longer, the moment stretching gently between us. Then, with a reluctant breath, I shifted. All right, we should probably get moving. The guild's going to be waiting. Yes, she nodded. We stood together, stretching a little. I reached for the soft blue tunic and skirt I'd prepared, simple but elegant, with gold thread tracing subtle patterns along the hem. Seal wore a neat navy blue dress with long sleeves and a modest collar, buttoned down the front and cinched at the waist with a brown belt bearing a bronze clasp. Subtle embroidery lined the hem of the skirt, adding a quiet elegance, while dark tights and short leather boots grounded the look with a practical touch. Her soft blue hair was tied back with a dark ribbon, falling neatly down her back as she stood poised beneath the warm glow of a nearby lamp. Before we stepped out, I reached for her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. She glanced at me, then gently squeezed back. And just like that, the day began with warmth still lingering in my chest from the night before. After having breakfast back at the inn, Seal and I decided to spend the late morning exploring the city. The streets of Ingrasia were full of colorful banners fluttering above storefronts, the hum of merchants calling out, and adventurers strolling by in gear that ranged from humble to extravagant. We stayed close, hand in hand as we moved through the capital. Seal walked beside me, tall and composed as ever, her face concealed behind her usual mask now that we were out in public. She drew attention without meaning to, elegant, regal, and slightly intimidating. Eventually, we found ourselves near the great Colosseum, its towering walls looming proudly in the distance. Even from here, I could hear the distant roar of the crowd and the clang of weapons inside. The energy of it pulsed faintly through the stone streets. "Let's take a break," I suggested. Seal gave a small nod, and we stepped into a small CAF tucked near one of the side alleys, clean and stylish, with a quiet charm. The kind of place you could easily miss unless you were really looking. The moment we stepped in, I sensed something a little different. The man behind the counter, neatly dressed and welcoming, with distinctly Japanese features, greeted us with a warm welcome. Another otherworlder, huh? I kept that in mind as we ordered a pair of berry tarts and took our seats at a shaded table just outside. I leaned back in my chair, watching the passers-by with a small smile. "Nice weather," I said casually. Seal simply nodded. She was quiet, but not in a cold way, more like peaceful. Seal's voice was soft but teasing. "Master, this feels like a date, doesn't it?" I froze, caught off guard by the comment. My cheeks flushed a deep red, and I found myself unable to answer. She took a slow bite of her tart, then looked up and said with a hint of mischief, "If you enjoyed it, we could do this more often." I finally found my voice, a small, shy smile tugging at my lips. "Maybe, it's fine every now and then. You should try this one," she said, casually offering her a bite from my fork. I hesitated for only a second, then leaned forward slightly and accepted the bite. After breakfast and a brief stop at that CAF, we made our way to the library, not for leisure, but for research. I wasn't entirely sure what I'd be dealing with at the Freedom Academy, and Seal suggested it'd be smart to brush up on the region's politics, cultural norms, and the latest developments within the Western nations. I agreed. Even if I was technically just a guest teacher, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. We entered the library and quickly found ourselves surrounded by rows of neatly kept shelves. The scent of old paper and quiet air gave the place a calming, focused atmosphere. We chose a table in the corner and began sifting through various tomes and scrolls. Seal silently retrieved books as I read, occasionally pointing out useful sections or summarizing relevant content with her usual grace. I could tell she already knew a lot of it. She was probably just letting me take the lead this time. Hours passed like minutes. We studied topics ranging from noble power structures to the education system's hierarchy, even diving into magical laws and adventurer licensing systems across nations. It wasn't thrilling, but it was necessary. I glanced up occasionally, watching Seal flip through her own volume. Her expression behind the mask was unreadable, but her calm aura and steady presence were comforting. At some point in the late afternoon, I stretched, noticing the sky beginning to darken through the window. A librarian gently announced that the facility would be closing soon. I stacked the last of our books with a quiet sigh. "Well, I guess that's enough for today." Seal nodded beside me. "We've gathered most of what we need. I'll catalog the useful parts for later reference." "Of course you will," I murmured with a small smile. "Thanks, Seal." She paused, then gave a tiny nod. "Always, Master." With that, we returned the books and stepped out into the cooling evening air. The morning after our date, we dove straight back into gathering information. Seal and I spent long hours in the library, quietly flipping through books and scrolls, piecing together everything we could find about the Freedom Academy and Ingrasia's political climate. The silence between us was comfortable, broken only by the occasional soft murmur when one of us found something important. As the days went by, we ventured out more cautiously. Seal insisted on inspecting the city's defenses and the nearby patrol routes. Her focus was sharp, and I admired how seriously she took every detail. I stayed close. We visited the CAF again, savoring more of those sweet treats. She kept calling me my wife just a little too often, and every time, I'd freeze, heart fluttering, cheeks warm. And yet, each time made the moment feel a little more intimate, a little more ours. Back in the room by the fifth evening, we laid side by side, quietly reviewing the notes and preparing ourselves mentally for the days ahead. The city outside hummed softly, but here, with her fingers tangled in my hair and the warmth of her close by, everything felt calm and steady. I whispered softly, "I'm lucky to have you." Her voice, gentle and warm, came in reply, "And I am yours, always." "So, tomorrow I'm going to meet Yuuki again," I said. "He'll take me to the Freedom Academy, introduce me to the staff and everything. I start teaching the day after." Seal's eyes darkened slightly as she replied quietly, "We still don't know much about Yuuki. There's something he's hiding, his skills, his true intentions. We have to stay alert." I sighed softly. "I know, but just because he hid his skills and stretched the truth a little doesn't mean he's hostile. Maybe he's worried. After all, I am a monster, and he is the Grand Master of the Guild." Seal nodded thoughtfully. "That might be true, but we still have to be careful until we find out what he's actually after." I narrowed my eyes in thought, fingers steepled under my chin as I leaned back slightly. How about this? I said slowly, a spark of intent flashing behind my voice. We give him a chance. An opportunity to make his move, if that's what he's planning. I'll let my guard down just a little. Just enough for someone like him to think it's safe to act. Seal's eyes sharpened behind her mask, catching the shift in my tone. You mean, bait him? I nodded. Exactly. If he really is hiding something dangerous, he won't be able to resist a good opening. But if he backs off or stays clean despite the chance, then maybe I've misjudged him. Seal paused, then slowly nodded. It's risky, but clever. And subtle. It forces him to reveal his hand without confrontation. I gave a faint grin. Just enough rope to see if he plans to tie a knot or hang himself with it. She let out a soft chuckle. Very well, master. I agree. This could give us the clarity we need. My expression turned resolute. Until then, we play along. I tapped a finger against my leg, thinking aloud. Then, how about this we cancel your clone? Seal tilted her head slightly. Go on. If you disappear, I continued, and return to being inside me like usual, it'll look like I'm staying in Ingrasia alone. At least, that's what he'll think. A slow smile curved on my lips. It'll make me seem vulnerable. Like I don't have backup. If Yuuki's really planning something, he might make his move. Her answer came without hesitation. Sound strategy. I approve. I'll cancel this projection tomorrow morning. Thanks. I leaned back, gazing at the ceiling. Let's give him the perfect opportunity. If he's got an angle, we'll see it. The next day, I woke early in the modest inn room where I was staying. Soft morning light slipped through the curtains, casting gentle patterns across the bed. After freshening up, I changed into the deep blue coat trimmed with silver at the cuffs, the temporary uniform issued to guest instructors. It fit well, not too formal, not too stiff. Seal's external form was gone now, but as always, she remained quietly present within me, calm, steady, and attentive. You look presentable, master. Glad to have your approval, I replied with a quiet smile as I stepped into the hallway. Yuuki was already waiting in the lobby of the guild headquarters, casually dressed as usual, waving at me the moment I appeared. Morning, Rimuru. Ready for the big day? I nodded. More or less. Thanks again for setting this up. He looked around briefly before raising an eyebrow. Your attendant isn't with you today. I gave a small, neutral shrug. She returned to Tempest. I'll be staying in Ingrasia for a while, so her presence isn't needed. Yuuki smiled as if that cleared up everything. Makes sense. Well then, let's get you over to the academy. We made our way to the Freedom Academy, the walk short and uneventful. Yuuki chatted along the way about the students, the curriculum, and a few troublemakers I'd probably meet sooner than later. I listened with polite interest. At the academy, he personally introduced me to several faculty members. Teachers, assistants, a few guards, and admin staff all seemed competent enough, if a bit too curious about me. We moved through the formalities quickly. I handed over the documents confirming my appointment, and the administrative director signed off with little ceremony. Everything was officially in place now. Yuuki grinned as we stepped out of the faculty office. You're all set. You'll start teaching tomorrow, but for now, enjoy a bit of peace. As promised, we've got a staff dormitory room cleaned up for you. Comes with 3 meals a day and 10 silver coins in wages. I nodded, my expression neutral. Thanks. I'll go check it out, then. Sure thing. Let me know if you need anything. With that, he left the school building, hands in his coat pockets. Seal's voice echoed quietly in my mind as I walked. Everything went according to plan. Yeah, I replied mentally, eyes narrowing slightly. And now we wait. If he really sees an opportunity, he'll make his move soon. Yuuki is probably thinking I am alone now. No more attendant, no backup. Just me. But Seal was still with me, always. Let's play along, until he shows his hand. After the formalities, I was shown to the staff dormitory, a simple but comfortable room prepared for me. The space was modest, with a neatly made bed, a small desk, and a window overlooking the bustling city streets of Ingrasia. It wasn't much, but it would do for now. I changed into my night clothes while still keeping the deep blue coat nearby for when I needed to wear it. The quietness of the room contrasted with the busy day ahead. A quiet shimmer of light filled the room. Seal emerged, graceful as ever, dressed in her usual night clothes. Looks like this is home for now, I said, brushing a bit of dust off the windowsill. Seal stepped closer, her voice playful but tender. Then I will take care of you here, like your housewife. I smiled, used to her gentle teasing. You've already got that job locked down. She grinned softly. Good, because I plan to keep it. I reached out and took her hand. Then I'm counting on you, my wife. Her fingers curled around mine with a rare, genuine smile. Always, my beloved wife. I eased myself down onto the bed, the weight of the day starting to lift. Tomorrow's the real start. Let's see what's ahead. Seal settled beside me, calm and steady. I'll be with you, always. As we drew closer, I rested my head against her shoulder. The quiet comfort between us was a gentle reminder that no matter what challenges awaited, we faced them together. Slowly, sleep wrapped around us, soft and sure, as we drifted off in each other's embrace. The next day, the soft morning light slipped through the curtains as I slowly opened my eyes, still resting against Seal's side. She lay beside me, calm and steady as always. I shifted gently and leaned over to press a gentle kiss on her lips. "Morning." Seal smiled softly, returning the kiss before whispering, "Morning, master." I smiled back, the familiar warmth settling in me. I should get ready. Today's my first day teaching. Without saying anything, Seal moved behind me and began brushing my hair. Her fingers were deft, familiar, and gentle. "You really enjoy taking care of me, huh?" I asked, meeting her eyes in the mirror. She tilted her head playfully. "Naturally. It's what a proper wife does." I blinked, ears warming. "You're going to get me flustered before class starts." After changing into the instructor uniform, a deep blue coat with silver trim along the cuffs, I made my way to the door, adjusting the hem slightly. Just before I stepped out, Seal reached forward and kissed my cheek. "Take care of yourself, my wife. I'll miss you." I paused, blushing. "You're still coming with me, remember? Inside." She gave a soft laugh and smiled warmly then, without another word, her form dissolved in a shimmer of light. I touched the spot on my cheek where she kissed me, lips curving into a smile. "All right, time to meet the kids." It was my first official day on the job. After a few polite greetings and the usual welcome formalities, I found myself receiving some advice from the academy's vice principal. Standard stuff, really, though delivered with a healthy dose of caution. Freedom Academy, as it turned out, wasn't just some ordinary school. It doubled as a kind of prep ground for future guild members. Students weren't just studying textbooks, they chose specialized departments, balancing classroom lectures with practical, on-the-ground training. There were courses in magic, monster biology, combat techniques, survival, you name it. In a way, it felt a little like the universities from my previous life. Structured freedom, but with a strong combat-ready slant. My role, however, was a bit unique. Rather than teaching one of the standard courses, I'd been assigned a particular group. An infamous one, even. The so-called S-class. According to the vice principal, it was a group of students considered either incredibly gifted or incredibly problematic. Or both. Ever since their previous advisor, none other than Shizue Izuwa herself, left due to personal reasons, the class had been without guidance, apparently running wild without any real supervision. And now here I was, handed the reins. Shizu. So she really taught here, huh? The conqueror of flames. A true hero. Just thinking about it made my chest tighten a little. I admired her, and now, I'd be stepping into her shoes. That was a lot to live up to. I sighed to myself, straightening my jacket. Guess I'd better get used to being compared to her all the time from now on. Today was my first day teaching. I stood in front of the classroom door, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. From within, Seal's calm voice echoed softly in my mind, "Best of luck, master. You'll do great." I smiled quietly and replied, "Thanks, Seal. I'll give it my all." With that, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be met immediately by a flaming sword swinging toward me. I moved with grace, sidestepping the fiery blade just in time. The children cheered loudly, their energy fierce and unrelenting. "Sweet. Nice one, Ken." One shouted. "Is that your finisher? It's all done now." Another yelled. "Kinda weak in the end. It didn't even land." Came a third voice. They paid me no mind, their focus entirely on their play fighting. I realized quickly, to them, I wasn't their teacher yet, I was just an obstacle in their game. I cleared my throat gently. "Alright, everyone, let's settle down for a moment. I'm your instructor starting today." One of the kids pointed at me, eyes wide. "You look like Shiza-sensei." A few others nodded, whispering among themselves. I gave a gentle smile. "I'm Rimuru Tempest, your new instructor." Before me sat 5 children the summons Yuuki had gathered from various nations. They were Kenya Misaki, a 10-year-old boy, Ryota Sekigakai, also 10, Gail Gibson, 11, Alice Rondo, 9, and Chloe Aubert, 10. Though still grade school age, it was clear they packed a serious punch. With Shiza having trained them, I knew going easy might only put me at risk. Honestly, I hadn't expected this. I thought they'd be a bit more obedient. As their cold, hostile gazes met mine, I felt a sharp pang of discouragement, my first real sting of doubt in quite some time. I called out each name, glancing down at the files I'd grabbed from the staff room. No response. Well, I definitely needed some kind of reaction if I was going to get anywhere with this group. Guess it was time to call in my trusty assistant. "Please give me a reply when I call your name," I said gently. Kenya was the first to break the silence, his voice shaky and tearful. "Hey, what's that dog? Is that a wolf? Get it out of here." "Ken, are you okay?" I asked, concerned. "Gee, get away from me. This is crazy." He stammered. I'll behave. He blurted out. Then came a deep, commanding voice. "I am Ranga, neither dog nor wolf. My master demands a reply, child. Will you follow the order, or dash?" Ranga was an instant hit. Watching him playfully interact with the kids was honestly heartwarming. "All right. Okay." Kenya shouted back, tears welling in his eyes at the stern warning. Good boy. He might not have liked it, but some discipline was exactly what this room needed. There you go. Children must do as they're told. I smiled, feeling a bit more hopeful as I proceeded with my roll call. Okay, then. I suppose you've all got something you'd like to say to me, I said with a cheerful smile, folding my arms as I faced the 5 wary students. So how about we have a little test? Alice immediately puffed out her cheeks. Hey, why's it gotta be that? A test. Ryota blinked and glanced at the boy next to him. Bleh. Kenya stuck out his tongue. Lame. I hate tests. This is all too sudden, Gale added in a matter-of-fact tone, adjusting his stance like he was trying to look smarter than he was. I demand an explanation. I hate tests, Chloe repeated quietly, pouting with the faintest scowl. I chuckled to myself. Not exactly the warm welcome I hoped for, but hey, at least they were vocal. That was something. All right, just calm down, I said, raising both hands in mock surrender. I called it a test, but really, it's more of a fun game for you all to play. And if you don't like it, you can complain about it as much as you want. The kids exchanged glances as I continued. So here's the deal, you'll each take turns fighting me in mock combat. The rules are simple: attack me with everything you've got. If you can beat me, it's over. But if I can dodge your attacks for 10 minutes, I win. Easy, right? That's it. Kenya asked skeptically. Yep, easy, right? 10 minutes. Chloe asked softly. Hey, I'll spot you guys an hour each if you want, I teased. Ha ha ha, if you don't sick that dog on me, I don't even need 10. Kenya laughed. Great. I promise I won't do that, okay? But it's one at a time for you guys, too. No helping out your classmates, all right? Okay. Said Alice. Sure, added Gale with a shrug. I'll totally win if that dog ain't in it. Kenya declared again with a grin. I just want to read some books. Chloe mumbled. So where are we doing this? Ryota asked, already bouncing on his heels. The gymnasium ought to work, I suppose. Do you all understand the rules? You can figure out the turn order on the way there. They all nodded, some confidently, some less so, and off we went. The mock battles were spirited, if a bit chaotic. One after another, the kids gave it their all. Blazing swords, wild charges, even a few clever traps, but I danced around it all with ease. No real damage, just bruised pride and a few frustrated groans. In the end, none of them managed to land a solid hit. I didn't even break a sweat. But rather than discouraging them, it only made them more determined and, weirdly, a little less hostile. Progress, I'd say. Wow, that new instructor is incredible. Did you see how easily she dodged everything? She looked so graceful, like she was dancing between their attacks. I couldn't even keep track. I heard she's a guest teacher sent directly by the guild. She might be stronger than she looks. Stronger? I wouldn't be surprised if she's on par with an A-rank adventurer or more. And, didn't she kind of remind you of Shiza-sensei? Yeah, not just the strength, but something about her presence. With that kind of buzz spreading through the watching staff and older students, I had a feeling my reputation around the school was now firmly established. I didn't exactly want to show off, but the kids' antics left me with little choice. At least now they'd take me seriously. As for the 5 of them, they were powerful, yes, but their skills felt oddly scattered. Sloppy in parts, improvised in others. If I had to guess, it wasn't because they'd been guided toward these abilities. It felt more like they picked up anything they could while trying to imitate Shiza's fighting style. I sighed mentally. That kind of patchwork growth couldn't last. If I didn't step in and steer them properly, their magicules would burn out long before they grew up. And I couldn't let that happen. They sat quietly now. I could feel it, their guard was lowered, just a little. The initial hostility had faded, replaced by something closer to curiosity. Maybe even trust. That was one small victory. We needed to connect, heart to heart, or they'd never truly listen. And now, even if I had to force that connection a little, it was finally there. Hey, Alice said hesitantly, her voice softer. You, kind of remind me of Miss Shizu. I smiled gently at her. She's important to me. She entrusted something to me. Reaching to my side, I concentrated briefly and pulled something from within my stomach, a mask, the one Shizu once wore. I held it carefully in my hands as I spoke. This was hers. She gave it to me, and when I accepted it, I also agreed to look after all of you. Alice's eyes widened. That's Miss Shiza's mask. I nodded once. She stared at it, then met my eyes and gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Then I believe you. You me too, Chloe murmured. I believed in you from the beginning, you know. Ryota added, crossing his arms with a proud little grin. Kenya frowned. Oh, come on, guys. But Gale gave him a light jab with his elbow. She's telling the truth. We can trust her. TCH. Fine. I guess I'll give you a chance. I smiled, lowering the mask. That was enough for now. They'd accepted me not just as someone who reminded them of their old teacher, but as someone who might become their new one. And that was a start. Note: the Saving the Kids arc is drawing to a close, just a few chapters left. Rimuru has grown stronger, stepped into her role as instructor, and is ready for the coming storm. But with Hinata Sakaguchi arriving, determined to end Rimuru's journey, the stakes couldn't be higher. Will Rimuru survive, Or does fate or something even greater have other plans? Probably yes. But the shadows hold their secrets. Thanks so much for reading, as always. See you in the next chapter, where Operation Save the Kids finally begins. Ch. 33 Conquering the Labyrinth. The day finally ended, and I found myself back in my modest room, the quiet settling around us like a gentle blanket. Slipping out of the day's clothes, I changed into something light and comfortable, my soft sleeping wear. I eased down onto the bed, settling my head softly onto Seal's lap. Seal's hand came up almost instinctively, her fingers brushing gently through my hair in a soothing rhythm. The familiar touch made the tension of the day melt away bit by bit. "You did well today," she murmured quietly, her voice calm and steady. I closed my eyes, feeling comforted by her presence. "Thanks, Seal. It was harder than I expected, but I think I'm getting through to them." Her gentle pats continued, patient and warm. "You're strong. They'll come around." The quiet stretched comfortably between us as the room grew dimmer, the soft sound of Seal's touch lulling me toward rest. I rested my head on Seal's lap, the quiet of the room wrapping around us like a soft blanket. Her gentle hand moved in slow, comforting pats on my hair. "These kids," I began, voice low, "they're incomplete summons. Their powers are unstable. They can't control them fully yet." Seal's eyes met mine, serious and thoughtful. "Uncontrolled power can be dangerous. We need to find a way to stabilize that power before it causes more harm." I nodded slowly, thinking. I remember Shiza mentioning once that she, too, was an incomplete summon when she came here. But she managed to survive. How did she do it? I furrowed my brow, thinking aloud. Didn't Shiza have Ifrit's power, given to her by Leon? And she was traveling to meet Leon again. Maybe that has something to do with how she was trying to save those children. Seal's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Ifrit might have been controlling Shiza's unstable power all along. Realizing that she was going to meet Leon for help makes sense. Perhaps she sought his aid to stabilize those children's power. I nodded slowly. If that's true, then understanding Ifrit's role in all this could be the key to helping these kids. Seal's eyes gleamed with resolve. The spirit is the answer. We could save them by fusing their souls with the souls of greater elementals like Ifrit. I considered her words carefully. Soul fusion, that sounds risky, but it might be the only way to stabilize their power. Seal nodded. Yes. It's dangerous, but without control, their power could destroy themselves. I nodded. Then we have to find these spirits. Seal's expression grew serious. According to the memory of one of the elves, we can obtain spirits from the dwelling of spirits. It's located within the Republic of Ulgrazia, specifically in the Old Natural Park. I frowned. The Republic of Ulgrazia, that's pretty far from here. Seal nodded. We could use the warp portal elemental magic. But using that requires having been there before, I said. We can only warp to places we've visited. Seal smiled slightly. True, but we can travel step by step. Go towards the Republic of Ulgrazia at night, return by morning. Then the next night, continue from where we left off. We repeat that until we reach the destination. I considered it. A slow journey, but it might be our best option. It took a fair bit of prep time and about 3 weeks of nighttime traveling, but I finally made it. The Republic of Ulgrazia, also known as Audiobooks, was nestled on the southern coast of the continent, a place all but forgotten by the world at large. A peaceful, democratic nation, surrounded by verdant natural beauty and touched by the quiet grace of the elemental spirits. There were no restrictions on entering or leaving the country, but interestingly, crime was practically non-existent. That was no mystery, though every native of Audiobooks was a shaman or shamaness, gifted with the ability to wield elemental magic. That fact alone made this land different. But even in this tranquil place, the dwelling of spirits remained shrouded in mystery. According to the memories I'd absorbed, no one who ever set off to find it had returned. It was said to be a labyrinth, twisting, magical maze that could stretch underground or even high into the skies, changing with no apparent logic. The dwelling itself was located at the farthest edge of that shifting maze. Only those acknowledged by the spirits could reach it. Even now, the place remained elusive and dangerous. I looked out toward the horizon, letting the ocean wind tug gently at my coat. We found it, but this isn't a place I can just march into. Seal's voice, calm and resolute inside me, echoed the same conclusion. It would be best to enter only after the children are trained well enough to defend themselves if something happens while you're away. I nodded, determination settling in. Right. If this place is even half as unpredictable as the stories suggest, then we can't take any chances. I'll make sure they're ready. Then we'll try. So, I decided to train the kids for at least 2 months. It wasn't a decision I made lightly. The dwelling of spirits wasn't going anywhere, and neither was the danger that came with it. But the children? They were still fragile both emotionally and in terms of their control over magic. Their power was real, but unstable. And if I was going to step away even for a short while, I needed to be absolutely certain they could protect themselves if something went wrong. 2 months. That would give me time to build up their fundamentals, reinforce their magical endurance, and, more importantly, help them gain confidence. I didn't want to just teach them to fight, I wanted them to live. A wise decision, Seal said gently. Their hearts and minds must be steady before we can entrust them to themselves. I exhaled slowly, watching the sky from the dormitory window. Right, one step at a time. For now, our mission was simple: train, guide, and prepare them for the future they deserved to have. It had been over a month since I started training the kids. Today, I decided to take them all out on a picnic. School wasn't in session, it was the equivalent of a Sunday in my old world. A perfect break from the usual routine. Sitting in the same classroom day after day would wear anyone down, especially these kids. And besides, they still needed to work excess molecules out of their systems regularly. If left unchecked, that power could spiral out of control again. The sun was warm, the breeze just right. I'd picked a grassy field not far from town, a peaceful open space with shade trees nearby and a clear view of the sky. A perfect place for both relaxing and a little bit of subtle training. Okay, everyone, I said, smiling at the 5 expectant faces. No lessons today. Just food, fresh air, and maybe a little sparring if you're up for it. Cheers erupted around me. Honestly, it felt good. They'd come a long way since that first day. Not perfect, not fully stable, but they were starting to laugh more, trust more, live more. From inside, Seal's gentle voice echoed in my mind. You're doing well, Master. I smiled softly. Still a long road ahead, but we're getting there. We were walking down one of the main streets in the capital when I noticed a large crowd gathered in the city square, buzzing with excitement. What's going on over there? I asked, craning my neck slightly. Oh, Miss Rimuru. Kenya piped up. The hero, Sir Masayoki, is holding a fighting demonstration at the arena today. Yeah, they say he's crazy strong, Ryota added, eyes sparkling. Then Alice gave me a skeptical glance. There's no way you could beat someone like Sir Masayoki, Miss Rimuru. I mean, you're kind of small and weird. I blinked. Small and weird, huh? Chloe stepped closer to me, frowning at Alice. That doesn't matter. Miss Rimuru's stronger than he is. I just know it. Really? Ryota looked back and forth between us. That'd be so cool. Gale rubbed his chin, considering. It would be fun to see a real battle between the two. But we're probably way too late to get good seats now. He glanced at the others and shrugged. We should go ahead with our picnic plans. Yeah, Kenya agreed. We promised, anyway. Despite their curiosity, they stuck to the plan with surprising discipline. It was moments like these I appreciated how much they'd grown. Sitting in a classroom all the time wasn't good for kids with bodies overflowing with unstable molecules, so our regular outdoor outings were important. And with Gale calmly steering the group whenever things got chaotic, I had a feeling we were making real progress as a class and as a team. As we walked away from the bustling crowd, I glanced over my shoulder toward the arena, where cheers still echoed in the distance. So that's the famous hero, Masayoki, was it? I didn't know much about him, but if the rumors were to be believed, he was making waves fast. The way the crowd adored him was, honestly, kind of impressive. I should probably ask Celine to dig into this Masayoki guy when she gets the chance. Just to be safe. Better to stay ahead of whatever surprises this so-called hero might bring. So we walked for about another hour, as planned, before reaching a mostly deserted grassy plain. The perfect training ground. There wouldn't be many people watching us, either, so we could go all out to some extent. They had matured to the point where going easy on them would actually expose me to danger. Their moves had grown much more refined, thanks in part to the fact they were actually beginning to take my advice. I fought them one by one, like always, making sure to keep my guard up. Shoot, I messed that up today, too. She is just way too strong. It's cheating. Aren't you supposed to go easier on girls? I better learn more magic. I was so focused on defending myself better today. Perhaps it was immature of me, but I wanted to be like an impenetrable wall to them. On this point, I was acting in stark contrast to Shizu. I had no intention of spoiling them at all. You kids think you could ever beat me? You're dreaming. The kids started complaining back at me. This was a pretty common routine in my class. Just then, I feel this weird sense of pressure. Master, I'm detecting a large surge of magical energy. It's from a sky dragon, and it's coming this way. According to the knowledge I had picked up at the Capital Library, a sky dragon was reminiscent of a wyvern, although pretty different in reality. Wyverns were an airborne offshoot from the lesser dragon family, but a sky dragon was part of the arch-dragon group, maintaining a greater amount of original dragon blood. Still, it was strange. Dragons usually lived in the Great Kanaat Mountains. For one to suddenly show up here felt unusual. Seal's voice echoed calmly in my mind, edged with suspicion. It might be Yuuki's plan. I nodded to myself. Might be. He probably wants to see my strength. I hesitated, gaze lifting toward the sky. Maybe I should just ignore it. If you ignore it, it might attack the capital, Seal replied firmly. Ugh, if I defeat it, that just means I'm showing my strength to Yuuki or whoever's behind this. But if I ignore it, that thing might go on a rampage. And if I hold back too much, the one pulling the strings might realize we're onto them. I clenched my fists. I know, but maybe we can use this to our advantage. I'm with you, Master, Seal said gently. Whatever you decide, we'll face it together. The decisions came fast. All right, I said to the children, turning back toward them. I'll go help out. Leave that thing alone, and it'll lead to a lot of killing. A ripple of shadows swirled at my feet. Ranga. He leapt from the darkness, landing with a heavy thud. Yes, master. Protect the kids, I ordered. As you command, Ranga replied, lowering himself in front of the children, teeth bared, ears up and alert. Without waiting another second, I launched myself into the air, wind rushing past my face as I soared toward the sky dragon. As I soared through the sky, clouds parting in my wake, I reached out through thought communication. Celine, where are you right now? A short pause, then her voice echoed back, surprised, Rimuru, what's going on? A sky dragon is attacking. It's heading straight for the capital. I kept my tone firm, my golden eyes locked onto the distant speck growing larger by the second. I'm en route now. Celine's voice sharpened with concern. A sky dragon. That's way too far from the Great Kanaat Mountains. What's it doing here? Exactly my thought, I muttered. This has trap written all over it. I think someone, maybe Yuuki, is trying to test our power. TCH. Figures. So here's the plan, I said, voice cooling as I descended toward the battlefield. I'll distract the dragon. I'll make it look like I'm trying to take it down, but I won't finish the job. You'll arrive and deal the final blow. You want me to take credit? She asked, catching on quickly. Exactly. If we do it right, they'll think I'm weaker than I actually am. It'll throw off their judgment. A pause, then a soft laugh. I like it. Risky, but smart. I'll head your way now, Rimuru. Just don't die before I get there. Please, I smirked. I'm only going to play with it a little. The air around me crackled with tension as the sky dragon roared in the distance, its wings blotting out the sun for a moment. When I reached the site, the air was thick with smoke and magical residue. The sky dragon loomed overhead, massive wings slicing the sky as it circled, watching the ground below with gleaming eyes. Down near the battlefield, I spotted a familiar face. BYDD, the guy I met in village before Bloomin, stood firm, facing the dragon with his sword drawn. He looked tense, but he hadn't backed down. I guess he'd taken my words to heart after all. Around him lay several wounded soldiers and civilians, their groans and gasps audible even from above. Next to him was a round little man in merchant robes, handing out potion bottles with the Tempest seal clearly stamped on them. His face was vaguely weasel-like, and he had the exact air of someone who would usually try to sell you your own shoes. I remembered Shana mentioning a merchant. This must have been him. And surprisingly, he wasn't hoarding potions for profit or trying to escape. He was passing them out freely, shouting instructions and urging the injured to stay still. Considering what I knew about most merchants, that was unexpected. I didn't know if it was out of genuine concern or clever PR, but if it saved lives, I'd take it. I really shouldn't have called out to them. I was supposed to be keeping my strength hidden right now, but the surprise of seeing those two here broke my cover. Hey, you two. I see you're already helping. Don't stop now. I called out as I touched down nearby. BYDD blinked, stunned, then grinned in recognition. The merchant flinched, eyes wide. Right, I continued, since you're here, just keep doing what you're doing. Focus on the wounded. I'll handle the dragon. As far as I could tell, no one had died yet, thank goodness. If we moved fast with the right treatment, we could save them all. I even spotted the injured gate guard who had helped me before. Seeing him alive made me all the more determined to end this quickly. The two exchanged a glance, then snapped into action without another word. Good. That left me free to turn toward the looming dragon in the sky. Time to make a scene. The sky dragon roared, its massive form looming over the battlefield. I stood my ground, raising my hands as if preparing to unleash some powerful magic. TCH. This thing's stronger than I expected. I muttered, swaying back just a little, letting the wind from the dragon's wings brush against me. I deliberately staggered, as if struggling to keep my footing, then held up a hand in a half-hearted defensive gesture. Ugh, I might need some help here. I glanced toward the sky, silently sending the call. A tense hush fell over the crowd as I struggled to keep the dragon's attention, pretending to be pushed to my limits. I wasn't actually in danger, just making sure whoever was watching would believe I was. Then, with a sudden shimmer in the air, a golden light streaked down from the clouds. Celine's silhouette appeared, her cloak fluttering as she descended with grace and power. She landed with a firm step between me and the dragon, sword already drawn and glowing with elemental energy. I'll handle this. The dragon snarled and lunged at her, but Celine was faster, moving with lethal precision. Her blade struck true, cutting through the beast's defenses as magic crackled around her. The onlookers gasped, some whispering in awe. The merchant dropped his potion, eyes wide. Who is that? I wiped imaginary sweat from my brow and smiled, playing my part. Good timing, huh? The real battle was just beginning, but now, the enemy's focus was all on Celine. Celine didn't waste a second. Her sword gleamed as she moved with fluid grace, each strike cutting through the air like lightning. The sky dragon reared back, snapping its massive jaws, sending a blast of scorching wind her way. She dodged effortlessly, rolling to the side and slashing at one of its massive wings. The dragon howled in pain, blood steaming where her blade struck. Roaring in fury, the dragon lashed out with its tail, smashing the ground where Celine had just been. She leapt high, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow, and came down hard on its back, planting her sword deep into the thick scales. Electric energy pulsed from her blade, surging into the dragon's body. The beast staggered, thrashing wildly, but Celine held firm, channeling her magic to weaken it. "Keep it steady," I murmured through our mental link. "Don't go all out, we want them to think this is a tough fight." Celine nodded, her eyes fierce and focused. The dragon took a final, desperate breath and unleashed a piercing sonic roar that shattered the air itself. Celine raised her sword just in time, the powerful waves clashing against her magical barrier with a deafening crack. She gritted her teeth, bracing herself and using every ounce of strength to hold the line. Then, with a powerful shout, she plunged her sword through the dragon's throat. The beast let out a deafening roar before collapsing, its enormous body shaking the ground. Silence fell over the field. Celine stood tall, sword glowing faintly, breath steady. The crowd erupted in cheers. She did it. That elf brought down a dragon. Unbelievable, she was incredible. She's not human, right? No way anyone normal could do that. Elegant and deadly. I've never seen anything like her. People poured from alleyways and shelters, clapping, whistling, shouting in amazement. Even the guards who had been too stunned to move before now joined in, banging weapons against their shields in a chorus of thunderous praise. Celine didn't bask in the attention. She simply turned her head slightly, scanning the crowd in quiet acknowledgement before stepping calmly away from the fallen dragon. Her hair fluttered behind her, her every motion composed and precise, leaving behind only awe in her wake. I stood a little ways off, arms crossed, watching Celine soak in the cheers like she was starring in some kind of fantasy epic. She gave a theatrical little bow, then raised her sword again like she hadn't already done that twice. The sunlight caught the blade just right, and the crowd roared louder. I sighed. She's enjoying this way too much. She flipped her hair back, letting her cloak flutter in the breeze. The smug glint in her golden eyes was really starting to irritate me. I didn't remember asking for that much flair. "She's acting like she is the main character of anime," I muttered. "All she needs now is theme music." Seal's voice chimed in casually from within my mind. "Well, she is you, master." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Don't remind me." The crowd burst into another round of applause as Celine twirled her sword, basking in the moment like she was born for it. "She's going to start signing autographs next," I grumbled. "She is doing an excellent impression," Seal added, almost smug. "That's not a compliment." Then, as if to rub it in, Celine turned toward me with a serene, humble smile. "Thanks to you, I was able to defeat the dragon. What's your name, miss?" "Miss." My eye twitched. Was she seriously pulling this routine? "Rimuru," I replied flatly, barely containing my annoyance. "Rimuru," she repeated with a soft, grateful nod. "I'll remember that. I hope we meet again someday." The crowd melted. "She's so gracious. Thank that girl. Such a noble spirit." Celine turned to the people and raised her hand. "Now then, if you'll excuse me, I must report this to the guild." And off she went, striding like the victorious heroine of a legend, every movement screaming, "Look at me." I stared after her. "She's loving this." Seal's tone was innocently sharp. "She's you." I sighed. "I need a nap." As the crowd gradually dispersed, still whispering in awe of the elven heroine, I took a few steps toward the injured area, where the merchant was still tending to people with potions bearing Tempest Seal. He noticed me immediately. That weasel-like face of his perked up, sharp eyes narrowing beneath his messy fringe. For someone so round and unassuming, he was dangerously perceptive. "Ah, forgive me if I'm being forward," he said, approaching with a polite bow, "but I believe I owe my life to you, Lady Rimuru." I narrowed my eyes. "How do you even know who I am?" Jailmile chuckled. "When I first tried to establish a trade relationship with Tempest, I asked around to see what kind of person the ruler was. That's when a maid approached me, introduced herself as Ren. Said she was your personal attendant." "Of course she did," I muttered. "She was polite, impeccably dressed, spoke like a noble from the old kingdoms. I thought she was just another refined maid until I tried to sweeten the deal a little too much in my favor." He gave an exaggerated shiver. Still remember the smile on her face when she leaned in just slightly and said, "My lady is far too kind for her own good. I strongly advise you not to mistake that kindness for something you can exploit." Jailmile shook his head. Not a hint of anger, just that serene, professional tone. "I've never backed out of a negotiation faster." I sighed. "Yup, that's Ren. Weaponized courtesy. Oh, and she also told me what you looked like down to the detail. Even showed me a sketch she'd drawn herself." "She drew me?" He nodded. Said, "This is the silhouette I designed for my lady, inspired by her inner elegance. I simply refused to allow her to look anything less than divine. She sounded like a fashion designer preparing for a runway show." I buried my face in one hand. "Why does she go completely crazy when it comes to dressing me up?" I sighed. "It's like I'm her personal doll or something." After our brief conversation, Jailmile and I made our way to a high-end nightclub in the capital. The place was known less for partying and more for discreet business meetings among the city's elite. We settled into a quiet corner, where the dim lighting and muffled music provided the perfect cover. Over drinks, we exchanged information about trade routes, potential alliances, and the economic impact of recent disturbances. Jailmile was eager to establish stronger ties with Tempest, and I shared my vision for expanding our influence beyond the borders. The discussion was sharp and to the point, deals were proposed, offers made, and plans laid out. It was the kind of negotiation where every word counted, and I appreciated having someone as straightforward as Jailmile by my side. Once the business was settled, I gathered the kids and left the nightclub, the night air cool against our skin. We returned to Freedom Academy, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. As I settled back into my room, Seal slowly materialized beside me, her presence comforting and familiar. I laid my head gently on her lap, letting out a quiet sigh. Just then, Celine's voice came softly through our thought connection. After I reported to the guild, I had an unexpected encounter with Yuaki, she said calmly but with a hint of frustration. He tried to pry into my background, asking all sorts of indirect questions to figure out if I'm from another world. He's suspicious, but I kept my cool and acted like a native, like I belonged here all along. She continued, he also probed about you, trying to discover if I have any ties to you or Tempest. I dodged those questions just as deftly. Despite the interrogation, I managed to get promoted to a rank. It's a step up, but it means the stakes are getting higher. I exhaled slowly, a mixture of pride and concern bubbling inside me. Celine was out there playing the game hard, gathering information and fighting for us, but the path ahead wasn't going to get easier anytime soon. The warmth of Seal's lap beneath me grounded my thoughts. I closed my eyes, the gentle rhythm of her breathing soothing my nerves. No matter what battles awaited, I knew I wasn't alone. So here I was, standing with the kids in Urga Nature Park, deep in the Republic of Uargracia, allegedly the home of the legendary dwelling of the spirits. 2 months had passed since I accepted the teaching role at Freedom Academy in Inglisia, and getting us here had taken a fair bit of prep. Only the entrance existed here in the park, a mysterious doorway sealed behind a massive boulder, like a gate to another dimension. According to what I'd read, it was the only known path to the spirit world. If we wanted to find high-level spirits, this was our shot. We spent the evening resting up and making our final preparations. I wasn't completely sure I'd be able to use Warp Portal to return from whatever was waiting on the other side of that door. Something told me it wouldn't work. Still, just in case, I quietly carved out a magic circle in a hidden corner of the park, my little emergency exit plan. Hopefully, it wouldn't be needed, but better safe than sorry. The morning sun filtered through the trees as I gathered the kids and gave them one last look. I could feel a faint magical hum in the air, like the land itself was watching us. You guys ready? I asked, my tone more serious than usual. Once we go in, there's no telling if we can come back the same way. Think you're prepared for that? They didn't answer right away, but I could see it in their eyes. They were nervous, yeah, but determined. Each of them had grown stronger in their own way, and they knew what was at stake. The moment we were all inside, the door behind us slammed shut with a low, echoing thud. Just as expected. I immediately attempted Warp Portal. Nothing. Not even a flicker. As I suspected, this place had some sort of restriction against spatial magic. I sighed inwardly. Figures. Out of curiosity, I had Ranga try using shadow motion, but he emerged briefly only to report failure. So that was off the table, too. Looked like this entire zone had been set up to block spatial transitions. No easy outs. Well, no use wasting energy on what wouldn't work. I filed that under annoying but expected and shifted my focus. Guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way, I muttered. We moved ahead. The interior wasn't much of a maze, more like a single, oddly narrow corridor stretching forward into mist. There weren't any turns or forks. Honestly, it was kind of disappointing. I'd expected something a little more mystic and confusing, for a place housing high-level spirits. But maybe that was the trick. It looked simple, but I had the sneaking suspicion we'd regret underestimating it. So, we pressed on, carefully. You bore us, guessed. B. More scared for us. B. More frightened for us. They babbled on, their words filled with a kind of playful malice. Whatever they were aware of us and clearly disappointed that I wasn't already panicking. I glanced at the kids. Kenya and Ryota were looking around, confused and tense, their eyes flicking toward the shifting walls of the corridor. They were hearing it too. Chloe clung tightly to my arm, refusing to let go. Her knuckles were white. Alice stood defiantly, chin up, but she'd edged closer to me without even realizing. Gale had already stepped forward, unsheathing the short sword I'd given him. It was a custom-made blade, forged from pure magisteel by Kurobe. Child-sized, but no less real or deadly. It could shift to suit his fighting style though, if possible. I'd really prefer he didn't need to use it. Still, I admired his resolve. As the oldest among them, he was clearly trying to protect the others. I gave him a quiet nod. Stay close, everyone, I said. Don't respond to the voices. They're trying to rattle you. Just keep your eyes on me. Their trust was immediate. Even with fear prickling at the edges of their expressions, they listened. Whatever trial we were about to face, I had a strong feeling it had just begun. Hey, do you guys live here? Are you elementals? I called out, addressing the invisible voices. We're here on a mission. We need to talk to some high-level elementals. If you don't mind, could you lead us forward instead of getting in our way? Might as well try reasoning with them. Hopefully, they were the chatty kind of spirits. Ahahaha. Ehehehe. What? A funny thing to say. Interesting. More so than being surprised. More so than being scared. Good, good. Let me tell him. But before that. Their excited overlapping voices echoed all around us, bursting with childish glee. Then, without warning, a pathway of pure light shimmered into existence ahead, illuminating the corridor. I guess that was our invitation forward. Okay, so now we're being polite, I muttered. The path of light felt stable underfoot, solid enough, despite appearing like a translucent bridge. We followed it until it led us into a massive, circular chamber. At its center stood an enormous statue, towering, humanoid, forged entirely from shining steel. A hulking sentinel. It loomed silently, arms crossed, like a boss monster waiting for its cue. Then, from nowhere, a telepathic voice boomed. Let me explain the rules of the trial. The statue's eyes suddenly flared to life, glowing a deep, ominous red. Because of course they did. Seriously, what is it with creepy guardian types and glowing red eyes? Like, was that just standard monster fashion or something? I raised a hand. Whoa, wait, by trial, do you mean I gotta beat this statue thing? Came the cheerful reply, completely unfazed by my objection. I sighed. Of course it is. Behind me, the kids stiffened, already preparing themselves. Okay, I muttered. Let's just see what kind of fight this is going to be. Let me explain the rules of the trial. The statue's eyes blazed red, a low mechanical rumble echoing across the chamber. Oh no, I deadpanned. It's monologuing. I really didn't have time for this. Okay, kids, stand back, I said, raising a hand. Before the statue could finish whatever grand speech it had planned, I'd already activated my magic. Hell Flare. A dome of searing black flame erupted around the statue, expanding outward in a sphere of annihilation. The temperature spiked, the air distorted, and within seconds, the towering construct was reduced to molten slag and evaporated metal. Not even ashes remained. The red glow in its eyes flickered once, then winked out. Trial complete. I asked dryly, brushing imaginary dust off my sleeves. There was a long pause. Yai. He's scary, but cool. Too fast. That was cheating, but still fun. The voices were in chaos now, half excited, half scandalized. Probably hadn't expected me to just nuke their trial boss off the face of the spirit realm. I sighed and turned to the kids. Welp, trial passed. Let's keep moving before they come up with a round 2. Gale blinked. Sensei, are we even allowed to win like that? Hey, I grinned, no one said how I was supposed to beat it. Note, yee, we finally made it to the labyrinth, everyone. Now all that's left is for Rimuru to summon the spirits, save the kids, and head home safely. I hope. Everything should go smoothly. No surprises. No complications. Definitely no mysterious foreshadowing hanging in the air. Right? Anyway, thank you so much for reading. See you in the next chapter, whatever it may bring. Ch. 34, Primordial Spirit of Light. After vaporizing the elemental colossus with a clean hell flare, I let a slow, evil grin spread across my face. Ha. That ought to even the odds a little. I definitely had the upper hand in negotiations now. Nothing like overwhelming force to make people listen. Right then. I called out to the empty chamber, raising my voice with theatrical menace. Come on out. Unless you're eager to be next on the barbecue menu. I know you're hiding in here somewhere. That last bit was, of course, a total bluff. I had a rough sense of their presence, but the telepathic interference made pinpointing anything near impossible. Still, intimidation worked wonders. A frantic, high-pitched voice responded almost immediately. Why yes. I have humbly been called upon. And with that, something zipped out of hiding, a cute little girl, who looked like a living ball-jointed doll with dragonfly wings. Definitely not a dwarf. She looked like she had flown straight out of a picture book about mischievous forest spirits. Her hair was a swirl of gold-tinged green and black, braided neatly to one side. She wore a flashy, flared dress in black, white, and leafy green, full of unnecessary frills, the back open to accommodate her fluttering wings. Honestly, she looked like someone got carried away designing a magical mascot character. Several other fairies peeked out from behind her, all dressed more modestly, probably her entourage. The first one struck a pose midair. Tadaaa. Behold, for I am the Maz, ahem. Did she just fumble her own introduction? It sounded like she flubbed a line from a play. I raised an eyebrow. Should I say something? Nah. She already looked flustered enough, like someone who hadn't used her voice in ages and suddenly had to speak in front of an audience. Probably so used to telepathic chatter, her vocal cords just gave up. Still, this was promising. At least they were coming out willingly, and dramatically. You all right? I asked, raising an eyebrow. She waved a hand dramatically, brushing the question aside like it was beneath her. Behold. She declared, striking an uncoordinated pose in midair. For I am the majestic Ramiris of the labyrinth, one of the 10 great demon lords. Bow down before me. She tried to sell it with all the dignity of a soggy pastry, floating there with her tiny arms crossed like she was royalty. I blinked, then sighed. If you're gonna lie to my face, you really ought to come up with a better story, I said flatly. How could a little kid fairy like you be a demon lord? Her eyes popped open. I'm not a kid. You really are rude. And what am I, exactly, if I'm not a demon lord? Huh, you're that dumb. I have a real demon lord as a friend, you know. Her name's Milim. That's how I know you're making that up. You're so weak, it's not even worth comparing you to. You're so stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. A big stupid lady. Ramiris had to pause a moment to catch her breath after all that shouting. She continued on. Listen, you, she growled. You know what they call Milim. They call her the most ridiculous demon lord in the universe. She tries to solve every problem she runs into with her fists. It's pretty rude comparing someone so ridiculous with sweet lil old me, don't you think? Because if you don't understand that, we're gonna have problems, miss. Besides, aren't you a little messed in the head anyway? Like, what's with that attack? It's crazy. And dangerous, too. Don't you need to combine a bunch of special skills together to create something like that? I wish you wouldn't be so reckless, you. So you really do know Milim? She asked. We just became friends recently. Oh, well, wait a second. Are you, that slime who became the new leader of the Forest of Jura? Yeah, but how do you know about that? I knew it. She stopped by for the first time in a while and bragged about this new friend she had, so I laughed her right out of this place. Ramiris gave me a surprised look, beating her wings in a rhythm in the air. So she wasn't lying. She's really a demon lord, though. Well, glad my reputation precedes me. I'm Rimuru, Milim's friend. And I'm here because I had a request. Oh, alright. I guess you really are someone Milim knows, so I'll believe you. So stop looking at me so suspiciously. I'm a demon lord, I mean it. Guess she could tell I didn't believe her. Well. She seems harmless. Might as well accept her story for now. I explained the kid's situation to her. The whole, honest story, not hiding anything. The children meekly listened. So that's why we're here. We want to go to the dwelling of the spirits that lies beyond here. Ramiris sighed, watching the children as the fairies chased them around. These kids have been through a lot, huh? They have, haven't they? I drew closer to drive my point across. That's why I want to introduce them to the Spirit Queen. We've got to get some high-level elementals on our side. Oh, didn't I tell you? The Spirit Queen's me. I'm it. This was rather sudden. I'm not really in the mood for jokes. How rude. It's not a joke at all. It's real. So this fairy calling herself a demon lord was now claiming to be the queen of all elementals. Look, why is a demon lord working as the Spirit Queen? It's the other way around. The Spirit Queen, went to the dark side and got demoted to demon lord. Now that's her story. I couldn't expect much from this stupid kid, but if she claimed to be the Spirit Queen, I had to hear her out. In that case, I continued, wondering if it was really okay to do this. I want to summon some high-level elementals. Can you help me with that? After some back and forth and a bit of convincing, Ramiris finally gave me a serious, thoughtful look. Then she fluttered over to the children, her eyes softening as she peered intently into each of their faces. I had no idea she could show such genuine, non-demon lord affection. You know, I'm a demon lord, but I'm also a guide for the holy. I'm a fairy who lives in this labyrinth, and I was once the Spirit Queen. My role is to instill the protection of the spirits into heroes just like I did with Leon. So don't worry. I always play it fair with people. Because I am the one who maintains the balance in this world. Ramiris turned to each of us and smiled. Alright, let me help you with the summoning. Let's see if we can get a bunch of nice ones for ya. She declared. She began by giving me a crash course on elementals, helping me understand what they were a lot more. It wouldn't be easy. There was the issue of compatibility with each of the children. Ideally, it'd be better to find elementals that volunteered to join their bodies, but we'd have to do what needed to be done. I looked at the children. They all returned my gaze with firm looks. You guys okay with this? Yeah. We changed locations to the dwelling of the spirits, located in the deepest part of the labyrinth. No matter how this turned out, my only role in it was keeping the kids safe. We had Ramiris on our side, and for all her weirdness, she was still the ex-Spirit Queen. She was quite a far cry from the stately noblewoman Trenny described her as, but I was sure it'd all work out. Probably. We reached our destination as we talked things over. On the other side of the door was a large, seemingly empty chamber. This was the Oracle Chamber, connected directly to the dwelling itself. A corridor of light extended from it, about 3 feet wide and 60 or so feet long. At the far end of this was a round platform, around 15 feet in diameter. I don't know what it was made of, but it appeared to be floating in thin air. Alright, so listen, I want you to go up on that platform and call for the elementals. What should we say, exactly? Oh, anything's fine. Like, help me, or, let's play a game, or whatever. If you capture the interest of a spirit, it'll come over, and you'll have succeeded. They'll come for us. Of course they will. You'll join us up there, right, Miss Rimuru? Yeah, will you? Don't worry. I'll be up there with you. With that, the kids went up to the platform one at a time. The process was simple, but the results, less so. Most of them only managed to attract weak elemental wisps, not the kind of high-level spirits they'd need for proper protection. I could see the disappointment on their faces, and I wasn't going to let that slide. Well, if the spirits wouldn't come to them, I'd just have to make it work. Activating gluttony, I absorbed the lesser spirits they'd bonded with, then analyzed and synthesized them. Using my skills and control over magicules, I shaped them into proper high-level spirits, stable and suited for fusion. One by one, I guided them through the process again, this time with better results. Gale, Ryota and Alice now had a powerful, protective spirit safely fused into their body. As for Kenya, he somehow managed to summon a full-blown high-level light spirit on his own. Show off. Still, I was proud of all of them. Even Ramirez was staring at me like I'd just rewritten the rulebook. Just like the others, Chloe quietly stepped forward and closed her eyes, beginning to pray. And then everything changed. The air in the oracle chamber shifted violently, pressing down on us like the sky itself was falling. The glowing corridor behind us flickered and warped. With a sudden surge of energy that stole the breath from everyone's throats, a blinding light erupted at the center of the chamber. A figure descended. Not walked, descended. She didn't have a fully physical body, but she was unmistakably there. A beautiful woman, long shimmering hair cascading around her shoulders in a deep, silvery hue. Her entire form seemed to radiate light and silence, so potent it made the air hum. What is that? I whispered. Even I had to brace myself from the sheer spiritual pressure pouring off her. It didn't feel like any high-level elemental I'd encountered before. No, this was something far beyond that. Inside me, Seal's calm voice whispered, this is a spiritual body, the same category as a high-level elemental. However, her energy signature far surpasses any recorded parameters. Maximum output, unmeasurable. Again. I muttered. Milim had been the first. Now this. The world, as I understood it, had three topological forms. The astral body, the soul's shell, ethereal and the weakest. The spiritual body, where inner energy took shape. And the material body, the one tied to the physical world. Humans possess all three. Most elementals only had two. But this being, she was something else. Her presence wasn't bound by any ordinary category. A high-level elemental is usually just energy given thought, I murmured, thinking aloud. But this one, she has presence. Intent. The woman hovered silently for a moment, head tilted, her glowing eyes sweeping across the chamber, then settling on me. I stiffened. Her gaze held no malice, but it pierced straight through me like moonlight on water. Then she began to drift forward toward me. I raised a hand, ready to block her. Then she leaned forward, and tried to kiss me. Wait, what dash? Before I could react, her lips met mine or tried to. She passed straight through me, her form rippling like mist. A chill coursed through my entire being, not from cold but from the overwhelming clarity of her will. And then, Master. Seal's voice echoed calmly in my mind, far too calm. Do you require assistance with this situation? Or should I begin compiling a list of all known methods for removing unwanted spirits, including more permanent solutions? Was that irritation I just heard? Wait, it's not like I asked her to do that. I whispered hurriedly in my mind. Understood. Then I shall limit the response, for now. Even without a face, I could feel her pouting. Once through, the spirit turned toward Chloe and gently descended, merging with her like a falling star sinking into a quiet lake. Chloe's eyes fluttered open, glowing faintly for a moment before fading back to normal. Chloe? I asked cautiously. She blinked and smiled. I'm fine, Miss Rimuru. She's warm. Inside me, Seal murmured, a successful fusion. This spirit has chosen Chloe willingly. Her latent potential just increased exponentially. The chamber slowly returned to silence. Chloe was glowing faintly, her breathing calm and steady. The others gathered around her, murmuring in awe, but I couldn't take my eyes off that last spirit. That presence, it still lingered, like a fading echo. I could feel it in the air. Seal's voice echoed inside me, thoughtful. That was no ordinary elemental. It possessed a temporally anchored signature likely from a future point in this world line. I watched as the kids gathered around Chloe, whispering excitedly among themselves. They looked up at me with wide eyes, calling out softly, Miss Rimuru. Ramirez fluttered nervously beside me, her usual playful demeanor softened by the strange energy in the room. Even Seal stayed quiet inside me, silently observing, always hidden from the others. I tilted my head back slightly and closed my eyes. That was something. I wasn't scared, not exactly, but the oddness of it all, the lingering mysteries, stirred a deep curiosity within me. I glanced back at the summoning platform. I wonder, I murmured, if it worked for them, maybe I should try it too. Ramirez's eyes widened. You want to summon a spirit too, Rimuru? That's not something you really need to do, is it? I smiled slightly and stepped forward. No, I don't need to, but I want to see what happens. Alice called from behind me, Miss Rimuru, are you really going to try it too? Yeah, just give me a moment. I moved alone to the center of the platform. The spiritual threads beneath my feet hummed softly. This was the same place the children had used, some successfully, some not. Ramiris hovered close, her voice lowering in a rare moment of seriousness. Rimuru, be careful. Summoning spirits isn't something to take lightly. You don't know what might answer. I nodded, feeling Seal's calm presence inside me, a steady reassurance. I'll be fine. I walked alone to the center of the summoning platform. The space still shimmered faintly with residual spiritual energy threads of power left behind by the children's successful contracts. I closed my eyes, letting the silence sink into my skin. The energy in the air wasn't wild or overwhelming, just watchful, like something beyond the veil was waiting. I reached out with my presence, not with a chant or spell, but with words and will. Hey, I don't know what kind of spirits out there listening, but I'll keep this simple. I paused, speaking with quiet conviction. I'm building a nation. A place where goblins, dwarves, orcs, anyone can live together in peace. Different races, different walks of life. Doesn't matter who or what you are, as long as you want to live freely, happily. No discrimination. No fear. I smiled faintly. So, how about it? Want to join me? The air shifted. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't violent. But every instinct I had flared like the world itself had paused, holding its breath. Light poured down from the empty air above, calm and quiet, and yet, commanding. The space around me softened, filled with a presence too vast to comprehend and too gentle to fear. And then she arrived. A figure took shape in the center of the platform, not materializing so much as unveiling. A luminous form cloaked in silken radiance. Her long, flowing hair shimmered with hues of ivory and gold, cascading like strands of celestial thread. A gown spun from pure light clung to her form, regal and serene. Behind her floated concentric halos of light, like wings made of time and space, elegant, eternal, untouchable. Her eyes opened slowly. They didn't just look at me, they understood me. I took a breath I didn't need. What is this? That's when I heard a tiny, high-pitched gasp from behind me. No, that's impossible. Ramiris. Her voice shook. That can't be real. That's the primordial spirit of light. I blinked, then turned slightly toward her. Primordial. Ramiris flew next to me, stunned speech crashing over her. That's not just some high-level elemental. That's the source. The beginning. The original will of light itself. She trembled, pointing a finger at the radiant being. Listen, you don't get it. The primordial spirits are said to have formed before even the world took shape. They're pure conceptual beings. And from the primordial spirit of darkness came the primordial demons, and from the primordial spirit of light, the first primordial angels were born. My eyes widened slightly. Even Seal inside me went silent, as if in quiet awe. Ramiris gripped her head. Those two spirits created entire races. After that, they never appeared again. Ever. Not even once. Not for Leon, not for me, not even for the true heroes chosen by fate itself. She turned to me slowly, her eyes wild. And now you're telling me she just showed up because you asked nicely. I looked back at the spirit. She hadn't moved. Her expression remained calm, radiant. She doesn't feel hostile, I said quietly. But she's strong. Really strong. Master, please be careful. Seal's voice came gently from within me, calm yet firm. She's incredibly strong, on par or even stronger than Milim. Ramiris beside me was practically trembling. What are you even? How are you so casually summoning something that should be impossible to meet? I didn't respond. My gaze stayed locked on the spirit before me. She made no sound, but her presence was overwhelming, soft, radiant, and timeless, like the first light of dawn. Then she slowly raised her hand. Her voice reached me not through words, but like a hymn whispered on the wind. Her voice, airy and gentle, echoed in my mind. You still haven't changed. I blinked. Huh. The words were soft, barely more than a sigh, but they stirred something in me. Familiarity? Nostalgia? I couldn't place it. I stared back at her, confused. What do you mean? Have we met before? The spirit only smiled, a serene, knowing expression dancing on her face, like she was remembering something distant. Something precious. I hope this time, you can fulfill your dream. Her words carried the weight of ages like a hymn whispered on the wind. Then silence. She studied me for a moment, her soft smile fading into something more thoughtful. A quiet pause stretched between us. Oh, she murmured, a faint frown touching her lips. You didn't get it this time. There was no judgment in her voice, just a gentle melancholy, as if she'd noticed something missing. Then, let me grant it to you. Her hand lifted once more, palm glowing faintly with shimmering light, gentle, yet impossibly vast in presence. The space around us quieted, as though the entire chamber held its breath. It might cause you a little trouble, she continued, voice soft yet carrying ancient assurance, but I trust you'll find a way around it. She smiled soft, knowing, and timeless as the glow around her pulsed gently. She drifted closer, her bare feet gliding just above the platform with an unearthly grace. The light around her shimmered like sunlight caught on rippling water, warm, ancient, and calm. Then, without a word, she leaned in. A feather-like touch, a kiss pressed against my forehead. There was no heat, no pressure. Only a radiant warmth blooming from the center of my being, as if her presence had left behind a seed of something immeasurable. A blessing, not a bond. A gift, not a claim. It felt like being acknowledged. Not just for what I was, but for what I was trying to become. The kiss faded like a dream, but the warmth remained. She drew back, her eyes serene. And for a long moment, we simply looked at each other in silence. Just as the warmth settled deep within my chest, a sharp chime pure and resounding rang through the air. It wasn't a sound made by voice or magic. It was truth, spoken directly to the soul. Notice, individual Rimuru Tempest has fulfilled conditions. Notice, individual Rimuru Tempest has successfully acquired hero seed. The words echoed across my consciousness like divine proclamation, immutable and absolute. My breath caught, though I didn't need to breathe. A hero seed? Even without fully understanding its significance, I felt the weight of it settle over me heavy, but not unwelcome. I looked back at her. The primordial spirit of light only smiled gently. It feels like something ancient inside me just stirred awake. Not from my time as a slime. Not from my life as Satoru Mikami. Deeper than that. Far beyond either. A resonance I couldn't explain, like a distant echo from a dream I never remembered having. Like a vow made in another era, one that still lingered, quietly waiting. Did I once walk a path like this before? A life not recorded. A promise not fulfilled. The warmth that bloomed in my chest wasn't magical. It was familiar. Hauntingly so. What is this feeling? I whispered under my breath, almost afraid of the answer. It didn't scare me, but it left a weight in my heart I hadn't known was missing until just now. As the warmth of the spirit's light settled inside me, I stayed still. The silence lingered deep, heavy, like the air after a dream you almost remember but can't quite name. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Something deep inside me ached. I won't let that happen again. The words slipped out quiet, instinctive. I didn't even realize I'd spoken them until they hung in the air. My eyes widened. Huh. I hadn't meant to say that, and yet, the moment the words left my mouth, something inside twisted with undeniable familiarity. What had I meant? What wouldn't I let happen again? I didn't know. I couldn't know, but that ache didn't lie. It felt like a promise, one that had waited lifetimes to be spoken aloud. The spirit let out a soft, almost musical laugh, light and ethereal, like the tinkling of distant bells. I will be watching you, as always. Though I cannot intervene directly, know this: you may call upon me whenever you need. I will come to you. Her voice whispered on the wind, fading gently but leaving a lingering warmth in the air. I blinked, feeling a strange mix of reassurance and weight settle over me. Whatever this was, it wasn't just a fleeting encounter, it was a promise. The chamber grew quiet once more, the spiritual energy slowly calming around us. After the spirit vanished, I suddenly felt my knees give out beneath me, and I sank down, steadying myself on the ground. What's happening? I asked, confused and a little alarmed. Seal's voice was urgent, almost panicked. Master, it's because of the conflicting energies inside you. You carry both a hero seed and a demon lord seed. These seeds are sources of power. Hero seeds grant holy, positive energy, while demon lord seeds carry demonic, negative energy. The two are opposing forces, and having both inside you creates a clash that's weakening your physical strength and magic. I groaned, feeling the strain deep in my limbs. Ugh, why am I getting nerfed now of all times? Miss Rimuru. Chloe's worried voice rang out as I dropped to my knees. She ran toward me without hesitation, the others right behind her. What just happened? Kenya looked around, his fists clenched. She was totally fine a second ago. Did the spirit hurt her? Alice knelt beside me, her voice rising with concern. Miss Rimuru, can you hear us? She didn't even get hit or anything. Gale muttered, trying to stay calm but clearly shaken. Ramiris zipped down in front of me, for once looking genuinely rattled. Hey, Rimuru, don't scare me like that. Spirits don't do this kind of thing, you know. Did she mess something up? Or did that spirit do something weird? Miss Rimuru, please say something. Chloe's voice trembled as she knelt in front of me. I looked up slowly, managing a small, reassuring smile. I'm okay, just got a little dizzy. Of course, they didn't hear Seal's voice. They didn't know about the storm inside me, holy and demonic energy clashing like oil and water. But the worry in their eyes was clear as day. Ramiris frowned, crossing her arms. That was not normal. What did you summon just now? Seriously, Rimuru, what are you? I'm okay, just got a little dizzy. I forced a breath out of habit more than need and closed my eyes for a second. Inside me, Seal had already begun rerouting my energy, carefully weaving holy and demonic forces apart like untangling a snarl of threads. You must not force yourself, Master, she warned gently. I've separated the conflicting forces temporarily. You should regain partial function soon, but please do not overexert yourself. Got it? I murmured. My body still felt heavy, like I was walking through water, but the sharp pressure between my ribs had eased. Focusing, I activated a minor recovery spell to stabilize my core. Then, with deliberate control, I circulated magic through my limbs. It wasn't smooth, but it was enough. Slowly, I rose to my feet. See, nothing to worry about, I said with a weak smile, trying to hide how much effort it took just to stand. The kids let out a collective breath. Miss Rimuru, that really freaked us out. Chloe said, still holding my arm. I'm tougher than I look, I replied with a wink. Well, don't just go collapsing like that again. Kenya snapped, clearly trying to mask his concern behind bravado. Ramiris narrowed her eyes. You're not fine. You were just on your knees like something drained your entire energy core. You're hiding something. I said I'm fine, I repeated this time with a bit more steel. It was just a moment of imbalance. That's all. I could still feel the friction inside me, the opposing energies gnashing like rival storms. But thanks to Seal's quick action, they weren't about to rip me apart just yet. For now, I could move. I could fight, cast spells, hold a sword if needed. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. As soon as I managed to stand on my own, a wave of tension broke around me. The kids let out audible sighs of relief. Thank goodness. Gale mumbled, hand pressed to his chest. Geez, don't scare us like that, Miss Rimuru, Alice huffed, trying to sound annoyed but her watery eyes gave her away. Their concern warmed me more than I expected. Even Ramiris had finally stopped fluttering in a panic and just stared at me slightly pale, her mouth twitching as if unsure whether to scold or praise me. Right. So, Ryota began, breaking the lingering silence with an awkward scratch at the back of his head. That thing you summoned, that wasn't normal, right? No kidding, Alice whispered. It felt different. Like it wasn't even looking at us, but we still couldn't breathe right. Ramiris snapped back to life with a jolt, pointing her staff dramatically at me. Not normal. That was a primordial spirit of light, you dummies. A mythical being. Something far beyond ordinary spirits, rarer than even the highest elemental class. Everyone blinked. Then Chloe asked, so, like a spirit queen or something? Ramiris waved her hand sharply. No, she's not above me, I am the spirit queen of this labyrinth. The primordial spirits weren't created by anyone. When the world was formed, the elements naturally gained consciousness, and those pure essences became the primordial spirits. I was created to manage and maintain balance with these beings, keeping order between the spirits and the world. The group exchanged uneasy glances, trying to grasp the enormity of what Ramiris was explaining. These primordial spirits aren't like the elementals or spirit queen, Ramiris continued, her voice serious. They don't interfere directly with the world. They're the very essence of the elements themselves, forces born naturally when the creator shaped the world. They exist on a different plane, almost like the soul of the world's elements. Chloe frowned. So they just watch, but don't act. Exactly, Ramiris said, nodding. That's why I was created, to manage the balance between these raw forces and the mortal realm. I guide the spirits and keep their influence from spilling over and disrupting life. Without that, the world would be chaotic, torn apart by uncontrolled elemental power. I absorbed this, the weight of it settling deep in my mind. So when one answered me, that means something. It's not just chance. Ramiris let out a small sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Ugh. I don't know why that spirit did that. Maybe she took a liking to you or something. Either way, you're an anomaly, Rimuru. Something about you just doesn't fit into the usual rules. Ramiris shook her head with a faint smile. Well, that's enough talk about the primordial spirit for now. They rarely interfere with this world, and when they do, it's always unexpected. You're one of a kind, Rimuru, just be careful with whatever you've stirred up. She glanced at the others, then added, let's move on before any more surprises show up. With that, the uneasy silence eased, and the group shifted their focus away from the mysterious spirit. A few days had passed since the summoning. We were back at the Freedom Academy, and tonight, for once, everything felt quiet. The children were fast asleep in their beds, curled up in their blankets without a care in the world. Their faces were peaceful, no signs of fear, no restless tossing and turning. Now that the threat to their lives had passed, they finally had the chance to sleep like real kids. I couldn't be more relieved. As for me, I sat beside Seal on the bed, arms wrapped tightly around her waist, face buried against her side. MRRGH. So unfair. I grumbled, voice muffled against her clothes. Seal tilted her head slightly, gently stroking my hair. Master. Why do I always have to get hit with the weird stuff? I whined, hugging her tighter. I save some kids, and boom, mysterious kisses, ancient spirits, hero seeds, internal magic clashes. What's next? A divine marriage contract. Her fingers paused briefly in my hair, then resumed with a faint chuckle. You did say you wanted to protect everyone, didn't you? That's beside the point. I flopped sideways with a dramatic sigh, keeping my arms wrapped around her. I just wanted to live peacefully. Maybe build a town, eat snacks, wear pretty clothes, not get nerfed by cosmic power struggles. Seal laughed softly. But you're doing wonderfully, Master. Even the primordial spirit of light recognized that. Don't remind me, I muttered. I still feel like I've been run over by fate. Multiple times. She didn't say anything else, just sat there with me, letting me whine in peace. And honestly, that made me feel a little better. Probably. The stars outside the window blinked lazily, like they had all the time in the world. Inside the small guest room, I sat on the bed beside Seal, arms wrapped around her waist, my chin resting against her shoulder. Her warmth was calming, and I found myself exhaling a long, slow sigh. I still can't believe I got nerfed this hard. It had been a few days since we returned from the dwelling of spirits. Once I made sure the kids were stable, and after that whole mess with the primordial spirit of light, I escorted them back to the Ingrasia Royal Academy. They seemed more cheerful than ever, and who could blame them? Knowing they wouldn't be dying anytime soon had done wonders for their sleep. That night, I saw each of them nestled in bed, faces peaceful, breathing steady. That should have been my cue to take it easy. But no, I just had to go and deal with Ramiris. She hadn't quite gotten over the fact that I obliterated her precious golem. In my defense, it had turned into a destructive nightmare, so I had zero regrets, but apparently, she thought I owed her now. So, to make amends, I decided to build her a new one. Something better, smarter, safer. I started with Magisteel strong, stable, magic conductive. I poured effort into every curve, every segment, every enchanted joint. Once the frame was done, I used the summoning magic I'd picked up from Thudgel to call forth a greater demon. One with enough sentience and discipline to be trusted in that vessel. Then I named it Beretta. The moment the name passed my lips, a familiar tug echoed in my core, a massive drain of magicules. I'd expected to lose about 30%. That's what naming usually cost. But then, Master, Seal said from within, her voice calm but laced with concern. Due to the imbalance caused by the hero and demon lord seeds within you, your maximum capacity is currently reduced to less than half. The cost of naming Beretta amounted to nearly 60% of your available energy. Wait, what? I barely had time to register it before everything went dark. Sleep mode, again. When I came to, the room was dim, lit only by a few softly glowing runes. My limbs felt heavy, my vision still a bit blurry, and hovering above my face was a very small, very frantic fairy. Rimuru, don't die. Who's gonna finish the new golem if you're dead? I blinked a few times. Were you actually worried about me? Why no. Humph. Ramiris puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms in a huff, immediately spinning around and looking dramatically away from me. I wasn't worried at all. She was trying so hard to look cool and detached, but her wings were twitching, her voice was cracking, and she wouldn't meet my eyes. I raised an eyebrow, dragging myself into a half-sitting position. You're totally failing to act tough right now. Shut up. I mean, even if you had died, you'd just come back or something. And how exactly would that work? Ramiris puffed out her chest proudly, a confident gleam in her eyes. Heh, you're lucky to have me on your side. My labyrinth creation skill can revive you if you fall no matter what. As long as you're inside my labyrinth, death's just a temporary inconvenience. I blinked. You can really revive people. Of course. I'm the great Ramiris. Revival is just part of my skill set, it's natural for me. No big deal. She practically beamed as she spoke, clearly enjoying the chance to boast. She went on to tell me everything about her skills, proud and completely unguarded, as usual. After that, I was back in my room at the academy. The kids were safely dropped off, sleeping soundly now that they knew they weren't in danger anymore. I sat down on my bed, holding Seal close. Ugh, this nerfing nonsense is so annoying, I whined, pressing my face into her shoulder. Losing more than half my magicules, collapsing like a rookie, and naming Beretta drained 60% of what I had left. This is ridiculous. Seal's hand gently stroked my back. You pushed yourself too hard, Master. Yeah, well, with these hero and demon lord seeds battling inside me, my magicule capacity's taken a serious hit. I was asking to pass out. You always find a way, Master, she said softly, a hint of a smile in her voice. I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment. Ramiris was worried, too, even if she won't admit it. Seal chuckled quietly. She wasn't exactly subtle about it, hovering over you like a hawk and shouting for healers. Guess I caught that, too. I rested my head against her, feeling the warmth and comfort. Looking up at her, I smiled softly and leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss on Seal's lips. She responded with a quiet smile, holding me close. But I'm okay now. That's what matters. Her arms tightened around me, steady and reassuring. I let out a quiet breath, feeling peace wash over me. Slowly, my eyes closed as I drifted off to sleep in her embrace. Note: well, Rimuru just got a hero seed and then got nerfed. Why, you ask? Because Hinata needed to win. Rimuru was just too strong at this point. Between Seal, Hakuro's swordsmanship that she mastered, and the unique skill Mathine, she had a clear edge. But that didn't work for the story. She needed to lose not because she's weak, but because she's, well, Rimuru. And as Rin put it, she's way too kind for her own good. That kindness is exactly why she holds back. And that hesitation, it's going to hurt. It's a turning point, one that pushes her toward her next evolution and shakes up her worldview. But hey, that's how stories grow. And about the whole primordial spirit of light thing, yeah, I made that up. It's not part of the original Tensura lore. I think I once read something about Guy Crimson and a spirit of darkness. Don't quote me, it's been years. I don't even remember where or what it was exactly. The idea just kinda stuck in my head, and I ran with it. Also, about hero and demon lord seeds, yeah, also made up. I don't exactly know how they work. If you do, feel free to enlighten me. I'm always open to learning new world-shattering lore. Speaking of which, how does one awaken as a true hero? Anyway, no reason. Just, personal curiosity. Definitely not foreshadowing. Nope, not at all. Totally normal author behavior. Thanks for reading, and remember, when canon doesn't explain it, make something up and act confident. Ch. 35, Beauty makes her move. The next morning, I went to see Yuuki and told him the kids were now out of danger. He blinked, stunned. Wait, really? You're serious? I nodded. Yup. All 5 of them are safe now. No more danger, no more ticking clocks. Yuuki stared at me like I'd just handed him the secret to world peace. That's amazing. But how? What did you do? I gave him a slow, smug smile. That's a secret. He groaned. Rimuru. I leaned in a little, resting a finger on my lips. You really shouldn't try to pry into a lady's secrets, Yuuki. It's bad manners, you know. Yuuki just stared at me for a long moment, then sighed. Okay, I won't ask. I smiled. Good choice. Since I'd saved the kids, there was no real reason to hang around much longer. Still, I didn't leave right away. I ended up staying in Ingrasia for about a week just to make sure the kids were really okay. Their conditions stabilized quickly, and their spirits began settling in properly. It was nice, honestly. Peaceful. For once, there were no sudden attacks, no time limits, no world-ending stakes, just quiet mornings, meals together, and the occasional round of chaos when Kenya tried to act cool and tripped over his own feet. Yuuki, to his credit, didn't press me any further. He even arranged for a new instructor to take over for the kids, someone trustworthy, from what I could tell. Eventually, though, the time came. I had done what I came for. And now, it was time to go home. It was the day of my departure. You're leaving, Miss Rimuru? Chloe asked softly, her hands clutching the hem of her dress. I gave her a gentle smile. I've got people waiting for me back home, after all. You can't make them wait any longer, CLO, Kenya added, trying to sound mature. No, but I mean. Chloe's voice wavered. But. She was trying so hard not to cry, and honestly, I wasn't feeling much better myself. I'd grown fond of them over that week. But hey, I had spatial motion now. I could come visit whenever I wanted. This wasn't the end. Haha, you're such a crybaby, Chloe. I crouched down to her level. Here, how about something to cheer you up? I removed the mask from my stomach. Shiza's mask, the mask of magic resistance. It had once broken, but I'd restored it. A part of me still remembered the moment I inherited it, the weight of Shiza's wish. I wasn't sure what drove me to hand it over. It just felt right. Chloe looked at it with wide eyes. Can I, really? I nodded. It suits you better now. Keep it safe, okay? She accepted it without hesitation, hugging it to her chest like it was the most precious thing in the world. Ayuv, I wanted it too. Alice pouted. He, it's all mine now. Chloe giggled through her tears, her smile finally returning. I laughed softly. I'll come visit soon. So behave, all of you. Meanwhile, I had one last surprise for them: school uniforms. Shana had kindly prepared them just in case. Ah. Chloe gasped, eyes lighting up as I laid out the neatly folded clothes. Are these for us? Alice asked, already reaching for hers. I nodded. They're the same as the ones worn by students here in the academy, but these are custom-made, stitched with a special fabric from Tempest. Tough enough to handle your energy. Kenya, Gale, and Ryota each took theirs with wide grins. The excitement in their eyes was hard to miss. This is so cool. They all changed into their new uniforms right away, proudly showing them off. I crossed my arms and gave them a warm look. Now listen, I want you all to keep studying hard, alright? This isn't goodbye forever. I'll be back to check on UN when you're on break. Come visit my country. Okay. They shouted in unison, standing at attention like it was a solemn promise. Their teary eyes had turned to bright smiles by the time I said my final farewell. And with those smiles still fresh in my mind, I turned and quietly left the capital of Inglisia behind. Taking my leave of Yuuki and the children, I reached the outskirts of the city. The path ahead was quiet. The wind was gentle. It felt like the perfect moment to go home. I raised a hand, channeling magic for spatial motion. Nothing happened. Huh. I blinked. Tried again. Still nothing. Seal. You're currently enveloped in a long-range barrier that suppresses spatial intervention skills beyond its boundary, she replied smoothly, already waiting with the answer before I even finished the question. La Lady Rimuru, you must flee at once. A figure materialized ahead of me, so I's replication. He was on one knee, trembling, his body already flickering at the edges. So what happened? Enemies, my lady, ones far beyond anything I could imagine. He didn't even finish the sentence. His form dissolved like mist, vanishing on the wind. I stared at the empty space he left behind. That replication had almost the same strength as his real body, didn't it? I clenched my fist. That wasn't an ordinary defeat. Something must have caught even him by surprise. I called out instinctively, Ranga. Silence. I tried again, reaching deeper into the shadow where he usually waited. Nothing. Seal's voice came gently, but even she sounded tense. This barrier is a high-grade spatial division type. It severs all external connections. So I really am sealed in here. Yes. Not even Ranga can cross through. You're completely isolated. My heart skipped. That creeping unease I'd been ignoring surged into full-blown dread. Someone was doing this on purpose. And they knew exactly what they were doing. Seal, can I still use my skills inside the barrier? Yes. Internal interference appears unrestricted. Good. Then I'll set some insurance just in case. Already prepared. Just give the signal. Perfect. I exhaled slowly. My expression calm, but my nerves were taut beneath the surface. I snapped my hand forward, trying to conjure a flame. Nothing. Not even a spark. A chill ran down my spine. All magic-oriented skills are currently being suppressed within the barrier. Magic-oriented? That describes everything. All my elemental skills, my magicule manipulation, dark flame, dark thunder, sticky steel thread, even basic control type techniques. I gritted my teeth. My entire combat style was built around manipulating magicules. Without them, I was fighting blind. This kind of barrier wasn't even there during the Sky Dragon attack. Back then, even in the middle of chaos, I could still fire off spells. But this wasn't just suppression. Time passed slowly. The silence inside the barrier was oppressive, like the world itself had stopped breathing. Then, hello. A soft voice cut through the stillness. I turned. A woman stood there. No, she had always been there, hadn't she? Just waiting for the right moment to be seen. I suppose this is the first time we've met, she said, calm and composed. It'll be goodbye before long, though. Chilling confidence. She stood alone, completely unarmed. But everything about her posture, her poise radiated danger. She looked around 20, though something told me age meant little with someone like her. Her beauty was striking, almost otherworldly, but what caught me was her eyes. Icy cold, yet blindingly sharp. They glimmered with something ancient, intelligence so deep it could drown you. Her shiny, beautiful black hair shimmered under the filtered light. It was cut just above the shoulders, sleek, clean, and sharp. The strands were combed down and tucked back neatly on her right side, while the left flowed freely, just enough to brush against her cheek, almost hiding her eye. Almost. That left eye, half concealed, was framed by a delicate monocle, though she removed it without hesitation, tucking it into her coat pocket like it meant nothing. Fashion, maybe. Or something more. Her clothing was stark white, elegant yet practical. Loose-fitting, easy to move in, it reminded me of formal business wear, but stylized, tailored to accentuate authority. A short skirt revealed long, slender legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. But over all of it, she wore a white robe, pristine and ceremonial. It looked like something a high-ranking cleric might wear. And on her collar, shining like polished silver, was a cross. The Western Holy Church. I muttered under my breath. That cross wasn't just decoration. Seal's voice murmured in her mind, smooth and composed but with a distinct edge of seriousness. Based on Shizu's memories, that's Hinata Sakaguchi. Hello, my name is Rimuru, I said casually. For a moment, there was silence. Then Hinata's voice cut through it, flat and cold. I don't talk to monsters. Ah, so that's how it was. I felt something flicker in my chest. Not rage, just disappointment. Deep and quiet. But I didn't let it show. Not to her. I care not for the words of monsters, she coldly replied. Then, without warning, she struck. Her blade flashed like lightning. The air shrieked with pressure. I barely managed to move in time, the tip grazing my cheek as I twisted out of its path. If my nervous system weren't directly fused to my brain, I wouldn't have made it. Sucks that they took magic sense from me. Wait, you're Japanese, aren't you? Me too. I called out, backpedaling fast. My name was Satoru Mikami. I died and reborn as monster. But she wasn't listening. I'm a little surprised you dodged that, Hinata said, not even winded. Her eyes stayed cold, unreadable. I suppose you really are the monster who killed my teacher. Her blade shifted. I tensed, preparing for the next strike. But revenge will be mine soon. I froze. A sharp breath caught in my chest. She thought. She asked me to protect you. I tried again. She passed everything on to me. Hinata's eyes narrowed. A monster being Japanese? Miss Shizu asking a favor of you. Her voice was like ice cracking under pressure. How ridiculous. Then she scoffed, cold and cutting. Don't make me laugh. So that's the story you're going with. Pretending to be Japanese, just as my informant warned. My breath caught. Informant? Someone told her that I'm both Japanese and a monster. My mind whirled through the possibilities and then it clicked. Wait, no, don't tell me. Yuaki. He knew. I told him. Not just about being Japanese, but about Shizu, the kids, everything. He smiled when I left. Told me goodbye like nothing was wrong. So that's how it is, Master, Seal whispered, her voice low and cool. We've been played. I grit my teeth. Yuaki. Of course Hinata wouldn't believe me, not if she heard everything first from him. And now I had no choice. I raised my hand slightly, trying to de-escalate. I didn't come here to fight. I came because Shizu asked me to protect her students. I'm not your enemy, Hinata. No reply. Just silence and then, a smile. A faint, bewitching curve of her lips. Without a word, she tilted her head, and whispered something I couldn't catch. The next moment. Flash. A rainbow of colors exploded from the tip of her rapier, trailing brilliant arcs as they sliced through the air with blinding speed. A supersonic slash, beautiful and terrifying. What? I moved to dodge, but something was off. My body felt heavy, like I was moving through mud. My limbs weren't responding fast enough. She's suppressing my physical abilities. 3 slashes carved into me before I could fully react, each one sending a wave of pain through me unlike anything I'd felt since becoming a monster. KH-. I staggered back, clutching my side as my vision flared red. That hurt. Wait, pain. But I have cancel pain. Master. This technique is based on spiritual arts. It directly damages the soul, bypassing physical resistances and nullification skills such as cancel pain. Seal's voice remained calm, but the gravity in her tone was unmistakable. This is not standard magic. She is striking at your very essence. The soul itself. Soul damage. So that's why everything felt so raw. The wounds weren't just on my body, they were cutting deeper than that. Into the core of what I was. I can't let this drag on. One mistake and it's over. You are cornered, Hinata declared, her rapier glinting with divine light. This holy field prevents monsters ranked below A from even taking action. It is the ultimate anti-monster barrier, the pride of the Western Holy Church. I could feel it. The pressure, the suppression. It was like someone tied weights to every limb and turned the air into syrup. Just standing took effort. Ugh. First the hero's seed, now this ridiculous barrier. What is this? A full stack debuff run. Is someone speedrunning my suffering? Master. Estimated combat capability down 74%. Soul stability decreasing. Yeah, thanks, Seal. I feel great. You are welcome. Shall I begin calculating ways to kill her anyway? But even as the pain pulsed deep in my core, even as my magic and skills were being suppressed into silence, I still couldn't bring myself to kill her. She was Shizu's student. Someone Shizu once smiled for. She's being misled, that's all. Tricked into thinking I'm the villain here. So I'll prove it to her. Not with words, she's not listening to those. But with strength. Not to destroy, but to stop her. To make her listen. Seal, prepare full analysis. I'm not going for the kill, I just need one clean opening. Understood, Master. Deploying Mathine. Beginning analysis and mimicry of target sword style. The world around me sharpened. Every twitch of her fingers, every shift of her weight, was calculated, mapped in real time, filtered through Seal's calm mind. She was feeding me patterns, movements, the structure behind Hinata's technique. But even with that, clang. Her blade came down like lightning. I blocked it, barely, the impact forcing me to slide back across the stone. My arms trembled. Even mimicking her style, I couldn't match her experience. She was fast, precise, and utterly ruthless. Her every attack wasn't just a strike, it was an attempt to end the battle in a single blow. Her technique is refined to the point of instinct. Even with mimicry, she holds a significant advantage in actual combat with speed and efficiency. Yeah, no kidding. Her rapier danced again once, twice, 3 times. I dodged the first, parried the second, but the third grazed my cheek, cutting deeper than it should have. TCH, she was still overwhelming. Even suppressed, even restricted, even with Seal at my side. I was fighting uphill. But that was fine, because I wasn't fighting to win. I was fighting to endure until I could reach her. Until I could break through her illusion and make her see me. Her blade swept toward me again, a flickering arc of silver that cut the air with terrifying elegance. I ducked low, spinning beneath it, then twisted around to deflect the follow-up thrust with the flat of my blade. Sparks flew as metal scraped against metal. She didn't stop. A flurry of rapid thrusts followed, unrelenting, precise, dancing around my defenses like a storm of needles. I grit my teeth, every movement pushed to its limit. Even with Seal feeding me real-time counters and angles, I had no room to breathe. Her attacks flowed like a river, cold, smooth, and merciless. I twisted just in time to catch the next blow against my guard, skidding backward from the force. She was stronger than she looked, each strike laced with lethal purpose. But I didn't falter. I can't falter. Hinata, listen to me already. Still no answer. Just the quiet shift in her stance, then another burst of movement, impossibly fast, almost elegant in its precision. I stepped in, sword raised, and caught the blow with a loud clash of steel. It rattled through my bones, but I held firm. She was trying to end it quickly. Every blow was precise, measured, decisive. But I had no intention of letting it end her way. Not until she heard the truth. Our swords clashed once more, just barely. I braced myself, forcing Hinata's blade away with a twist of my wrist. The rhythm of the fight was merciless, unrelenting. And then, urgent report. Master, very strong presence detected nearby. Seal's voice cut through the tension, sharper than any blade Hinata had swung. Stronger than Beast Master Carrion. I froze just for a moment. It was all I had time for. Ugh, don't tell me it's a Demon Lord. Yes. This reaction matches stored parameters of a high-tier Demon Lord class individual. Seriously, right now, the clash of blades echoed through the air, steel screaming against steel. Master. Source of the presence is observing from the large tree, 20 meters northwest. I risked a glance, just a flick of my eyes. A tree. That pressure's coming from there. The towering oak stood silent in the distance, its leaves still despite the wind. But I could feel it now. Someone or something was watching from its shade. Powerful. Patient. Ugh, what kind of demon lord hides in a tree? Unknown. But they are not intervening, yet. That brief flicker of distraction was enough. A shimmer of movement in front of me, Hinata's blade. Too late. Pain flashed white-hot across my side as the rapier found its mark again, slicing a diagonal line across my abdomen. My breath caught. I stumbled, sliding back, barely raising my sword in time to block the follow-up strike. Still watching, huh? Whoever you are, you picked one hell of a time to show up. I exhaled sharply, steadying my breath. TCH. No more messing around. This wasn't the time for hesitation, not with someone like Hinata in front of me, and a demon lord watching from the shadows. I had to end this. I adjusted my grip. Everything in me shifted. The moment our blades met again, it was different. My movements sharper, cleaner. Every step carried purpose. Every swing was tighter, more refined. I wasn't just reacting anymore, I was reading her, matching her rhythm, twisting it to my advantage. Even Hinata's expression shifted for a heartbeat. Just a flicker, but I saw it. She knew the pace had changed. I wasn't going to lose, not here, not to her. And definitely not while someone in that tree was watching. I wasn't aiming to win by overpowering her. I just needed an opening, one clean shot at the hilt to knock her weapon free. Hinata struck again, swift and precise. I moved with it. Let her blade slide past harmlessly, angling for her sword's hilt with mine, but she twisted just out of reach. Close. So close. Still full synchronize was working. It wasn't a skill, not in the normal sense. Just something I came up with, slowly refining it in secret. Quietly testing it out whenever I had the time between duties, training, moments alone. Seal's auto mode was already powerful. With her guiding my body, every movement was precise, calculated, efficient, but it had a limit. Seal was cautious. She'd always check with me before making risky or aggressive decisions, especially anything that might carry serious consequences. It made auto mode safe, but in a battle like this, that small delay could cost me. So I created this. A state where our consciousnesses merged, her mind and mine, perfectly aligned. Not handing over control, but combining. My instincts, her calculations, my resolve, her logic, acting as one, thinking as one. Full synchronize. The result, sharper movement, better timing, and no hesitation. And best of all, I was still the one making the choices. Clang. Our blades met again, but this time, I didn't flinch. My body moved with quiet precision, my expression a blank canvas. No wasted motion, no delay, just calm, calculated response. I watched her, not her weapon, not her speed, but the rhythm behind her strikes. Hinata's thrusts were sharp, practiced, deadly. But now I saw them for what they were. I've seen this pattern, that footwork, that faint twitch in her shoulder. Thanks to Mathine, every clash had been recorded, memorized, and with full synchronize, I wasn't just reacting, I was predicting. When she stepped in again, blade glinting in a flash of steel, mine was already there to meet it like I knew she'd choose that angle. A perfect parry. Hinata blinked. Just a flicker. A slight narrowing of her eyes. A silent surprise. She didn't say anything, but the pause in her stance said enough. You're realizing it now, aren't you? Not that I was faster, but that your sword was no longer yours alone. Even with the demon lord's presence pressing from the tree line behind us, I stayed focused, balanced. My sword danced in harmony with hers, an imitation polished with every step, her skill, refined into mine. And all the while, I said nothing. And no challenge, no smile, just a quiet, unreadable stare. Like Seal. Even with her technique mirrored and patterns memorized, landing a decisive blow was another matter entirely. Every time I aimed for her wrist or the base of her hilt, she slipped just out of reach, as if she knew exactly what I was planning. No, she does know. Her responses weren't coincidence. Not instinct, they were deliberate. Is she predicting my moves, too, a skill like future sight, or something close? The more I fought, the more it felt like I was clashing with a reflection, two minds reading one another, canceling each other out. We were locked. I could probably disarm her if I used gluttony. One good chance, and I could pull the weapon straight from her hand. But I glanced just for a fraction of a second toward the tree where that overwhelming presence still lingered, watching, waiting. That one, whoever they are, they're stronger than carrion. Revealing gluttony here would be too dangerous. One of my trump cards, casually exposed to an unknown demon lord. No, not worth it. I couldn't afford to show everything. Not now, not with eyes like that hidden in the shadows. So I fought on. And Hinata, she kept dancing just out of reach. This was more than a battle of blades. It was a battle of minds. My blade met hers again, steel singing in the air. No wasted movement. No faltering steps. I moved with perfect clarity, reflexes sharpened, judgment immediate. Her sword arced high, eye angle just under it, countering before she even fully committed to the strike. Even so. Then suddenly, a chill. Not from Hinata, not from the air, from within. Something inside me fractured. The thread of connection to someone one of mine tugged taut, then vanished. Another followed, then another, one after the next, snapping like delicate silk threads, until gone. No, it couldn't be. These links, bonds to those I cared for, were part of me. Not illusions, not feelings, soul-level connections. And for one to disappear, only two possibilities: release, or death. a terrible stillness flooded my chest. That's when it happened. Her blade sliced across my side. Pain flared. The searing burn dug deep. Ugh. My feet staggered slightly as I caught my balance. One more strike like that, and I'll be dead. I have to end this, and go back. My thoughts were spinning. Panic clawed at the edge of my mind, but I forced it down. I couldn't afford to lose control. Everyone, what's happening over there? But I couldn't just leave. Not while trapped in this barrier, not while Hinata stood before me, blade drawn, not while that terrifying presence loomed from the shadows like a loaded crossbow, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Defeating Hinata was the only way to break free. But, is that presence her ally, or her enemy? I had no way of knowing. If it was on her side, then defeating her might provoke a second attack, one I wasn't ready for. If it was on my side, unlikely, it was doing nothing to help. That figure's aura, if it came down to a one-on-one, maybe I could handle it. Just maybe. But not with Hinata at the same time. Damn it. No options. No exit. No second chances. I have to do something. Anything. Just as Hinata launched another precise thrust, her blade glowing with lethal energy, I made my move. Ifrit replication. Deploy. A burst of flame surged beside me. The replica wasn't anywhere near the real deal in power, but that wasn't the point. It only needed to look convincing. Hinata didn't flinch. Her gaze remained cool, unreadable. She simply shifted her stance, adjusting smoothly as the fiery clone intercepted her path. Perfect. While her attention was diverted, even for that brief moment, I dissolved into my slime form, slipping beneath the swirl of smoke and flame with practiced silence. In that same breath, I materialized a humanoid clone of myself in the exact position I'd just left. My replica stood beside the fire spirit, ready to keep up the illusion. A clean switch. She didn't look away from the fight, didn't hesitate, but she hadn't noticed either. Just hold her off for a few seconds, that's all I need. Nestled low in the underbrush, unseen, I observed quietly, my heartbeat steady, my thoughts cold and clear. I didn't want to hurt her. I never did. But the fight had to end. And now, I had one chance to do it my way. From my concealed position beneath the brush, I watched as my clone and the Ifrit replica confronted Hinata head-on. She didn't hesitate. Her movements were sharp, merciless, still treating the clone as the real me. That was good. That's exactly what I needed. Just a little more. I kept still, suppressing my presence completely. The flame and illusion masked the swap well enough, and so far, Hinata hadn't caught on. She hadn't said anything, hadn't even paused. But the real danger wasn't just her. If she defeats the clone and believes I'm dead, she'll leave. And with luck, dispel the barrier too. That was the plan. Of course, there was still the mysterious presence hidden in the trees. Whoever they were, they hadn't made a move yet. Just watching. Still. Silent. Which probably means they're not Hinata's ally, but whether they're my ally or my enemy is a whole different issue. I couldn't afford to gamble on that. Not now. For now, all I could do was wait and hope. Hope Hinata took the bait. Hope the barrier would vanish with her retreat. And pray that whatever was lurking in the shadows didn't take this moment to strike. Before my eyes, Ifrit was curled up into a ball, grabbing his head, as if struggling under the command of two diametrically opposed orders. I narrowed my focus. No, not just struggling. He's being pulled. My clone stepped forward, eyes narrowing coldly. With a swift motion, she reclaimed Ifrit, absorbing him back into her body. He vanished in a wisp of flame, returning to safety. Did you try to take Ifrit from me? Hinata paused mid-step, her expression unreadable for a moment, then a faint, amused smile curled on her lips. I'm shocked. How did you know that? She replied evenly. But if you noticed it, I might as well tell you you're right. I tried. Using my unique skill Usurper. Usurper? I sucked in a sharp breath from the brush where I lay hidden, still listening through the clone's senses. She can take control of summoned spirits and demons. Or even, skills themselves. That was far too close to gluttony for comfort. A similar effect, but with a different method. So that's how she managed to wrestle Ifrit's control. If I had been even a moment slower, she could have seized him completely. This woman, she's dangerous. Not just powerful but tactically brutal, too. And now she thought she was on the verge of victory. Let her. For now. Hee. Are you telling me you still haven't given your all yet? Well, all right. I'll give you some of my all, too, so I hope you're ready. This blow is going to make the pain you've felt before seem like child's play. As the pressure mounted, I calmly slid my sword back into its sheath with a quiet click. The sound echoed louder than it should have. Hinata. I'm not your enemy, I said, meeting her fiery gaze without flinching. You're being misled. Whatever they told you about me, it's not the truth. Fighting me won't fix anything. But if you're still set on this, I'll take it seriously. We exchanged glances, hers burning with conviction, mine calm and unreadable through the clone's eyes. Die. Dead End Rainbow. Awaken Gluttony. A cascade of brilliant, rainbow-colored light exploded forth from her rapier, tracing 7 arcs of death across the air. My clone responded instantly. Gluttony activated not to devour Hinata, but the very attack that surged toward her. The forces collided midair with a blinding shockwave, a rift of light and shadow splitting the space between us. The glutton had been transforming my own physical body, as Hinata looked on in astonishment. This was no ordinary regeneration, it was a freshly harnessed, complete form of universal shapeshift in action. A power born from desperation, refined through countless trials, and now unleashed to its full potential. My body was no longer just mine, it was the culmination of every monster I had consumed, merged into a form sculpted solely for battle efficiency. A perfect machine, rebuilt not through magicules, but through consumption. The glutton's skill devoured the grass beneath me, the earth I touched, even the air around me. The barrier had stripped me of external energy, no magicules flowed freely here, but this form didn't need them. I wasn't recreating a magic-based body. I was reforging my own, piece by piece, absorbing the very environment to sustain myself. A countermeasure for situations where magic was sealed. A physical rebirth. Inside the holy field, I couldn't rely on magic. So I became something that didn't need it. Hinata stepped back, ever so slightly. Her expression didn't shift much, but her eyes, sharp and calculating, flickered for just a second. That flicker told me everything. She was surprised, maybe even rattled. And I wasn't done yet. I can't believe it, Hinata whispered. But the surprise was fleeting, already gone from her face. What replaced it was a look of fascination, of clinical interest, like a scientist witnessing the birth of something unknown, something revolutionary. Her gaze was sharp, gleaming with a curiosity she could no longer hide. That last blow, dead end rainbow, it should have severed my spirit from my body. It wasn't just a physical attack, it slashed the soul itself. A clean cut to end all resistance. But it didn't work. Not because I resisted it, but because there was nothing there to sever. She understood now. The form before her was something far beyond a mere monster. Gluttony didn't have a spirit in the way she expected. It had no separate will, no ego. It wasn't a borrowed power, it was me, and I was it. A soul stripped of everything but the core essence. The absolute root of my existence, where man and monster meet, where instinct and reason fuse into one. A soul without embellishment. A raw origin. That's what she saw now. And for the first time, she hesitated. Hinata's face remained taut, her gaze never leaving me. Without a word, she extended her hand, and in response, several non-elemental spirits coalesced from the air itself, summoned by sheer force of will. They were faceless, formless masses of energy, but they obeyed her command without hesitation. At once, they rushed forward. Let me provide you a prayer to the divine. I hope and desire for the power of the Holy Spirits. Listen to my appeal and overcome all in your way. Disintegration. Her voice rang clear and solemn, like the invocation of a saint, yet her eyes burned with ruthless certainty. The spell circle flared open beneath her feet, no, beneath the glutton, and then erupted. A flash of white tore through the landscape. The divine energy surged in a straight line, not explosive but precise, pure, and absolute. A stream of destruction moving at near light speed, swallowing both body and soul in its wake. The glutton had no chance. There was no resistance to be made. It was simply gone unmade. Silence followed. Not even the echo of the spell lingered. It was that thorough. From my vantage point, I observed everything. The sequence, the chant, the formation, the flow of magicules. How she wove the holy energy into a narrow field of elimination that annihilated only the target and spared the surroundings. I recorded every last detail, every one. The failure of the clone was unfortunate, but I gained far more. Her expression remained guarded. Perhaps she truly believed she had won. That I was no more than a monster silenced by divine will. She turned her eyes away. I remained still in the brush, silent in my slime form. I copied it all, Hinata. And now I know what you can do. After Hinata finally turned and left, the holy field dispersed into harmless ether. I didn't move. Not immediately. Still hidden in the underbrush, I shifted back into human form. As I did, I gently let go of full synchronize. My awareness and seals slowly returned to their usual, separate rhythm. It was like exhaling after holding your breath. The mysterious presence was still out there, watching. But they hadn't acted, so I chose not to, either. They're staying quiet. I guess I will too. I had more pressing concerns. Tempest. I reached out with my magic, trying to activate warp portal, and felt it sputter out, like a match in the wind. TCH. Not now. Master, the portal won't work. Something is interfering, most likely a large-scale barrier surrounding Tempest. It's blocking all spatial targeting. A barrier? Around all of Tempest. Yes. And from the way it's constructed, it's meant to cut off outside help. I don't think this is a coincidence. So Hinata was telling the truth. Someone really is trying to destroy everything. I clenched my fists. If I don't get back soon, there might not be anything to return to. We need to move quickly, Master. Tempest might already be under attack. Yeah, I know. I've already wasted too much time here. Even as I thought that, Seal's voice reached me with calm clarity. I'm searching for alternative teleportation points. There is one. The magic circle in the cave gable guards remains untouched. I can anchor to it. A breath of relief passed through me. That cave might be far from the city center, but it was close enough. If I had to run from there to town, so be it, at least I'd be in Tempest. Then let's go, before it's too late. Note, our soon-to-be second wife has officially arrived. Cheers, confetti, ominous background music. And Rimuru, she got out of that whole mess without any harm, probably, totally fine. Everything's fine. Definitely nothing important happened that'll come back later. Nope. Now then only one thing left on the checklist: become a demon lord. Let the real story begin. Things are about to get real, and by real, I mean soul-breaking, like, emotionally punch you in the gut, stare into the void. Why did I get attached? Soul-breaking. Good luck, reader. You'll need it. Thanks for reading. I really mean it. Your reactions and wild theories are the only thing keeping me from crumbling under the weight of my own plot twists. Stick around, because we're just getting started, and trust me, you're not ready for what's next.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get: an unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.